配信開始。
皆様、こんにちは、こんばんはということで、
こんばんは。
観戦配信を始めます。
始めます。
はい、
すぐ唐突だね。
始まります。
はい。
始めました。
あ、映ってる。顔映ってるとか言って。
今日顔面ありですね、私。
すごい。
というこ
皆
と
様こん
で、
ばんは。
こんばんは。音大丈夫でしょうか？適当なんですよね、音。デスクトップとか人の声が小さいとかあったら教えてください。ツイートします。
はい、お願いします。
はい。こんばんは。見てる方いらっしゃったらよかったらコメントください。
こんばんは。一緒にね、応援しましょう、みんなで。
はい。
あ、バスケットさん、こんのばんのは。
こんのばんのは。
こんのばんのは。こんばんのは。
画面に映ってるのは、ネイチャーのコーチの絆くんです。
はい。
はい、こんばんは。
で、今一緒に喋ってるのが、ヤガミンです。
はい。やがみん、プロ e スポーツチームネイチャー所属 VTuber でストリーマーのやがみんゆうたです。
はい。で、私は立花あんりです。皆さんよろしく。今日は、絆くんが配信してくれてますけど、まだ FNCS の世界大会始まってないんで、現地中継を交えながら。
そうですね。
はい。
そうです。現地中継。
ケニアさん。
ケニアさんだ。みちさん、こんばんは。
久しぶり。観戦しましょう。
観戦し
よう。さん、こんばんは。
こんばんは。皆さんよかったら、ツイート、トイネイチャーのしてるんで。
そう。ぜひ、
ぜひネイチャーウィンではい。嬉しいです。
パッチマさん、こんにちは。
パッチくん、ありがとう。
てか、皆さん、私のユニフォームあるじゃないですか、これ。
あ、着てるんだ。
着てるんですよ、今日。でも、実はですよ、ムキムキパパさんたちが着てるユニフォームは、
違うんだよね。
違うんです。スポンサーさんの名前とかちゃんと入ってるガチユニフォームなんですよ。量産型じゃないんです、あれは。
僕らのとは違うんです。
僕らのとは違うんですよ。
違う。本当だね。
はい。なんで、ぜひ、ツイッターとか覗いてもらえると見れるかなと思います。
そうだね。
あとは、もしも顔面でかすぎたら言ってください。適当に今んとこやってるので。
それ、キズナ、ちっちゃくできたりするの顔って。
できるよ。
ちっちゃくすんの？
俺の顔はもうパンパンだからダメだけど。
画面サイズじゃなくて。
画面ね。私の顔面はもう無理ですね。パンパンなので。
なんでそういうことか。顔をちっちゃくできるのかと思って今。
不可能なんですけど。そろそろね、よもぎさんたちから現地の様子をライブしていただけると思うんですけど、
多分ね、現地の映像が見れる配信っていうのは多分うち以外あんまりない
あんまりないですね。AJS さんとか現地にいる方がしてくれるなら、まああるかもしれないんですけど、基本的にないと思いますので。
ぜひぜひうちの配信で見てってください。
アーカイブでもね、見ると思うので、
そうですね。
ぜひ、一度って感じで。あとはね、このコペンハーゲン着いてからのこの1日目からね、今3日目ぐらいまで来てるんですけど、なんと、ハイビスさんの方で動画出てますので、ツイッター。
うちのスポンサーさんですね。
はい。1日目からしっかり動画として2分ぐらいにまとめて、ツイッター載せてあるんで、よかったら覗いてみてください。これ待ってたらもうビール4巻目で眠くなってきました。それダメですね。朝まであるんですよ。ちなみに、私もご飯買ってきてます。
さすが。
映ってんのかな？
気合の入り方がね。
いろいろ仕入れてるもんね。
はい。とりあえず、おしんこ好きなんでおしんこ買ってきて、ちょっと待っててください。
置くのがおしんこ結構渋いね。
本当だね。
あとこちら。ラーメン買ってきてるんで、今日ラーメンもね、食べていきます。
ラーメン食べるの？
2個、
ラーメンか
2個買ってきてるんで、
もう超夜中のゲーマーのレベルだよね。
ね
本当だよ。
注入しないといけないんですよ。まず、朝まで起きるための体力をね。
まずね、
まず。これ大事なんで、
そこからね、
ちゃんとかまさせていただきます。
さすが。
何時から試合開始確定的なことは言えないんですけど、おそらく11時から配信が始まるので、公式の方の。
うんうん。
なので、30分後ぐらいですかね。11時半とか12時ぐらいには始まってると思うんですけど、
うんうん。
まあそこからはしっかり見出していこうかなと思います。それまでは、早くよもぎさん来てくんないかなって思ってますね。現地の様子を私も見たいって感じで。
ねえ、現地のね、
楽
さっき一
しみっすよね
回見たんだけどね。
ね
そう、綺麗だった
テストで
よ。
ね。う。
そとても綺麗です。テルハルルさんこんばんは。
お、テロハルルさんだ。
リンゴジュースガブ飲みしながら見るぜ。もうリンゴさ、
いいね
アレルギーなんだよね。
うん
あ、リンゴアレルギーなの？
そう、アレルギーなんだ。前まで食べてたのに。
バラ科アレルギーかな？
そう、だから花粉症とかも杉とか強い人は、
うんうんうん。
リンゴとか桃とか食べれなくなるよ。
いい。
かわいそうに。
そうだね、リンゴはね。
そうなんか似てるらしいよ、成分が杉とかと。
へえ。あ、向こうのコペンハーゲン映ったっつってるから配信は見れたみたいだな。
うん
そこで食うんか。
食べてんの？
お前
も
そうこで
食べます
食うんか。
まあ、これから先長いんで、皆さんも飲み物と食べ
あ、
物用意して
そうね。
そう
待機してください
みんなで待機してください。
つまみは必要ですよ、しっかり。
つまみね。お酒飲める方はお酒だし。
じゃあ今日夜中まで起きてる人いますか？みんな夜中まで起きてんのかな？
ああ、もう、あれですね。
リオンさんこんばんは。
27名の皆さんが見ていただいて。
すごい。
あの
はじめまして
誰が来て
藤井
くれたんだろう
さん、それからさとしさん。
来ましたよ、現地から。皆さん。
来た来た。
来ましたよ、現地
山
から。
本さん、遅いよ。
始まった。
来ましたね。
なんか出てる出てる。
映像見れますよ。
じゃあち
ちょっと
ょっと待っててね。
待っください。ちょっと待ってくださいね。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
私、今、用意しないといけないので、この画面。
みんな
松田さんも映
すごいですよ
してくれてる。ちょっと待って。
あちこち。あちこち。なんか声が入ってきてるけど。
皆さんですね、今ですね、待機画面でして、ちょっとしたら多分映ると思うんですけど、
今こんな感じなんですけど、ちょっとあれですね、画面回転固定してるでしょ。絶対スマホの。
本当だ。
回転してください。
あ、だった。
いや、これ現地の様子です。あと20分らしい。
すごい。
配信開始まで20分らしいよ、みんな。
いや、これ、どこまで、あれ、大丈夫なの？電波じゃなくて、通信量がね。
ね、心配って言ってたんですけど。
これうちのチームのよもぎさんがね、通信量を
気にしながら。
気にしながら頑張って今出してくれてる。皆さん、今の様子です。
こんな感じなんだ。
はい、会場の様子ね。
テーラー君は？テーラー。
いや、いい席っすね。
いや、いいな、これも。上心でって言った
上心さん、はい、上心さん、はい、
皆さん、はい、テーラー君だ。
テーラ君。
テーラ君です。
かっこいいグッドマークが。
みんなね、参戦しますよ。いいな。
これいいですね。
いや、これで見るのいいね。これずっと配信できたらいいのに。ねえ。
これは無理です。
腕がそれ三脚みたいな。これさ、撮るのは自由なの？現地。クリックしてた。大丈夫なのかな？
すげえ。
いい感じっすね。
ねえ。
めっちゃ盛り上がってますね。
本当だね。さっきなんだっけ、武道館ぐらいの大きさって言ってたっけ？
そうですね。会場の大きさ的には武道館ぐらいってことだったんで。
これから満員になるってことでしょ？
すごい。
ね。
でも先が長いからみんな後から来るのかな？
じゃない
ね。
すげえ。皆さんご飯ちゃんと食べながら見ましょうね。
ご飯ね。映画見る感
長いですからね。
ね。じゃ皆さんよかったらチャンネル登録、高評価よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
ぜひぜひ一緒に応援してください。
これから3日間ありますからね。
本当いいねしてみんな。
そう、みんなね、ぜひ高評価していただけると嬉しいです。
お願いします。あっちは夕方じゃない？
今何3時ぐらいだっけ？
日本の方が7時間早いってことなんで、
そう、5時間。
今だと多分3時ぐらい？
7時とかじゃない？
戻るんでね。あれ夕方の。
夕方か。4時ぐらい？
4時ぐらいか。4時ぐらいだね。 そうですね、タピさん、5試合。
横のがいいですか？
あ、
横のがいいですか？
横で大丈夫ですよ。
すいません、画面回転つけてもらえると横に
今ちょっと
できますね。
顔横にしないと今見れない。
みんな今、
顔
多分画面
横にしてる
の前で。
立ってて大丈夫ですか？
これでいい。
大丈夫。
これがいい
見てる大
あ、
丈夫だよ。
オッケーです。
現地からは、うちのチームのね、上のよもぎさんが、見せてくれてますので、皆さんね。
うまっ。すいません、お
会
先にね、
場の感想を言えよ。
ご飯食べてますけど。コメント読んできますか。どっから読んでないっけ？
結構流れてるコメント。
食いすぎぐらいからか。
結構読んでないね。
結構読んでないね。
リオンさんも来てくれてる。
そうそう、リオンさんも来てくれてる。
トライさん、こんにちは。女子かと思った女子ではないですね。髪が長いだけです。ケニアさんと顔が進化してるんですよ。お肉は取れてません。リスペクトムキムキパパさん、こんばんは。こんばんは。よかったら応援してってくださいね、ムキムキパパのこと。あとはなんだ。
トロヒくんこんばんは。
トロヒ
お疲れ様。トロヒも夜中までいるってことで。
うちのタレント部門のトラヒが来ましたね。
サーバーに来ました。
しっかりと観戦してもらって。スーさんめっちゃ緊張してるらしいだって。やっぱそうだよね。
そうなんだ。
自分のチームの方が世界大会だもんな。そうだよな。
スーさん緊張するとなんか喋んなくなりそう。
口開いてるかもしれない、ずっと。
ポカーンって。
そう。
うわ、すげえな。
すごいね。
すごいね。これが世界だぞ、みんな。
音って聞こえてます？
聞こえてないね。
はい、わかりました。
すごい。インタビューのが流れてる。
インタビューのかっこいいね。
かっこいい。
試合開始は5時からになりますらしいですね。5時からだから1時間ぐらい？
さっきでも
ちょっとやばいね。
向こうの5時間？でもこれ、あと20分って出てたじゃん、さっきカウントダウンで。
配信が20分だと思う。
配信の開始は20分。
配信、そういうことね。
あっち今何時なの？
今7時間戻す感じだね。夕方。
うわ、なるほどね。
こんばんは。会場の中継最高。子供起こしてください。ぜひとも。
起こし
ちゃったの？
コペンハーゲン行けない方は、ここでコペンハーゲンちょっと味わってもらって。
味わってか。
僕たちも行きたかったんですけど、行けなかったので。
今さ、調べたんだけどさ、
実
況っていうか、このみんなで世界大会見る観戦配信で、出してるとこないね。今見た感じだと。
ないよね。
らしいです。皆さん、もうこの時だけでいいんで、よかったら、拡散してもらって。
そうですね、もう本当に今ですよ、皆さん。52名のお客様いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。
ネイチャーを応援してください。
今日はムキムキパパっていうね、うちの選手が参加してます。世界大会にね。
1日目からの参加です。
お願いします。みんなね、まだチャンネル登録してなかったらこういう配信もしますんで、ぜひぜひ来てください。キズナ、今日はコーチとしてというか、まあ普通にみんなで見るんだけど、これ質問したかったのが、今回さ、大会出て、5試合やるじゃないですか。上位25組がグランドファイナルに進出すると思うんだけど、これグランドファイナルに今日もし進出が確定した場合っていうのは、明日はないんだよね。
そうですね、明日はなくて、明後日から出場になるんですけど、もし仮にムキムキパパが3日目に出場することになったら、2日目はしないとかじゃなくて、ちゃんとしますので。2日目も、どうあがいても3日目まではちゃんと配信します。
さすがです。
よろしくお願いします。
皆さんよかったらご評価お願いします。
お願いしま
す。試合始まってないのに泣きそうって言ってたらしいですね。
泣きそう。
そうだよね。
そうだよね。
ハイビスさん初日からビクロ行きたい。聞きたいですね。よかったらハイビスさんの方のチャンネル登録もよろしくお願いします。こんばんは、応援しに来ました。ごめんなさい。画面が遠くて名前が読めません。誰だこれ。
どれですか？
ミサンガさん。
はい、こんばんは。応援ありがとうございます。
ありがとう、みん
食
な。
出し勢パンダさん、初見です。こんにちは。よかったら観戦しててください。よし。拡散してきました。あざっす。
ありがとうございます。 よかったらネイチャーウィーンでよろしく。そうだよ、うちも音楽流せばいいんだよ。
あ、流しま
あ、
すか？
そこのが、そっちの、あ、すごいでっかくなった。大きくしたの、絆くん、これ。
お
いや、俺じゃなくて、よもぎさんの方
多分
ですね。
よもぎさん、すごい。よもぎさん。すっごい。
横画面にしてくれたね。
あ、そうか、横で大きくなったのか。
スクリームでは池田順位連発してました。そうなんだよね。そう、実は1日目4位だったらしくて、全然期待できるような順位らしいんですよね。なので、皆さん、もう期待だけはしといてください、本当に。俺が何かやるわけではないですけど、ムキムキパパたちはきっとやってくれます。
これさ、前の方、そのアリーナみたいなとこの先の画面の手前に座るのかね、選手。でっかいじゃん。めちゃこのスクリーンで大きいよね。
大きいですね。
その手前になんかボックスみたいになってるじゃん。
どこで世界大会見れますかね？ミラー配信はこちらで見れます。これから20分後ぐらいに、公式配信が。
あそこなんだ。よもぎさんが手で指してる。そこね。そこでやるんだ。で、その先のどの辺かまではまだわかんないの、情報は。前の方とか、後ろの方とか、右の方とか。なんかその情報あるといいよね。
そうね。
どっかから入ってきて、歩いてポーズ取って席つくみたいんだよね、毎回ね。
これ、お二人で見て。
73名の皆さん、いらっしゃいやせ。
いらっしゃいませ。応援していきましょう。皆さん、ご飯を持ってますか？しっかり。これから5時間ぐらいありますからね。
今でも配信見てみた感じ、やっぱり皆さん準備中の画面を出してるだけで、うちみたいに出してるとこないですね。
そうですね。
多分今最速でうちの動画が映ってると思うんで。
はい、よかったらこちらご覧ください。
見といてください。
多分ここに映ってるのもさ、全部多分だけど配信で映るよね。
そうですね。
先に見ちゃってるからちょっとネタバレになっちゃうんですけど、まあ音聞こえてないしいいよね。
そうっすね。
トロフィーあんの？どこにあんだろう。でっかいやつ。
これか？トロフィー。
真ん中のやつかな。
これだってトロフィー。
これ、マジか。
はい。
それ？
これらしいです。
すごく大きくな。指さしてる。すごい大きいんだけど。そうなの？
すごいな。
えぐいね。
これはちょっと盛り上がりますね。
すごいね。
日本の公式配信は今回ないんだよね、確か。
日本はないですね。
今、はるるさんが公式配信ってどのチャンネルで配信されてます？多分まだ映像もすら出てないんじゃないですかね。配信始まるの多分公式だと20分ぐらいさっき出てたんで。
YouTube で多分フォートナイトで検索すると公式チャンネルはあると思うけど、日本語の配信はないですね。
日本語の配信はないと思いますね。多分うちが一番早いんで、うちで見てると多分追いつけるんじゃないかなって感じがしますけどね。
そうですね。
時間あるからネイチャーの紹介でもする？
はい。
しますか。簡単に
知らない方ももしかしたらいるかもしれないんで。
誰が紹介するの？紹介するって言ってたじゃん。
誰が紹介するんだ。
ネイチャーはちょうど設立してから4年が経過しました。5年目になりましたね。
はい。
もともとは普通のエンジョイチームでした。まあ、こんなになるとは思わなかったよね、絆くん。
そうだね。
食べてるのに声かけちゃった。私と絆くんは結構もうフル株で。
そうだね、2人はめっちゃ長いよね。
ベスト3、4だよね。私が
今ネイチャー残ってる人だと僕が3番目ぐらいでって感じで、もう本当に昔のネイチャーを知ってる方が少ない中なんですけど、ね、本当になんだろう、もう2桁取ったらすごいってぐらいだったんです昔は。ですが今世界大会ですからね。とんでもないですよ。
本当チャプター1の時に普通に競技の方に転向したんだっけ？だよね。エンジョイだったんだけど、競技のチームとして始まって、
本当にスクワットの FNCS が始まった時ぐらいですね。
そうだね。で、ちょっとずつ人数増えてきて、また人数減ったりとか、アップダウンありながら、エペックスのチームさんを吸収合併して、ゲーム2タイトルでちょっとでかくなったなって思ったら、スポンサーさんがつき始めた感じだよね。
今はね。
今。
あと8分20秒ぐらいで始まるのかな。
だいぶ近づいてきた。ね。
だいぶ近づいてきたね。
そう、世界大会目指してはきたけど、やっぱりグラファ行くのも大変でね、なかなか、なんだろう、メンバーも、なんていうのかな、途中でね、勉強でできなくなっちゃったりとかいろいろあったんだけど、今ちょっとちょうど揃ってるメンバーが実力が、粒揃いになってきて、グラファにみんな行けるようになったんだよね。その中からムキムキパパが世界大会の切符を手に入れた感じですね。
いや、本当に
ね
嬉しいね。
本当、ムキムキパパは AJS のシェロンさんと一緒にデュオ組んで今日参加してます。そう、今一緒にお話ししてるのは、顔が映ってないやもん。消しちゃったんだ。
すみません、ラーメン食べてましたね。
ラーメン食べて
すいません
ラーメン食べてるのは、
めっちゃもぐもぐしとるやんけ。
はい、コーチの絆くんです。今現地にいる、その左側の下にいるのこれテイラーくんです、顔。
はい。
そうですよ。
はい、絆くんの下にいるの
はい
がテイラーくんな
これで
んですけど。
見えないな、ちょっと。
テイラー、いや、絆くんのちょうど下なんだけど、テイラーくんと、
はい。
配信に映ってるよ。
映ってるよ。
テイラー
姉ちゃんってなんか、
穴欲しいん
ま
じゃねえぞ。
た叩いてます。テイラーくんです。
何ですか
たくさん見てます。
みたいな感じ
たくさん見てますよ、みんな。テイラーくんとラビットくんのコーチを絆くんがしてました。
はい。最近までしてましたね。
はーい。ねえ、ほんと。で、私は今ストリーマーと運営といろいろやってる立花ありです。それからここにいるのは、ヤガミンがいますね。
はい、ヤガミです。
ヤガミンです。それから映してくれてるのがよもぎさんです。
そうっす
よもぎさん
ね。
現地に行ってるんですけど、運営統括してます。それからトラヒくん、タレント部門トラヒくんが来てくれてます。グッド、よもぎさん、グッド出た。
ちょっと遅延があるからグッドが遅れてた
そう
けど。
だね。ほんとほんと。ね、むきパパ応援してくださってる方、皆さんありがとうございます。よかったら一緒にネイチャーも押してってください。
皆さんの応援でもうプレーが変わりますからね。
ほんとそう。ほんとそうよ。
いいっすよ、みんなの
応援って
のは
大事。うん。トワビーさんから本当これを仕事にしたいって言われた時は良いよくらいの軽い気持ちだったけど、こんなに早く世界に行くとは思わなかったわって。ねえ。トワビーさんは言ってもいいのかな、スーさんの奥さんです。スーさんはもう子供もいてね、プロチームにするっていうか、法人化するときにはかなり悩んでね、やっぱりいろいろ変わるからね。もうリアルに生活もみんな変わっていくから、どうしようって結構チャンスは掴んでいかなきゃいけないしね。そのタイミングを、本当だ、配信終わったね。うん。なかなか決断をした感じだよね。プロチームになるっていうのはね。
なかなかね、このチームに本当に俺も出会えてよかったなって思いますね、未だに。
あと5分になってるよ。
あと5分だよ、みんな。ちょっと俺が緊張してきちゃった。
リプレイで白の話見る感じですか。とりあえず考えてるのは、普通に未来配信なんですけど、どうしても映らんかったらリプレイ見ます。というか、あれですね。次の試合が始まるまで時間あると思うんで、その時にね、もうリプレイとか見れればと思います。
多分これ5分経ってもすぐには始まんないで、選手が入ってくるとか、実況解説のトークとかがずっとあるから1時間ぐらい始まんない可能性大かな。
ちょっとね、皆さんまったり見ていただければなって
感じですね。そうそう、本当流しながら聞きながらぜひぜひ。もうこういうね、現地にいてドキドキ感とかも味わいたいよね。
そうね。
で見れるだけでも幸せだけどね、昔だったら考えられないけどさ。今みんなほら撮影したりとかいろいろしてるね。
ちなみに裏ではこんな感じで待機時間が流れてる、ね。
今流れてますね。
本当だ
ね。これは
公式さんですね。
まだまだ後から。
はい。
4分になってる。もうそれが始まる時にもう始まるんだよね、もうね。
そうですね。あっちだとすぐ始まるんじゃないかな、こっちより。ね、もうほんと最前列で見てる人とかどんな気持ちで見てるんだろうね。
いや本当にね、相当ワクワクしてるだろうね。
これ何、コンサート的な感じで S 席とかっていう感じで売ってたのかね、チケット。なんか前とか、なんか値段が違ったよね。3日間投資券とか、
あ、
そ
そううなんだ。
いう感じだったかな。う。
うんん。
1日券とか投資券みたいな感じだったと思う。いやー、すごいなー。
感動だね。
結構アジアっていうか日本からも行ってるんだよね。応援。はい、参加者だ、選手だけじゃなくて、チームと関係ない人たちも。
一緒に来たか。
本当だよね。
いや
来た、今度行こう。
本当にね
次回あったら行こうね。一緒に。一緒に行こう。私、ミニスーさんにあやすよ。あやすよとか言って
この。大事なタイミングでツイッターがバグってるらしいですね。
そうなのなんてこと。
そうみんなよかったら本当に応援と思ってぜひツイッターにネイチャーインでツイートしていただけると本人も多分見ると思うので。
これツイッターのリンクってさ、私が貼っても見えないのかもしれない。
エフさんが多分さっき貼ってくれてましたね。
あ、そうそうそう、モデレーターとかがやんないとダメだ
上の方に
ね。
多分今ついてると思うんで。
これ固定とかできんの
キ？ズナ、エフさんのさ、ツイッターのやつって固定できる？コメントって。
あ、問題が発生してましたって出るけど。大丈夫かな。これさ、エフィさんのやつはさ、ムキパパの、あれかな、インタビューかなんかが出るのかな。すごい手振ってる。誰？
多分松田さん。
松田さん？
一瞬見えなかったけど。
そうだね、ミニスーさんまだちっちゃいからね。なるほどね。ちょっと10日、1週間じゃなくてもっとだもんね。
お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様で
お疲れ
す。
様です。
今の顔はスポンサーのハイビスさんです。
ハイビスさん。ハイビスさんだった。
はい、今回うちのチームからじゃなくてね、スポンサーのハイビスさんからも応援で行っていただいてるんで、
いっぱい写真とか動画とか撮ってくれてて、
いろいろ撮ってくれて
情報がいっぱいになってて嬉しい。
あと1分で始まるのかな？
そうだね。
ちょっとみんな
ドキドキ。
楽しみすぎる。
なんかみんな左の方見てるよね。
そうだね。
なんか左の方にあるのかな。なんか移動してるし。
始めましたねみんな。
ほんと急にざわざわしてる。ざわざわ感が。うわー。すごいね。ももさんこれほんと通信大丈夫なの？無制限なの？無制限なのって。あと手が
だから連絡ないかもしれない。
無制限？始まる。
今は無制限です。
無制限よかったです。ちょっと心配が減りました。
カウントダウンしようって言って、もうダウンす。
始まります。
始まるぞ。
始まるぞ。ちなみに、ツイッチの方はまだ始まってません。3分くらい遅延があるっぽい。
ちょっと3分遅延で早めに見ていたこっち見た方がいいね。
So this is the biggest tournament since World Cup.
Everyone's been working their hardest towards this. I think we're here to finish the story that we started last year.
出るかなここに。
We're fighting to show that we can go back
い
to
やーなん
back.
か映像かっこ
It's
いいな。
pure skill
At land. Other teams should be scared of us because we have so much experience. We've probably been to the most lands.
これのためにインタビューの日も取られてたもん
What do you want to
ね。
do? You want to put NA on the map?
نلعب لعبنا وإن شاء الله أنا عندي ايم كويس وفاكس عندي ميكانكس.
Tem a melhor dupla com uma sincronia muito boa.
We've got some of the best spotting ability in the world.
少し遅延が3分ぐらいついてるみたいなんですけど、うちの配信は直接現地
I think everyone should be
に
scared.
Now's the time to make a name for ourselves.
遅延は
For
多
us,
分
the
ない
way
で
we're
す。
going to win this is just by playing like ourselves.
ほぼほぼ。
I really want to repeat winning on land.
It feels like a destiny for me to win.
We've done it at the invitation. We're here to do it again.
トロフ
This
ィー
is
す
just
ごい
what
ね。
I was meant to
トロフ
do.
ィーいいな。
ほんと
これかっこいいな。
Bora, bora.
Let's go.
Polska górą!
うちのオーナーは隣に通訳の人がいて解説してもらってるらしいです。なかなかいいな。
その声をこっちになんかちょっと拾いたい。
いや本当に教えてほしい。
ほんと
僕らにも。
Please give a warm welcome to Mini Miner.
ちなみにこの配信は
Kelly
遅延
Link
なし
will
で
be
す
your
よ。
analyst
ミラー
for
配
this
信
bit.
とも。
That's right, crowd. Y'all can go crazy. That's okay.
あ、すごい。よ
Man,
く見る、
to
よく見
think,
る、この
guys, we've
方
been。talking about globals all year. You
よく
know,
見るよ。
globals, it's, yeah, globals is this far
声いい
away,
よ
it's
ね。
this far away. Now, here we are. How do you feel?
いやー、い
We
い
made
で
it.
すね。これでも現地の
We made it.
こ
We're
の感
here
じ味わ
finally.
いた
The
いです
whole
ね。
year has been building up to this major 1, 2, 3, the last chance major, but finally we have made it. And in front of this amazing audience right here in Copenhagen, this is where it all goes down.
よく言う人
Honestly, Zeke,
公
I've been
式
waiting for this
公
moment
式
since
の
the Invitational finished
実
up
況
last
実
year.
況者
And like you said, this has been leading up to it since Majors 1, 2, and 3. All these teams moving through. And now we have a 3-day competition with $4 million on the line. I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah, I mean, if we thought the competition was kind of crazy before,
ああ、
this is
確かに
just
そうだ
that
ね。あ
very
の
next
真ん
step,
中の
right?
ところす
Normally
ご
we
い埋ま
have
っ
2 days
てる
of。competition. Now it's 3.
まあ
There's
盛り上げ
enough
て
for
る
a
んでしょう
lower
ね、現
bracket.
地。
Only 5
選手
games
が
the
入る前
first 2
に。
days. I mean, pressure's on.
ね
The pressure is on. I mean, the players will be feeling it. They'll say they won't. They'll say, "Yeah, I got nerves of steel." Yeah, not nervous at all. They are. They're nervous. Definitely nervous. But I mean, how can't you be in this incredible arena in front of all these fans? This is something we haven't seen before. Of course, a single-day grand final, 6 games on Sunday, 5 games in the upper and the lower bracket. So I think it's going to be a little bit different here.
Yeah, I think that's something we haven't really seen before in Fortnite either. This upper and lower bracket. We're going to have 25 teams that we don't even get to see compete tomorrow as well. And also having it be 5 games, and then the finals are only 6 games, when we're used to a 12-game finals. It's going to be a bit unexpected, I think.
That is what we are here for. Now, how long are we here for? Let's take a look at that broadcast schedule. As we've kind of mentioned, today we will be here for 5 games. We got an upper bracket tomorrow, the lower bracket, and make sure you do not miss Sunday, the grand finals of the FNCS Global Championships. It's still so crazy to say those words out loud, but here we are. I mean, guys, what are your expectations coming into the weekend? We talked about the difficulty, but what are your thoughts?
I'm expecting drama. I'm expecting chaos. I'm expecting excitement because if anything, if the Invitational is anything to go by, that was all 3 of those things. So I mean, on a grander scale, bigger prize pool, bigger event across the whole year.
今円安だから半端じゃないことになるんじゃない？
Like a region locked tournament in the FNCS. There's a lot
やば。
of respect for the team we're surrounding, but honestly, by having 6 regions dropping into each other, there's going to be a bit of contestation, especially around that creaky compound area where I think there's 6 teams competing for all the loot over there, so it's going to be a bit chaotic at the start, I think.
I can't wait to get into all of that and more, but first, it's not just us calling all the action. Why don't we do a little tour of the arena? There's so many people that are all involved in making this happen. Why don't we give a warm welcome to your casters?
1ドル150円で
Thank you
1
so
億
much,
5000
Zeke.
万
It's
だもん
Moss
ね。
Defense here in the best taco, of course. The place is
す
starting
ご
to
い
fill
よ
up,
ね。
and these are not jitters. It's excitement, as of course we're all here brought together for the upper bracket where the top 25 duos will be moving on.
I'm just so happy to be here. I mean, you can already feel that little bit of tension in the air, but the energy is so alive inside the venue, and knowing that we are going to be witnessing gameplay for the strongest 50 duos essentially from their respective regions, because of the fact it wasn't by any sort of circumstance or last minute changes. No, Majors 1, 2, and 3, that's what dictated today's upper bracket.
That's right, and we've had so much time throughout the week to actually touch base with the players, and I must say, there isn't a shred of doubt. Every single opponent that I've talked about their opponents have
賞
said
金は
they
ね
feel like
75
they're
位
pushing
まで
their way through.
50位から一番下の50位から75位で4000ドル 46位から50位ってやつで1万ドルだよ。
すごいな。
100万150万。そうだな。1桁入るとすごいね。9位で8万ドル。
I am so excited to be here at the Royal Arena in Copenhagen, surrounded by so many fans who've turned out.
これは公式配信じゃなくて、うちのよもぎっていう人がいるんですけどね、ちゃんに。はい、現地からゴーライブしてもらってるんですよね。
なかなか多分このスピード感で見れるのはないですね。
Earlier, I was talking to 20-year-old Charlie who plays with her mum, not zero builds, because apparently her mum says.
絆くんの日本語訳待ってたのに。
日本語訳はもう日本語訳ができないですね、英語。
But an absolute bunch of legends surrounded by legends here in the arena, and I cannot wait to see the support they're going to be giving the players all weekend.
あ、これは多分あれですね。スイッチの方のやつを裏で流してるから声が聞こえてるだけで。
ああ。似てるやつは全然何も聞こえてない。
多分ノイキャンされちゃってるんだよね。ちなみに綺麗な映像はこっちで見れます、ね。スイッチ。でもちょっと遅延があるんで、こっちの画面で映ってるのはまた別だと思います。
まあでも若干の遅延なのか。
若干遅延。
そんなないよ。あと28分で。
聞いてんの英語。
For the weekend, I mean, I'm going to be looking towards the NA guys that are going to be competing, right? I am from NA myself, but there's been a lot of talks about some of these smaller regions showing up at the global championships. I mean, we got Brazil, Asia, Middle East, OCE here as well. Cannot wait to see how all of the action unfolds. Just 5 games for the upper bracket today. And as far as that goes, it's going to be very, very exciting. Kelly talked about it. It's a brand new format. Can't wait to see what the players do with it. For now, we got to go back to the desk. It's going to be Zeke and the crew.
Thank you so much, guys. We are getting closer to kicking off the competition. But what is that stake here? Well,
Just a little bit.
Good amount. Let's have a look.
Just a little bit. Of course, $1 million going to the duo that can walk away in that #1 spot on Sunday. But even just getting here.
75th place today will get, of course, $4,000 to split between the
一応だって世界で行ってる段階で全員には出るでしょ、まず。
That's an incredible sum of money. $500,000 for each of the winning duo. And of course, this is after Sunday's grand finals is where it's all going to go down. This is a huge prize.
It's a huge prize pool, but also it's a huge difference between first and second place. We saw at the Invitational how close it was between Seti, Ikumi, and Queasy and Vino. One decision changed their place between first and second. And that today, this weekend, is going to be a $350,000 decision as well as this incredible trophy that we're seeing right now.
リアルサイズ。抱えてたイメージあるね。
I mean, it's like the invitational
trophy,
but just that much crazier. Now,
多分さっき画質的に見られへんかったかな。1位100万、2位65万、3位40万、4位30万、5位20万、6位15万、7位12万、8位10万、9位8万からの10から15で5万、16、20で3万、21、25で2万。で、そこから適当に1万8000、1万6000、1万4000、1万2000、1万。で、51から75が4000。
最低1000ドル。
4000。
4000か。4000ドルもらえるのか。えぐいな。
でもこれ51から75ってあるから、どういうことだこれ75チームおるってことか。
5000万もらったらハス。本当だよね。本当だ。ドメちゃんスーさんからもらえな。いや
まあどうだろうな、ただスーパン引いたりしないからムキムキパパ1万5000全部ムキムキパパだからえぐい税払わないといけないんだよ。やばいよね。手伝ってもらわないと処理できないんだよ。
to today.
Yeah, I mean, after game number 3 of day 1 of Invitational,
なんかこの前と違うな髪型が。
Day 1の最初っつったのか。
すげえ。
あ、アジア。違うな、順番にか。Day 1とかの順番とか。もともとの。
ムキムキパパも映るんじゃないこの流れで。
2枚目のスライドの一番左下のところにあった。なんかノースアメリカのところデュオじゃなくて1人になってるのこれ。なんかそういうハイフンって名前の人なのかなと思ったけど違うな。
That's right, we will definitely be focusing on them, but more duos to highlight across this entire lobby list of players. Let's take a look at Suns and Anon from OCE. What can you tell me about these guys?
These guys are the back-to-back Major 1 and Major 2 Grand Final winners. Coming from OCE, as you mentioned,
試合何時からですか？あと22分らしい。配信で右下に出てる。あと20分もあるよ。待ち遠しいよ。
PC の席のところにさ、スタッフみたいな人がうろうろし始めたね。そうだよね。選手まだ座ってないから。
入場終わってないよね。
終わってない。
じゃあこの20分はもしかしてあと20分で選手入場ってこと？
可能性はある。
可能性あるね。
今はあれやから今やってるのは映画館で言うと映画泥棒のくだりやから。
そうなんだよね。正しく見ましょうみたいなそういうノリなんで今のところ。どうしても長かったらTwitter で募集したムキムキパパへのメッセージ1個ずつ見ていこうかなと思います。
For sure, Kelly, you said a duo. Please, Ivana. Why not talk about the other
日
side
本
of
での
that
税
coin?
金免除なんだ。マジ？じゃあまんま1億5000万もらえるの？マジ？
海外で税金払えば日本での税金を免除って書いてある。その租税上や。海外で税金払えばなのか。どうなの？
でもさ、日本円で払った方がさ、後じゃない
？I mean, knowing your POI and the ins and outs is so pivotal, and we see that in this moment at the Invitational, why that made such a difference, why Queasy and Vito didn't know that you couldn't build a wall there, and that's what separated them from success and failure. And I think they kind of got a little taste of their own medicine, because in Major 3, we saw them have a little, or I'm sorry, Major 1, they had a kind of a rough start, getting 23rd place right there. In Major 2, though, they got 5th place. And then in Major 3, getting 4th place, top 5 in 6 of the 12 games.
Yeah, and as you can see, they're landing
俺もおしんこの匂いでずっと周り。
ポップコーンって何？映画館みたいになってる。
ポップコーンも
something we haven't seen from them since Major 1 this year. They didn't have a great major, as you said, Kelly, but for them, they've been practicing a lot for the moment, and even they've actually been practicing their drops in Geocache Cups at Kenjutsu Crossing.
Oh,
Kenjutsu Crossing. It's going to be a better. Yeah, so I wonder why they could be practicing their drop at not their drop spot.
Probably no reason. There's probably no way that matters in any way, shape, or form. It's probably gonna happen. At least we hope. Even just a single time. Now the beauty of being here in this setting is that we have the players standing by. We can actually talk with them. And who better to do that than none other than Frankie, who is standing by right here, right now, with none other than the man himself, Seti.
Yes, I am. I'm very excited. To be honest, I'm quite nervous, and he is cool as a cucumber because this man is no stranger to success at an international land. Seti, is this bringing back memories of the Invitational?
This is definitely bringing back memories. We're here to make some more.
Was that the best moment of your life lifting the trophy in rally?
Yeah, 100%, and I'm ready to make another one.
How do you top that?
I
guess we have to see.
So tell me about this year, because it feels like you guys have been on an upwards trajectory. And you've had to adapt your play style from just being low ground to sometimes actually challenging for
こ
high
の
ground.
間、アプリ選考つけるのに、ライター借りてつけようと思ったら、昔と違ってさ、なんか安全装置があるのか、子供に押させへんようにしてるのがめちゃくちゃ硬くてさ、その、押し込められへん。子供の時って硬いながらも普通にその、カシュってこの摩擦でするタイプじゃないやつじゃなくて、もう簡易的になったカチッてするだけのやつ、ボタンを押すだけのやつって昔もっと軽かったんよ。子供の手で簡単につけれるぐらいに。今なぜか知らんけどめちゃくちゃ硬くて、でしかも押してる最中にブオーって言うからさ、うわ、これ出てるやんって思いながらめちゃくちゃ。いや、
痩せてないっすね。これ痩せてんじゃなくて、角度と俺の化粧です。死ぬほど影入れてるから顎が。
I think if you ask a lot of people, they would say yes. I mean, the type of
痩
players
せ
they are, the
痩せ化粧してんの。
their sort of mindset towards the game, very, very cool. You saw it in that interview, very, very cool, very, very calm and collected.
試合開始は4時半から
5時の間です。
向こうだとってことでしょ。
ってことなんで、
1時とか12時だよね。12時ぐらいだよね。長いね。
The top 25 from today will go straight to day 3 in the grand finals. The players that in that bottom 25 will go to day number 2, where players from the last chance major are waiting.
長いね。
これやばいですね。みんな
私寝てたらごめん。
布団に入りながら見ていただいても
全然いいと思う。
ほんとほんと。目覚めたらまだやってるってパターンだよ。
とりあえず選手入場はちゃんとカメラに収めたいですね。
ムキムキパパさん本当に応援してますので、
You want to get rid of that mindset. Make sure you do it
ありがとう
now.
ございま
Make
す。
sure you're qualifying right here.
喜んで
You
ま
want to get it done early. You don't want to leave it till tomorrow if you can.
本人が
Especially
一番
because all of these
緊張してるだ
duos
ろ
have
うし
been
ね。
preparing for
そ
this
う、本
day.
当に。
In day 2, it's
この3
25
日
new duos
間
that
眠れ
they'll
て
be
ない
facing
説あるからな。
against with drop spots that they aren't too sure of. So that is
写
definitely
真
going
め
to
ちゃく
throw
ちゃ楽しそうやった
a
けどな。
wrench in some
めちゃくち
things.
ゃ楽しいと
And
思う。
also, a lot of these
た
duos
だ
are used
ね
to having a day 2 to kind
前
of
日
prepare
の
and
リハー
research
サ
what
ルが
we're
なん
really
か
getting
機材トラブル
from
で
these series here.
ちゃんとでき
Yeah,
な
and I
かっ
like that
た
you
ら
guys
しい
talk
か
about
ら
this day 2, 25 new teams. There's just so much to track of,
まあそこはちょっと
especially
心
when
配
you
だよ
have
ね。
things like the points, right? We have 65 points for the
な
victory
んか
royale.
試合じゃないところ
Every
緊
elimination
張
is
して
worth
ほしく
4
ない
points,
な、
and
と
we
りあえず。
cannot forget those all-important
あ、これが
mid-match
今
objectives.
回のあれらしいです
Yeah,
よ。
mid-match objectives obviously been recently introduced to the game.
ポイ
They've
ン
already
ト
had a
の
new dynamic to the
計
game.
算
Of
方
course,
法
we
ら
had
し
the
い。
forecast towers worth
25位
3
から
points, and of course the
2
Rim
ポイントず
Island
つ入
worth
っていきます。
15 points. It's an absolutely huge
そうだ
sum.
ね。
A lot of
フィ
players
ル
will
コが
actually sort of dictate
まあ
their
でも
play
と
style
にかく
around
1
those
桁
mid-match
順位は
objectives.
ずっと
But
狙
with
っていき
that,
たい
either
よ
we
ね。
see teams going
ム
mad
キム
and
キ
making
パパっ
almost
て
their
ドカンっ
gameplay
てビックロイし
personality
て
going
キルいっ
for
ぱ
high
い取って
every
っていう
single
チーム
game.
じゃな
And
く
even the
て
drop spot choice
順位
for
ポイント
forecast
が
towers for some teams, that's
堅実な
absolutely
感じ。
vital.
そう
Yeah, and it's not just
大
the
体
points
全
they're
部
going
初
for.
動
The
してしなけれ
forecast
ば
tower
終盤まで
gives
行
you
ってきてから順位
forecast.
入
It's
る
an
知らしなんで
absolutely incredible thing to have in the
ま
game,
あ
knowing where every zone is
そ
going
う
to
そう
be,
そう
getting those
海
early
外的
rotations,
にもやっ
putting
ぱ
yourself
安
in a
定してるよう
high
なム
advantage
ーブしてるはずなんで
position and grabbing those
ぜ
storm
ひ
surge
頑張
tags.
って
I
ほしいっ
can't
て
wait to
感じ
see
で
how these teams utilize it.
初動ちょっとかぶり気味なのがな難しいとこだけどそこさえ乗り切ってしまえば結構どうにでもなるような感じなんなら1位狙えるからね
いや、ここでビクロイしたら熱いね。
いや熱いさすがに熱い
泣いちゃうかも
ビクロイはえぐいね
At the spot you land, you have another team with you. It's kind of like 50-50%.
なんかその
You survive. You need to be lucky, get the right
最終的な目標では1桁入ってほしいけど3日目最悪最低でも今までのアジア勢の順位超えてほしいね最終順位は多分20位とかその辺だよね日本とかカーレットとかじゃなかったっけか昔20位とか入った時とりあえず1桁入ってほしいな
And we're contested by Akron and Cold. We're probably just gonna try eliminate them as fast as possible.
いい波に乗れば1位いけると思うけど
そうね、ちょっと
簡単なことじゃないからね、やっぱり EC は。
なんかアジアのグラファだとさ、やっぱりチームとかそういうところで対抗意識みたいのが出てくるじゃない？そこでまあ1番2番って決まっていくから。でもこう世界までもう出てくともうアジア全体で頑張っていかないと今後のアジアの賞金金額も上がらないし。
そうなんだよ。
やっぱ強いところをちょっとアジア勢で見せなきゃね。
上に上がれば賞金も増えるし、枠も増える可能性があるから。
そうそうそう、枠も増えるから。前より増えたもんね。
やっぱその Day2 があるから、そのおかげ若干出る人は増えたよね。出れる人。
だよね、一応だって、ムキパパとかアッパースタートやから。
そう、2日目。まあ、こけちゃっても2日目出れるから。
LCQ、上がり組が確かルーザーズスタートやったもん。
まあちょっと2日目スタートだとかなり緊張するだろうからね。まあ、ここ1日目戦えるのはだいぶアドバンテージだと思うけどね。
会場慣れできるからいいよね。
多分ね、回線とかも重いと思うんだよね、普段より。
そうだね。
PC のスペックは聞いてないからわからないけど、だいぶきつい。配信でも重いとか言ってたからな、やっぱり。
After watching your major 3 winners interview on FNCS, that you didn't care about winning here.
I mean, like being contested, like it sucks. Like I was
この
contested
テン
like
ションでずっと配信していくのちょっと辛すぎるな。
like you can't really do anything about it. But like
5
when I
時間
heard I
あ
was
るん
coming
だ
to
よ、この
Copenhagen,
さ、
like
待ち時間がさ、しんどす
I'm
ぎ
not
る
gonna lie,
わ。
I'm here to find a girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? The Danish girls are here. They're pretty beautiful. So.
Can I keep your eyes on the prize though? Because there is a trophy out there. You're going to go and have a date with it in a moment. So you have a think about what really matters in life, and I'll give you a hint. It's Fortnite, and I'm going to come back to Thomas because I want to know why you're so devoted to dropping it racetrack.
I mean, we've been learning that the entire year, so we wouldn't just drop like it would be done. So we haven't practiced anything else. So
さっき問題が発生しましたぐるぐるみたいになったけど。
あ、でもそれを
それもそう。
it's been ups and downs, but
なんで今この大事な時に。
俺普通にできるで。
さっきまでできたんだけど、いきなりできなくなった。
世界大会近づいてツイート急に出過ぎたんじゃね？
俺ないや。あるんかな。
ワンチャンありそうだけど、そういうの。処理できてないってある。
It's gonna be 50-50 on the slope truck every game. So I mean, Canada haven't touched the game for 4 days, so.
I played this morning for like 2-3 hours. I'm feeling good. My finger's looking good, so I'm looking good.
And just one more question, how long did you play this morning?
3万人しか
I
見
didn't
て
play
ないん
this
だ
morning,
け
but I played like all week, so.
YouTube は
He's fresh, he's warmed up, and I'm excited. Let's head back to the desk.
Kanata, always the jokester that he is. This is an off-spawn fight we will be seeing happen at the racetrack. Obviously, Kanata, coming off a recent win, does hold the Axe Champions, going up against Thomas HD, someone who has yet to get a win. What can we expect from this head-to-head fight?
This head-to-head is going to be very, very exciting. I mean, we've seen Malibu and Thomas HD. They're actually contested in Major 2 by Tucson Putrick, and they actually still managed to get a 3rd place. They were kind of half-splitting the POI at that stage, so I think they might sort of do the same maybe if it's on day 2, but day 1, they still have tomorrow to go. I think it's going to be all out 50-50, as they mentioned. They've got to go for it.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different story for Kanata and Agers, who when they were contested in Major 2 got 12th place. They were unconned of 4th. They walked away with their first FNCS win. And a lot of that was due to their loot path. They being able to quickly loot up the entire rotate quickly for an early tower to get those surge tags. But I think there's a possibility to split racetracks. There's great metal on the west side, and then you have that 4
私も疲れるから大変とか言ってたけど絶対置いてるよね。なんか前の椅子の上とかさ、これなんだろう。
あれさ、なんか胸につけるとか頭につけるやつをちょっとつけてもろて。
And I'm sure for a lot of fans in here, for a lot of fans are all over Denmark.
早く入
So
場
we
して
see
く
them
れ。
feeling like this is Thomas's destiny, right? Hasn't won an FNCS yet.
ちょ
And
っ
what
と
better place, what
キズ
better
ナ君ちょっと
time
せかして
to
き
do
て
it now?
入場してって。
Thomas just
頼む
is
ぜ
regarded as
こ
one of
の
the best
このさなんか
mechanical
校長先
players
生
in
の
the
話みたいだ
world.
よね。
Teamed up with Malabuka, who's regarded as one of
と
just
長
the
い無
best
駄に。
players in the world.
いやでもこれ知ってる現地におれへんからそんな気持ちになってんねんね。
Let's keep this
なんか
conversation
現地にい
going.
る
Let's
と
talk
き
about
は
both duos.
緊張しすぎてめっちゃ早く
Relentless
感じる。
Gamer up against
一瞬だね
King.
やし横でなんかいろんなところほら見て回れるからこのうわ客あそこに。
That King.
下手したらだってさ観客の中に同じような感じで出れてないけど有名な人も来てるやろうからそうそうそうテイラー君みたいな感じ
Getting it unconned in Middle East. Everyone in Middle East is just feeling like, you know what? Yeah, let's just let him have it. He's the king of this area. But King himself has been actually contested by another duo, and they don't seem to be fighting. They seem to just sort of be splitting the POI a little bit. So I'm interested to see how this dynamic works between them both.
I like that you're talking about the dynamic differences that we see because both of these duos here also have a lot of similarities. Both of them back-to-back champions in Major 2 and Major 3 for their respective regions. But I love that you talk about Kyle Gamer and how respected he is because he might be one of the most studious players that we have ever seen in Fortnite. Comparable to players from just any region from around the world. And again, Relentless Retreat is a splittable POI, but what I'm interested in seeing is that it takes about a minute to be able to get down into the vault with specific POIs, and whichever team is able to get down there first is probably going to have the upper hand.
And I'm really glad you mentioned that because I was actually speaking to King. Yes, I get to speak with all the players. You know, we all get on. But yeah, me and King, we were speaking. We were actually watching them scrim, and they were actually trying to practice the quickest route to that mythic vault. It shows how much they're going to prioritize that.
いややっぱだから腹から出てないんだね。
It's absolutely valuable.
Well, you've heard our thoughts on it, but why
200
don't
だ
we
った
hand
ら
it over to Frankie, who
それでけえわけだわ。
それでけえって
俺ちっちゃくなってんじゃない
それでけえわ。あれやろゲームとかなんかした時に聞こえへんからっつって200とかにしたんやろ。2年ぐらい前の2年前のエイペックスの時とか。
ああ懐かしい。
なんでゲームすると声大きくなんだろうね。
ゲーム音が耳に入ってきていて。
これはあるわ。ゲーム音に合わせて声でっかくなる。
あれ
聞こえてないと思っちゃう。
ヘッドセット組誰？イヤホンはヘッドセット。多分イヤホンよりヘッドセットの方が声大きくなると思うんですよね。密閉型やと。
Are you gonna put your money where your mouth is later though? Because you are dropping at the same spot as him on Relentless Retreat.
733だっけ。めっちゃいいんだよね。軽いんだよねめちゃくちゃ。
軽い。頭痛くならない。
俺あれや。
ワイヤレスなの？
ワイヤレス。スーさんも同じじゃなかったっけ？
そう、最初スーさんのスーさんで住んでる時に
書い
てよかったそうよかったんだめっちゃ。
スーさん住んでた時っていうパワーワードな。そうそうそう。俺ら知ってるから全然知ってたからあれやけど、これ多分初めて聞くしょってなるから。
住んでたん
なんで住んでたんですか？
昔住んでた家の回線が、まあ今もか。まあ実家か実家に住んでた時の回線の線を猫に噛みちぎられて1年間回線つながらなかったんですけど、その時期に最後の方2ヶ月スーさん家に住んでましたね。ゲームやってたっていう。
ゲームするためにね。
めっちゃ居候だったよね。
久々のこのパンツ洗ってあげたってこれガチで俺がパンツ洗ってましたんで。ガチで俺のパンツ洗ってましたね。しかも毎日コンビニの焼肉弁当を食べてた夜中にスーパーのお金で。
I'm really looking forward
ス
to
ー
the
さんも
fight.
さ、あの
Hopefully
時
the end
結
will be
構
in the
朝方まで
8-8
起き
for
てたん
both
だ
of
よ
these
ね。
players rather than at the
多
Relentless
分ね、まだ
Retreat.
ね、
Thank you so much, gracias, and Shukran. Thank you so much for talking to me, Cal Gamer. We will see what happens between these two and their duo partners when they drop on relentless retreat in just a few short moments.
So they can't both be bad.
They just have no respect for each other.
アマプラとかで
No, mate. You
暗
know,
殺教室の一緒の映画を見て一緒にご飯食ったりして
Of course, just some friendly trash talk, right? As we prepare for the
もう朝方だよね。もう朝ぐらいになった
I
時
guess
に
they're
出
both
だ
in
す。
high spirits. That's
最
kind of
悪だ
what
っ
I
た。
think.
絶対ダ
They
メ
get
だ
each
よ
other's
ね。
head, aren't they? Really, that's all it is.
Yeah, sure.
I was like, I don't even want to. You know what?
今
That's
は
fine. That's
も
that'll
う
do.
その時から
That'll
ね
do. Guys,
高
we
校
actually
生
have
じゃ
something
なく
very
なってますから。
special lined up, and we have a remote interview with the man, the myth, the
あれもう
legend
2年
himself,
ぐらい
my
前に言っ
oldest
たよね。
friend in the world,
そう
Cypher
2年
BK
経つ
Cypher.
の
I don't know if
2
you can
年
hear
も
it,
経
but the crowd
つ
is
の
going
エー
absolutely
ペックスで
ham
も
right now.
がちょうどできた時に俺だってスーさん
I'm
聞いた
doing
の。
great. I'm glad to
そう
be
な
here
の
for
か。
the
最
FNCS
初の顔合わせ
World
だって
Championship,
俺
even though it's
スー
remote.
さんに
I'm
隣
excited
に
to
起こされ
watch a
て
ton of Fortnite this weekend, and I
その
am
まま参加して
personally
たから
rooting for Clicks and Epic Whale. I want to see Clicks get his first FNCS championship.
That is
そう
amazing.
そう
Dude,
あの
how's it been? Like, obviously, you've been watching,
そ
right?
の
We've seen
名
all of
前の
these
方は多分合ってるか分か
duos
んない
just
け
kind of
ど
grow and evolve over
あ
the
の料理
year.
人
What
じゃ
are
ない
your
の料理人
expectations for the competition?
料理人
I mean, I want to see a repeat of what
美味しかった
happened
な
at the
そこで初めて
Invitational.
カニ
Just
鍋
like a
食べた
super intense, like
そうなん
first
だ
and
スーさんちで
second
う
going head to
ん
head in the last match. I think we're gonna see something, and we're
す
gonna
げえ
see
リア
some
ルタイム
early
やん。
drop fights and whatnot. But
リアルタイ
when
ム
I
だ
was
よ。
there at the Invitational, it was just
こんばんは。
electric.
こんばん
You
は。
know, it was gonna get here.
リアルタイムだよ。
How crazy was it back in Invitational, right? Kind of the first time we'd had a land
あ
like
春が
that,
いな
and
く
now
な
we're
ったあ
back,
そう
but
だ
the
っけ
stakes feel so much
あいや
higher.
春に
You
い
talked to a
たん
bunch
だ
of players. What were they kind of feeling
なん
at
か
that
抱っこ
time?
拒否したんだっけななんか
I mean, everyone is always a little nervous before the
あと3
tournament,
分
but I think
え
once
キズナ
that
君
battle
の
bus, like, it's game time,
え
and the
あ
stakes
違
are
う
really
違う
high.
ス
I
ー
mean,
さんの
what, this
赤
is
ち
like
ゃんを
the biggest
あと
prize
3
pool
分って出
possible
た。
since World Cup. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like $1
わ
million
ざわざ
for
メモ
the
で
first place
送
duo.
って
That's
くれるっていう。
that's a
優しすぎる。
life-changing amount of money.
あと
So I
3
think
分
なんかもう次回会った時は
it's
さ、
gonna be
消せる
intense.
ホワ
It's
イ
gonna
ト
be
ボード
insane.
みたいなのあるじゃん。
Yeah, absolutely.
Ah,
I mean,
didn't
for those
あ
of
れ
you
持ってっ
or them
て
out there
消し
that
て書
don't
く
know who
み
you
たい
are,
な。
can you tell us a little bit about who you are? Because I want everyone in the world to know about you.
すげえ会場。
I mean, I'm a
めっ
very
ちゃいい
big
よね。
Fortnite
熱
fan.
い。
I've been playing it since the very
ああや
beginning.
って見てるんだ
I
ね。
was honored to be among the Icon series last year, and it's just I'm
みんな
still
は
loving
外
this
人
game,
し
and
かいな
I'm
い。
super excited
みんな
to see what you guys have cooked up for
で
the
この
last
カ
couple
メラ
months
の
this year.
下の
'cause
方はみんなその辺にうちの
it's looking
関係者
crazy.
で。
That's awesome. Cypher, where can all these new fans find you?
Cypher PK on pretty much any
スーさんから
platform.
3万もらっ
Awesome, man.
すいません。
お手足あげて俺のお世話のために
Thanks,
ス
y'all.
ーさんかわりさんに3万あげてんのかよ
Going
マ
crazy.
ジか
That's right. Y'all can go
ス
crazy
ーさ
for
んお土
Cypher
産で
BK.
く
He's
れ
a
ないかなあ
legend.
のパーカー。
あれツイートしてたのね
Y'all,
もうすぐなんか入場するっぽいぞなん
is
か
the
雰囲
best
気的に
crowd I think we have
雰囲
ever
気的に盛り上がってき
had.
た
And
まあ
that's
盛り上が
great
ってる
because
ぞ
we're
盛り
gonna
上がってき
see
た
next level Fortnite. I don't know that I'm like prepared for what we're gonna see this weekend.
I mean, I know the
私
crowd
さこ
already.
れ
I've seen a lot of
こう
cheering
いう
so
の
far.
さ、オ
There's
フ
a
ライン
group
大会
over
とか
there.
そうな
I
ん
think
だ
they're
け
from
ど、
Gentlemate from the
スタッ
from
フが
the
さ
French
盛り上げ
region.
る
They've
人たち
been
が
really
各
hype. You
ちょ
can
っと
see them
横
over
とか
there.
にも
There
い
you
るん
go.
だ
You
よ
can hear
ね。
it, but yeah,
そ
they're
こで入っ
they're
て
really
手
really
叩
hype. I'm
く
excited
と
to
か
see
さ、
all the other
はい
regions
バー
that
ッ
are
と
going to
騒
take
ぐとかって
part
いう
today. All
の
the
を
fans.
私
I'm
が
feeling excited.
前オフラインに出た時
I know
出たとか
that the
遊びに行った
fans
時
in
は
the
やってた。
audience are ready,
ありだね
but
そういうのやるの。
the players are ready.
みんな練習しますよ。で
That's
こうやって
right.
こうやってや
Well,
ったら
we
手
are not
叩いて
that
ください
far
みたいな。
away, so you've gotten our thoughts. Why don't we get the thoughts of our casters as we draw ever closer to the competition?
Yeah, I must say, especially after watching the head-to-head interviews there, that I'm feeling so good, and I'm looking forward to, of course, the competition portion of the contention that we're going to see on the
この
drops.
席より
And
後
what I
ろに
love
さ
the
何
most
段
too
ぐらい
is that
もう
it's
一
one
段
thing to
後ろ
know
か
your
ある
drop
のか
spot,
ね
but for all of
高さ
these
だってこれ
representative
中間ぐらい
regions,
だよ
you have to keep in mind it's the international competition, it's the global championship. So just knowing your drop isn't good enough because every region is going to have their own sort of flair for the competitive meta, and it's going to be a really interesting dynamic to see how some of these players choose to play because last saw some international competition. One thing where I think some of the other regions in general might have struggled with was the surge strategy. So I want to see how well that's been wrapped up to be brought here today.
Well, we know a couple teams aren't going to have any surge issues. It's those that, of course, are competing against one another, especially Kanata. Let's just back up here and really touch base about the problems that he's going to face
あれ
right
そっか
now.
でもあれか
Kanata
キズなん
and
か
Ager
俺入っ
are
た時
surely
でまだ
two of
こ
NA's best, right?
うなんぼや
And they have
2か1
difficult
ぐらい
task in front of
2か
them.
1
Thomas HD,
2年前だから
he's
2
really
かな。
honing in on the fact that he has been playing all weekend long, and he feels like Kanada's focus isn't quite there. Is that going to be the default?
まあ完全に公式の発表がだって4月とかやから入り出したのは全然2月後半か3月ぐらいやったから。
ちなみに俺2回行ってるからね、ちゃんと通算金夏と。
And all of a sudden, we are closing in on it. So let's go ahead and dim the lights.
これはなんか煙立ってる。すげえ。
Fortnite fam.
なんだこれは。
かっけえ。
Competition has led us here to Copenhagen. These players have fought through the FNCS gauntlet, 3 FNCS majors and a last chance major, all to battle it out here on this stage.
ムキパパ1位になってトロフィー持って帰ってきてくれへんかな。触りに行くわ。
But it's about so much more than just that. It's about holding the axe of champions high. It's about hoisting a championship trophy.
撮影してるな。誰だこれ。松田さんか。
But above all else, it's about a title that comes with the highest prestige. FNCS.
トロフィー生で見たいよね。
これテーラ君じゃないの？
これ多分テーラ君だと思う。
てかユニフォームもさいいよね。なんかあれって新しく作ったん？
あれは世界大会仕様だからスポンサーさんとかついてる。
上新さんハイビスさんのやつが入ってます
でしょ。あれいいな。
欲しいよ。ないよ。俺の胸には。
あれ欲しい。
俺のはないんですかって聞いたらないよって言われたもん。
肩とかにさ、
組だけだからね。
肩についてんのとかめっちゃかっこよない？やっぱああいうの。
すげえ。
めっちゃかっこいいぞ。
ライブみたいになってんじゃん。
すごいね。
おお。
みんな録画タイムだぞこれは。
すげえこれ。
ライトがすごいライトが。
そもそも会場のこのブルーの光がまずかっこよかったんよ
ね。キックボクシングとかのさ登場シーン
ありそう。
なんでキックボクシングなんそこ。
いやぽいなと思って。
なんかボクシングとかでもなくプロレスとかでもなくなんかキックボクシングなん。
キックボクシング。
めっちゃ始まりかっこいいんだけど。
これさ、
す
ごい。黙々ってドライアイスかな多分。
あ、こっちで作ってないなまだ。この下の方もくもくも。ドアップで映してくれるんかな。
いやかっこいい。
素晴らしい。
現地行きたくなるね。
現地も騒いでるね。
鳥肌やばいだろうな。
ガチで飛行機だけ死んだそう。
会場の依頼抜いちゃうから確かに言われてみれば黒と青だったわ。
確かに。
気ついてなかったん？
気づいてなかった。
俺写真の時にああぴったしやんけって。
いいね。
アッパーブラケットって
なんか言うとドローンじゃん。
あ、入場してきたで入場。
ほんとだ、入場してきた。ぼやけてるぼやけてる。
なんかもう少しピントが
ピントもやしテンションしてるんだ。
ボケて見えない。選手入場。
選手入場とかだったの？
選手入場。はい、横の画面でもお願いします。
はい、アップ。
はい、アップで見れる。
どこにいるんだろう。
メイクママ。おい、姉ちゃんのユニフォームを。
そうだよ、どこだ。
They're the forerunners of their respective regions.
And you think about it, they have the first chances, the first
パパを探せ。
パパを探せ。
これな、多分現地やったら全然多分見えると思うねんな。
これ最前列エグそうだなマジで。
Let's go, Copenhagen. Y'all went
この
absolutely crazy for the
資金
players.
4年
That
くら
is
い
what we
もう
are
入り終わっちゃっ
We don't
た
have this conversation without them, so y'all definitely feel free to
見
lose
えて
it
なかった
when you
か。
guys see them come out on the stage.
前みたいに一組ずつ
From major number
一組ず
one.
つ
There's
映し
so
てくれ
many
よ。
big names.
ドアップで見れると思ったのに。
Malabuka. That's we have eyes on.
ふざけてる。
Well, I mean, I heard a massive cheer.
Yeah.
And we're
どこ
hearing
に
it
座っ
right
てんだ
now.
ろうね。
ね、気になるね。
I wonder who they're cheering for.
じゃあ
Is it
見つけてるんやったら
Thomas?
指さしてほしい
I
な。
think it might well be because he is the
どこにいたか
Danish
わかるよ、もう。
man himself. What a
頑張れネイチャー。ムートさんありがとうございます。
smart.
あ
His
りがとう
aim
ご
is
ざい
at
ま
next
す。
level.
ム
And
キ
of
ム
course,
キパ
Pedro
パ
and
が
Malabuka.
全
This
力
is
で
a
頑張ります。
dangerous duo. Only bad thing.
わからない、わからないらしい。
So much skill in this duo that they should be able to overcome the problem.
オペラグラス持っていかなあかんな。
Being contested can be a little bit beneficial. We saw them have an incredible performance in Major
早
One,
く始
getting
まってくん
second
ないか
place
な。
and only losing by just
今やっ
a
と席
single
座ったから
point.
な。これ
They
さ
are、the
事前に
best
設定
team
と
to
かも
have
してあるのか
never
な。
won in FNCS, but I
多
think that
分
they
し
may
て
be
る
changing that
ん
this
じゃない
weekend.
That would be so
し
crazy.
てるんじゃないしててさ、もう全部デバイスも置きっぱでしょ。
Championship title. That would be
どうでもいいんやけどさ、この右側でくるくる回ってる FNCS の鍵みたいなやつをめっちゃ欲しいんやけど。
鶴橋ね。
チャンピオンアックスなんだよ。
あ
FNCS1 位取ったやつしか持ってないの、これ。
あ、これなんかめっちゃ鍵みたいやなと思って。
そうそうそう。これね、FNCS 勝つじゃん、1位で。次のシーズンも勝たないと返却されちゃうの、これ。
あ、何その、次、その、
継承されてくるの、そのシーズンの FNCS。
面白いな。
面白いよね。でもこれ持ってやってると絶対狙われるからみんな使ってる。
誰も持ってないもんね。
誰も持ってないからその地域で。
だってガチの1位やもん。
ガチの1位だから、そのシーズンの。
でも逆にあれじゃない、使っておくことで偽物が出てけえへんよ。
そうだよ。
確かに。
偽物が
Now,
出
of
ない。
course, that was a look at just the qualified players for Major Number One. We have 2 more to go. So please give a warm welcome
あ
for your
れ、
qualified players from Major
オ
Number
ノ
Two.
アックスやからオノか。なんかチ
なんか
ェックホルダーにして。
登場第2弾だ。来るぞ、ムスパパ。来るぞ、第2弾。
来るぞ。
第2弾なの？
来るぞ。
おい。
Perform to the best of their capabilities.
お前じゃない。
My oh my, what a destructive time it was.
メキパパ。
来るぞ。
来るぞ、来るぞ、メキパパ。ちゃんと見ろ、みんな。大事。来た。これ、今のジャイモンさんだ。今のジャイモンさん。今ジャイモンが通った。近くにいないかな。
ああ、ここ観客じゃなくて。
そっちじゃない、そっちじゃないよ。
そっちじゃない、そっちじゃない。
メキパパ、
選手にして。
映ってないぞ。あれ次かな。第3ウェーブあんのかな。
第3来る？
第3ウェーブあんのかな。お父さんと子供みたいな身長さ。やばすぎ。
運動会の気持ち。
運動会の気持ちは。
第3ウェーブあんのこれ。
第3ウェーブあんのかな。
I believe that's a grand finals lobby. There's still
一体ど
more
んな
seats to
順
be
序で出て
filled,
るかわ
but
から
as
ない。
we focus in on the qualifiers for major number 2.
ページベの刀シーズンやばかったな、ぶっちぎりで。
入場したらお手洗いに行こうと思ったのにさ、入場してこないからお手洗い
全然入場しない、本当に。
ちょっと。
早くもうマッチを見たいのにさ。
本当だね。
頼むよ。配信始めてから1時間経ってるよ。
one of the best teams in EU. I think that's without doubt number 1, number 2, number 3, one of those 3 because these guys are absolutely incredible. We saw in major number 2.
出場決めた試合。
6 victory royales.
今でもこう覚えてんねんけどさ、あれガチであれ順位伸ばしたからいけてるやん。
そうなんだよね。もう結構ギリやったからな。
そう。上位組が早めに落ちて、すっげえ早く落ちて上位組が。
噛み合ったからね。
で、確かムキパパが先落ちちゃったんよね。最終ウェーブあたりで。
伸ばしたいのな。
そう。あれガチですごかったなって。
すごいな。パパ、頼むで。あ、第3ウェーブ来そうじゃねなんか。
There are so many big names. We have
席まだ埋まってない。
to
埋まってないらしいよまだ。
まだ
これ大ファンウェブ来る
now
と。
kind of focusing in on NA Miro.
今度こそみんなツイッチかなんかちゃんと YouTube かなんかでちゃんと姉ちゃんツイート用にスクショしといてね。
すごい難しくないそれ。
いや、そら PC で見ながら携帯があれば。
携帯でスクショしなきゃ。
言ってる本人がやりなさい。
俺はまあちょっと配信やってるんで。
多分第3で終わりぐらいだと思うんですけど、ね、どうする第4、第5ってなったら
長すぎ。
それは長すぎ。
めっちゃやるやん。
パチマさんやってくれる？ありがとう。したら、なんかアルミさんか誰かに送っといてください。
いやー、マジで公式配信の
みんな考えてるぞ。
公式配信公式配信綺麗ね、これ。
これ綺麗よ。
私もやる、絆好きで。それスクショっす。それスクショっすね。
来るぞ。
あ、来てるぞ。
来るぞ。
どうだどうだ。
現地が今来てるから、ちょっと経ったら。
最初に出てくるのすごいな。あ、右と左
始まった。公式の方始まってね。
右パパ。どれだ？
わかんない。
ちょっと待って、これなんかまた出てこないパターンなんじゃないの？大丈夫？
これ今誰だ？今日本勢どうだぞ一人。
いや、よう分かったな。
あ、右パパ。打ったぞ。
いいね。
取れたかな？私も取ってみたけど。
言ってったぞ。結構後ろの方やから。もうちょっとなんかやってくれよな。何もやってくれなかった。ただ通り過ぎただけだと。
一応カメラ目線だったんじゃない？
ちょっと恥ずかしがってきただろ。爪痕残ったよ。
相方手挙げてくれてんのに。
あ、本当だ。シェロンさんは
ちょっと下向いてたぞ。ちゃんと爪痕残してくれ。頼むよ。これ全員出揃いましたかね。
多分もう揃ったんじゃない？
いやー、ここからですよ。頼みます。明日には行かないでほしいな。
頑張ってほしいね。ちょっと一瞬離席しますね。
試合始まる前に結構疲れてきてるからさ。しっかりしてほしいよ。
Yeah, this is it. This is our lobby. I mean, we haven't spoken about yet.
これめっちゃいいとこで撮れたで。
The man himself.
お疲れ。
The World Cup winner. How many times have we said World Cup winner? Do I say anything reminded at this stage? World Cup winner?
シェロンさんが手上げてるところで撮れてる。
いいね。
すごいいいとこで撮れたね。ムキパたちの後ろのデュオなんかすげえ某日本の YouTuber 界の神みたいな感じのサングラスしてる。
なんかボイパ得意そうですね。
確かに。
ゆかたこんばんは。もうさっき通っちゃったよ。ちょっと巻き戻してムキパパの勇姿を見てください。歩いてきてました。つい1分ぐらい前戻ると第3ウェーブで登場するところから見れると思うんで、よかったらムキムキパパを見てください。
All of us just feel and expect such greatness from them. Now the question becomes, how do they perform on land?
Yeah, the Canadian duo here. A lot of people had a lot of
expectations
going into Major 3. Donda's the best team in NA at that time. Didn't quite live up to that first place, but still managed to get a third place overall. Lots and lots of high players. We haven't seen them perform on land yet, so this is going to be a very, very big test for them. Will they live up to that hype? Will the weight lay on their shoulders a little bit and maybe put a little bit too much pressure on them? I'm not sure, but either way, they have the talent.
I mean, you're talking about third place in Major 3, but I don't think that paints the full picture because because in Major 1, they also got a 3rd place. In Major 2, their worst performance was 4th.
Yeah.
They have the best placement between all 3 majors than anyone else here. And they're going to be landing in the gas station, which is a great split POI. So I think they might be the king of NA for today.
What about the kings of OCE? Could that be Worthy and Alex? I had an opportunity to meet Worthy, such a sweet guy.
Yeah.
But Alex is pretty widely regarded as the best player in OCE.
なんかみんなありがとう画像。パ
And
ッチ君とタビちゃんありがとうございます。
In Major 3 Grand Finals, Alex on his own had more eliminations than 33 teams had eliminations. So him as a solo is outperforming some duos, which is absolutely insane. A big thanks to Coach Timmy for that stat, because that is just showing how good these guys can be when they're on this big stage, when they're in those grand finals, they do not crumble under pressure.
さあ、キズナ君のこの左画面に映ってるやつをちょっと切り抜いてほしいな。
コメント？
コメントの下にキズナ君
映ってるね。
そうそうそう、そこをほらさっき言ってたキズナ付きでっていうのを
絆付きが来てるよ、送られてきた。
ちゃんとそこ切り抜いて公式につけたら完璧や。
How much does even just this going down to 5 games change everything?
I mean, it changed everything, particularly if you are contested. If you lose on
FNCS
spawn, that's a fifth of your games
武器のさ、この図形縦とかの中に文字を崩して入れてるっていうのが好きすぎて、ちょっとこの FNCS みたいな、そうこういうデザインが好きすぎて、マジで刺さってるから欲しいな。キーホルダー売ってくれへんかな。
ワンちゃん売ってそうだけどね、これ現地なら。
売ってそう売ってそう。
じゃあリクエストすればあったら買ってきて。
あったら買ってきて。
みんな欲しいよね。
ディズニーとかでさ、行った時に25周年とかの時に鍵あってさ、こういう当時小6ぐらいの時に。
ペイソンこんな感じだったっけ？
I mean, Tayson widely regarded as the GOAT of Fortnite. However, there's a big however. Okay, he's yet to do it on LAN.
急にいいとも始まったよ。
On this massive stage. So a lot of people would say he's the online GOAT, which I
わかんのキズナ君。
100%. He's won so many FNCS across different games.
わかるよ。ちゃんと地デジとかアナログの変わるとこ見てたよ。
ちゃんと髪切ったでいいと思ってわかった。
それはわかんない。それはわかんない。
Yeah, and we're talking about Tayson, but Mustache is also an incredible player in his own right. But
あと何分
there
か
is
やか
a
な。
thing such as tournament jitters, and Tayson definitely seems to have an issue with that, being in front of all of these people, thousands of people on stage is a little bit different than playing at home in front of your own setup and everything. But I think with the right preparation, they've had a lot of opportunity to practice leading up into this.
ジャケットでなんかジャケットなんかなかなんかで上新マーカーとか背中にあったよね。なんかあれは何なんやろ。あれユニフォーム
It's easy to say at home, I made a mistake, I'm out, okay, let me
か
just get
な。
up, walk
なん
around.
かジャケットっぽい感じので、そう一瞬立った時に
I think it depends
ちらっ
on
て
the
見えた
players
から。
in the team. When you have someone like Nada, which if you guys haven't had the opportunity to watch the Major 3 playback of him, where essentially the entire time he's just screaming, Agers! Agers! I think having mentality like that, even when you're down, is such a big deal. You hear a lot of players, what's a big part of your success in winning this major, that major, and a lot of them will say keeping their head in the game, even when going down, just talking about what
一旦様子見。
一旦ね、あ、撮ってる。スクショしてるっぽい。
本当だ本当だ。You're at a different desk. Everything's a little bit different. A chair potentially is a little bit different as well. So everything is almost alien to you from what you're used to. You can't just get up after that and relax in the living room. You have to stay in this area, and that's what can add to the pressure. You're in this area, you're in this zone.
それはちょっと問題ですね。俺が出てるみたいになっちゃうんで。
I wanted to ask a question here. So obviously the bottom 25.
鑑定ちょっともうちょい
Okay. So if you're one of
ち
these
っちゃくなっとい
find
て。
yourself in the bottom 25. let's say they
もうちょっとして
reveal some kind of strategy.
そう、頑張って縮こまっといて、こう、
Is
キュ
that
ッて。
bad going into lower bracket?
ダ
Is
メ
there
だな、
some
俺
kind of
もう肉
advantage
ム
or
チムチだからこれ以上
disadvantage?
小さくなれ
As
な
I
い
said
よ。
earlier, I don't think you should be aiming or hoping that you get in the lower bracket. It's not something that you
頑張
want.
って
You
そ
want
の
to
ム
be
チ
getting
ムチ引っ
into
込め
the
とい
grand
て。
finals
キュ
today.
ッ
Now,
ダイエ
if
ッ
you
ト
do
し
end
な
up
きゃ
finding yourself in there,
3ヶ
I
月
think
く
it's
らい。
definitely change. I think tonight's going to be a
3
very
ヶ月でいい。
important night for these teams
い
that
や、
are
俺は
going to
3
find
ヶ月
themselves
で
in
痩
that
せ
lower
るとま
bracket
だ
because
思
there
って
will
る。
be 25. And
や
I
って
think
ない
that's
けど
going to
思って
play a
る。
big
俺は
part
ま
because
だ。
then they'll start to figure out where
や
are
って
you
ない。
dropping,
実
where's
際、でも
our
一
loot
人
box
暮らし
going to
始
go.
めてから若干痩せた。
あね。
若干なんか、
It's time.
ストレス痩せみたいになった。
For this first game,
やらなあかんこと増えるしね。
そうそうそう
I
そ
want
う
to。hear from our casters
前み
to
たい
prep
に
us
夜
before
起き
game
る
number
生
one.
活じゃないからね。
Thank you so very
ム
much,
キ
Zeke.
パパシェロンウ
Find
ィ
your
ン。
seat on the battle box.
ナイ
Find
ス
your
ラ
seat
スト
in
バー
the
スデー
arena
さん
here
ありがとうご
because
ざいま
we
す
are looking at
頼むから、
a
1
very
試合目から勝ってちょっ
contentious
となんか
drop map.
圧
I
か
know
け
we
てほしい
focused in
の。
on a couple of
そう
those,
ね。
head-to-head face-offs, but there are so
え
many
っと、なんやっけ、
more
6マッチやっ
battles
け、とりあえず。
5じゃない。お、なんか、みんなの顔が映ってる。始まったっぽいぞ、現地は。じゃあ、よもぎさんありがとう。また後で。はいはいはいはい、いいな、はいはいはい。見るよー。
会場めっちゃ盛り上がってる。
頼むムキパパ
now.
頑張れ。
言ってくれ。
Now we get to jump off and really take to the world
一応
and
今
see
見てる方に伝えておきますと、このマッチ全部終わってから次の試合に行くまで時間があると思うので、リプレイでムキムキパパたちの視点をリプレイで後から見たいと思います。
時間があるときに時間のあれね。
そうです。暇になっちゃうと思うんで、しっかり見ていきたい。
ってことはあれやんな、その時間分ぐらいは生き残ってもらわんとな。
初動から死んでもうた、一人。
誰？
誰だこれ？カナダ？今の視点。カナダってさ、こんなに胸近くやってるのつく。
お前すげえ。
ね、ぴったりくっついてる。だからこういうのさ、見るのいいよね。普段見れない
見れないからね。
プレイヤーさ、なんかたまにさ、えぐい角度の人おるやん。
いや、いるいるいる。おお、えぐ。周り深かった。
いや、これ結構いいぞ。
熱いな、熱いな。隣でハイタッ
チ。しかもこうやってすぐリプレイ入んの。
すごい。
ハイライト、うええぐ
いい追いエイムだ。
手プルプルだよな、これは。頑張れみんな。これユニフォームいいよな。パーカーっぽい感じの。俺もこれが欲しい、冬仕様の。
あるよね、うち。
あるけど、ユニフォームっぽくないじゃん。
ユニフォームっぽくはない。
ユニフォームデザインのが欲しい。そうそう。
これどっちの方がいいんやろうな、コメント。ほら、ログとかぶってるからさ。
何がコメント？
そう、コメント下にしてもいいんじゃない？
あ
傷なく。あ、でも下にしたら顔がかぶるか。難しいな。どこにコメントがいいんやろ。
てか、ディスコードのアイコン消えたな。まあいいか。
それはいいんじゃない？下は選手の顔があるから隠せないから。
And as for Nutty and Abzer, they seem to be just taking their time actually prioritizing some of the loot inside of Singler.
でもあれやで、そこ選手の顔にかぶっちゃうで。
ここだな。コメント。
Speaking about other things happening, though, I did see Baka, who is also contested up towards
the
northern portion of the map, get an exchange off there too. And here we get to take a look.
おお、素晴らしい。やっぱ左見ときたいやろ。
左のログは重要だね、何人登ってるか。
そう。やっぱキルログ管理しないと。
さあ、今現在やってます。これみんな知ってるかな、ちゃんと。今の EMP の弾を自販機に投げると金が生成されるので。
これね、スキルに使えるからね、お金でとか。
そうです。フォートナイトには拡張っていう、なんか、エーペックスとか他ゲーでいうアタッチメントみたいのが、スキルとして手に入るんですよ。一発のダメージが大きくなったりとか、自分の足が速くなったりとかあるんで、
It's definitely a very popular exchange. Teams will often fight it out. Slappy Shore is one of the
積極的に
major
取ってい
POIs
きたい
that
の
will
で、
just yield
すごい構成だね。
heals, of course, that you
いや
can
おそら
play
く、まあ、
off
これ
of and
は
bounce
あれだ
back
ね、
from.
この
Meanwhile,
テイソン
we're
の位
stacked
置なん
down
ですけど、
low.
手打ちしてタージを稼ぐために高い位置に立てて一人でダメージを稼ぎ続けると思うんですけど、そのために回復をたくさんする。もう一人は朝に行くみたいで、デイダスタンスってると AGS のデイダスステインがつってます。これさ、神手って引いてねこれ、デイダスタンだし、引いたでしょ。そんなことないどうしたのかな倒してる説あるかこれもしかして。あ、ジャイモンとユマさんだよ。これはサーキットとメガシティの真ん中ですね。はい。頑張れ、ロケットを持ってるね。ロケット競技では3回しか使えないけど、まあまあ持ってて損はない。
そうね、タイミング
個人的にはマジでクラッシュパッドメダだと思ってるんだけど、
今んとこいないけどね、でも持ってる人いそうだよね。
いや、クラッシュパッド結構強いと思うんだよな。こちらもロケット持ってますね。鼻かむ。
on their pre-planned loop pathing, not having to really worry about interference towards some of those rotations can make a big difference in positioning later on.
We'll talk about Acorn and Cole. Take a look here as they're moving out. They picked up their elimination. They're trying to see if they can single out the solo remaining, but nothing just yet. So not really getting greedy with the opportunity put in front of them, but instead banking that elimination. Remember, there's just 5 games, right? Only 5 games. You pop off in game number 1, and all of a sudden you're really set up for potential. Just seal top 25 for today, right? The goal is get to grand finals.
I mean, just think about the amount of sheer splashes that Acorn just had available for himself. 12 splashes to work with is a huge amount. They can definitely take their time in terms of finding those ideal movements in case they need a little bit of that slap effect to work with. Thoric, meanwhile, continuing to seek out a chest that might be left over, splitting there with bolts. Seems to have an idea of maybe looking over towards one of these forecast towers, maybe also keeping an eye out for that reboot van in the distance as well. For anybody that gets some ideas.
やばいこと思い出した。ラーメン作ってなくれた。やべえ。
In the distance, though, Sun's also not making it easy for anyone rotating through the valleys here. Now we have Fastroki and Kylie. Down at the western, southernmost area of the map here, split up from his teammate, looking to hold out a potential King, maybe rotating down at the bottom. It could be Cal Gamer there, but no, it is King in duo. And they have danger nearby. They've already exchanged between the two. You can see the passive standoff here. But these are fights that are so important. These are fights that you need to, at the very least, entertain for now.
ただこの辺はかなりね、物資というか場所もきつくて、ターズも取りにくい場所なんで、あんまりそこにいたくない。ビコがいるところがベストだね。
結構やっぱりこうキズナ言ってた通り、段上げて上から狙ってる人たち多いね。
多い。てかまあ正直、このレベルまで来ると上に来てるだけじゃそんなにダメージも稼げない説あるから、バカになんないんだけど、おそらくね、貯蔵庫かな出るタイミングでめちゃくちゃファイトが起こるから、その時にダメージを稼ぎきらないと割とヤバそうではある。おお、えぐー。なんだこのエイムは。一瞬顔出しただけで超溶けてるけど。
いやえぐいな溶け方。こんな行くんだ。
なんかコールされてるなんか。
音楽も急になってるし何？
ね、なんかやったんかな。みんなこれみんな配信見てる？
配信見てる。
ちょっと待ってね、ゴーライブするよ。
Breaking out for them just does not seem to be all that favorable.
Just
like for Snazy and Podesai, under quite a bit of pressure here. Snazy's gonna have to take some time now to actually try and regen. Some of that white HP, some of that shield as well.
あれ
Not
と
sure
置
if
い
he
てる
has
な
any members to work with, but Podesai, he's scouting the area.
ね、今これ画面に映ってるのジャイモンさんでね、
Of what exactly is surrounding
左下
them
の
just outside of
う
Rumble
ん
Ruins.
ジャイモンさん UW のユニフォーム着て
Look
る
at here. The community rallying for Podesai here. But a
ジャ
very
イモン
tough
さん
spot to be in
は
halfway
ファ
through
イ
the
ビス
material
さ
to
ん
hold
と
up.
か
We
プー
get
さんと
back
一
to
緒
the
に
fight
ね
here.
2
Baka
日目
Mars already had
ご
two
飯食べて
eliminations.
たんだけ
And
ど
another
め
team
ちゃくちゃいい子だったら
influenced
しい
them a little bit more as they were trying to get to the new safety. This next zone here, just a minute left before it starts to move again.
ムキムキパパだよ
In a
ね
pretty difficult spot here,
何が
digging deep into the trenches right
あ、
now.
映ってる。あ、
だよ
なんだろ
ね
う。そこにいる。
ムキムキパパ
だよねムキムキパパ頑張れ円外でちょっとしんどいと思うけど頑張れ
いやー待ってシロンさん押してんのか
あー、本当だ。
やべ
いい
え
ね
Of these players, all these teams, well, I say teams, but Papa
頼む
has a solo
クラッ
defense.
チしてくれでも白海は多分めっちゃ多いもう目の前にずっと今
多いね目の前にもある
水もあるし
もんね
Though Pars
た
and
だこの
Baka
対面は多分終わらせるんだうわやばいかわ
いや
pressure to
う
deal
わ
with. Sharptooth just
ー
enough
めっちゃば
to take him
1試合
out.
目落ちた
Easy elimination in the 2 versus
いやーこ
1
れ
scenario, but
多分無
again,
理やり対面っていうか多分レーザーされたんかなスナイパーかなんかで
結構きつそうだったもんね
うん見た感じなんか普通に対面で死んだわけじゃなさそうだったよね
He wasn't quite sharp and aware, but no, they are
恐ろしい
leading
ま
in
あこれは後
eliminations
ほどリ
right
プレイ
now.
見ます
Possibly picking out the competitors here today. So far, so good.
そして私は寝ます。
あお疲れ
お疲れさんっす。
Already on the move here. Trying to get situated. Queasy and Vino. Queasy actually hit the
いや
sniper
ーメキ
shot
パ
to
パ
open
死ん
this
で
one
もう
up.
たけ
Yeah,
ど
Vino
でもメキパパのことだから多分自分でリプレイ見てると思う
Surge
今
looking
頃
well.
見返してる
Not
う
good
ん
enough
そう
to
なんで止められたかと
conclude the
か見て
battle,
る
so
か
they're
ら
just
大
gonna
丈夫だと
move
思う
on over. But for Queasy and Vino, I mean, they'd be surely excited to see Cammy and Seti not make it.
I mean, they have to be at this point, given that they're still in.
まあちょっとどんなやられ方したか気になるから後でリ
Trying
プレ
to
イ行き
accrue
ましょ
some
う
points on
は
leaderboards.
い
私
And
は
now
ラー
taking
メン
his
食べま
time
す
right now with that suppressed sniper, seeing if he has an opportunity here, but
え
instead,
ぐ
no,
う
it's
わ
gonna be off in the
削られ
distance.
えぐいな
Truly
キャラ削られるのやばいよな
Queasy and
や
now
ばい
on top of
ね
this hill,
本
and
当に
スナイパーだろ
that's
こ
not the surprise
そう
party
だよ
that
ね
Menno was hoping
れや
for.
ばいよね
威力的にはスナイパーに見えるけどアサルトだよね打
Definitely
ち
under
方
some
的にも
pressure here. So they're not sitting the prettiest when it comes down to overall material, but all in all, they do have the great positioning here on the top of this mountain. Yep, Queasy's going to go and get on out of there. Picking up augments now as well, really trying to round out his advantage where possible. They're just going to have to rotate to greener pastures.
あジャイモンさんが
Giving Queasy's
ジャイモ
loadout
ン
as
さ
well.
んいるね
That first assault definitely going to come in handy when you've got
ただザゴーさんとかつってないよね
bonus damage
映って
always
な
comes
い
to us on that
っていう
first
か
shot.
見
And
逃
same
した
thing
か
as
もし
well
れないけ
with
ど
the
映
first
ってない気が
augment
す
that he
る
had rocking there with that gold sharptooth. So can definitely expect him, or then expect that there's a reason why Menno are looking to try and find those bamboozle opportunities. Not too surprising though to see teams still trying to collect as much brick as possible here. Karmi and Vanyak definitely wanting to acquire just a few more builds, but understanding the fact that with some of these teams starting to trickle in as zone continues to pull just further towards that mega city area, they're gonna have to be careful of the teams rotating from above them.
Yeah, and there are a couple late stragglers looking to make their way to the new zone. Meanwhile,
なかなかやっぱり円外から出てきたくても出れない人いそうだねこれ
Like the positioning so far, no reason to do anything too hasty just yet. Meanwhile, on the feed, Miro's taking his own damage to himself, possibly taking some fall damage, possibly being deep in the zone here, falling on a late rotate.
珍しいなこの
On the horizon here.
スキン使ってるやつレッドナイト
Yeah,
の
Miro has all of the
昔
influence
の
experience. He has the FNCS
やつ
titles under his belt, but his teammates. Let's pick it up.
スナイパーの弾はもう使い果たしています
Sphinx, look at the material count here. This is a
このチームはちょっと移動系がないのが辛いかポロの方も
coming into the mega city comes
フラッ
with
シ
its
ュパ
own
ッドも
risk,
持っ
but
てなか
there
っ
it
たし
is.
なかなかないね
Refarming material is going to be the
ない
name of the
ね
game for them.
ダンさんこんばんは
Meanwhile, securing the
こんばんは
island, Malabuka and Thomas HD.
マリブカ
A
さあさっ
huge,
き
huge gain
ね
here.
ちょう
If you, of
ど
course, can
見事
secure
なクラッ
this
チをしましたトーマス
with 15 points.
HD
You are the first to rip
HD
the
消えて
island.
るトーマス
Go
の
ahead and convert.
ヒロイッ
And
ク
it
になった
definitely
ね
seems as though Malabuka and Thomas are initially going to be
クラッシ
successful.
ュパッド
Not
ブ
sure
ロ
if
ック
these
持っ
other
てます
teams
ね。
that are
クラッシュパッドのいいところは、
actually then will have a
一人
chance
で
to
済むん
catch
ですよ
up
ね、
in
持ってくのロケットと
time.
違って。
Aluka Thomas still holding
前
down
の
the
先頭のやつは
point.
使えば、そう、後ろからついてくるから、
あ
Gotta be aware of the
なるほ
fact
ど。
that
どうして
まあ、
も
壊されちゃうかもしれないけど。
一緒に移動すればいいの。
そう。
maybe if they can't get the capture point,
目いっぱい使うことはないからね、3つ4つと
remains,
か。
but that is a free
基本
15
的に
points
1個
there.
2個使えば
Malabuka and Thomas,
移
the
動で
teams
きるから。
rotating from the
空島
underside.
いいな。
They've got to be careful now because
いいね。
that's
空島ポイントあんのかね。
for Malabuka and
あ
Thomas.
あるある。右上に出てるけど、
ほんとだ。
15ポイント。
え、待って、空島15入んの世界大会でとんでもねえな。バックも MK 持ってるのはいいな、めっちゃ。しかし、サージめっちゃいい量だけど、この、気づかれてんのかな、そうそうそう。この所蔵庫もな、スラープ1個しか、合計2個か。食べないから、そんなに美味しくないんだよ。美味しいけど、美味しいけど、前よりはって感じで。デイダススペイン、めっちゃいいとこ取ってんじゃん。
場所いいね。
ちゃんと、あ、デイダススペインやっぱじゃあ、これ倒してんだ、仕事を神セット。8ポイント入ってる。やるね。前回王者を倒したの。
Thank you very much, Monster. Look, there are so many high-profile
なんか
battles
すごい
in
ね、
action
サー
all
ジ
across the
ね。
map. But one that we need to pay attention to,
対応で
the
きてる。
invitational champions, Kami and Seti went down early against Daedus
やっぱ
and
言ってる
Stain,
の
and it was
か
a fight。we
神
knew
セット
could
を倒したっ
happen.
て言って
But
る。
many people didn't actually expect it to go down how it did. Daedus and Stain wiped Kami and Seti off spawn, and now they're conceding throughout the game, and it's going to
こ
be
のまま波に乗っていけそうじゃん。うわ、
うわ、えぐそんな削れる
なんだなんか
ここまで綺麗に当たると何で打たれてるかわかんないね。
いいね。ナイス引き。
What a bold statement to make. Thank you,
ルーがア
Lemon,
ン
for
チ
the
がいで
insights
耐え
there.
てます。相方しんどるな。
Inside of it,
結構きつそうだね。
196キロ。わおわおわお。
Big tags coming in for
危ない
Buga.
とんでもない。
Doesn't have a teammate either. Threats already
サ
down.
ージがきついんだよな。ここスラップで耐えれないから、やるか、遠距離から200ダメージくらい当てときたい。
isolated right now.
きついね。このチームめっちゃ余裕そうだね。回復がないけど。
To see whether or not they want to try and finalize on an elimination onto Buga. Buga definitely aware, definitely closing in, sees that brief moment of separation there between Gon and Ping and feels as though it might be
これ
his
で3回
opportunity
中
to
1回
strike,
使っちゃっ
but
たからね。
Gon Ping certainly aware of the fact that they're going to have
あ、
Buga
出てそ
trailing
う。
behind
ナイス
them.
ゲーム。いやでもここやりきりたい、やりきりたい。あと1点。
やりきわあ、そうやりきれそうだったね。
決勝当たればワンチャンだったから今のは。
As both of these teams
現
struggling
在も
to
結構
make
き
it
つ
into
そうだ
zone.
けどね。
きつ
Second
そう
there, I。thought he got the knock there.
Close.
Would have been
花
a
粉がやばいマジで。
サージ早
Now
え
he does have to move in.
もう出るんか。
97 above, he will recognize.
97
Of course,
以
he
上
has to
か、
continue to
80
fight
以上
and
か
push。his way through this.
ずっと粘着してんな。
Otisai finds
ワンチャン
elimination
対抗
onto
落とせるか。
Kitos.
見えないか。
And other trades happening there too. 7
まあもう
man.
空島のジャンパー狙うしかなさそうだ
Elimination.
ね。
His teammate, I'm sorry.
それぐらいじゃないと
Gets
入
one
れ
as
な
well.
さそう
So
だ
Middle
ね。
East
無理やね。
finding their
あれでも
success
空島まだ
here
いる
too.
わ。
Let's
マ
jump
ジ
on over to Miro.
ま
Miro
だいたね。
picked up Okis.
言われ飛んできてる
Just a
わ。
bit ago, that's going to be the single elim in the pocket there. And a long,
But
long
Koppa.
rotate now as they have to push all the way eastern here if he wants to get safe.
名前が
You can
全
see
然わからん。
Miro.
ダボさん落ちた。マジか。
And nobody's
マ
gonna
ジ
spot
か。
off Mega City, but for Miro and Cooper,
まあでも、この試合はちょっと、デイダスステインペアが割といい場所を取れてるから、ビクレイは全然ありそうな
time again on the
感
likes
じ
of
しま
Miro
すけど
and
ね。
Cooper. Just a synchronized attack
よし
that is way too problematic for any solo to deal
えぐい
with.
ダメージが。
Look at that, Alex and Worthy turns the corner and Gon is waiting there.
このマップってさ、アップで入る前のやつなのかな、武器とか。
あ、そうかも。MK があるからそうだと思う。
Zone is already up to 2
ここはやっ
ticks
ぱ
worth of
変えないように
damage
って感じ
for
だね。
every time you sit in the zone there.
Alex and Worthy also have a little bit of an uphill adventure. Crash Pad's definitely gonna help out with
パ
that.
ッと改めて見る
As
とちっ
far
ちゃくな
as
った
just
ね
getting。them some forward distance coverage, but again, you have to expect that there's a decent amount of teams that were kind of situated inside of Mega City. Those will be some of the front leaders as far as getting more towards that center of zone.
ブーガが後ろから追っかけてき
Handful
てい
of
ます。
teams trying to prioritize.
ブーガのいいところは一人でもちゃんと伸ばせるし、生命力高すぎるんやな、ブーガって。ブーガは基本的にさ、実際あの人はどんなこと考えてるかわかんないけど、勢いするムーブじゃなくて、ある資材でもうできるだけ資材ゼロになるまでボックス広げて順位ポイント稼ぐタイプなんだよね。ジャイモンさんいる。
待ってんね、ここ。
死んどる。誰で死んだ。レーザーされたかな。さあ資材もらって逃げていきますが、資材がもうほとんどありませんね。まあここまでレベル高くなってくると、基本的に FNCS グランドファイナルでもそうだけど、資材2人合わせて1000あったらいい方なんだよね、もうほぼ。
ああ、まあそんな簡単に取れない。
ここ来るまでに基本的にどのパーティーも自力になるから。それを下回ってくるとかなりきついよね、物資は。
ちょっと余裕あるね。
そうだからここのパーティーはちょっとエグすぎるだけだね。おそらく剣術折りだから、なんかこいつらのね、こいつらがいると、ベノクイージのところの仕掛けね、結構寄るんだよね、アンチ。
なんでだろうね。
前もそうだったんだよね。剣術が新しく追加されたとき、右下にほぼ全部アンチ寄って、こいつらグランドファイナルで4回ぐらいリプレイしてるから、1日目だけで。
少ないとね、建築の素材もそんな使わないしね。
そうそうそう。で、サージも稼げるから、高いとこ最初に稼げるし、キル狙いに行ってるから。あー、ブーガ
ほら、あそこにタレットない？タレット、ほらほらほら。
あるね。
ほらほらほらほら、カジナ君。
タレット置いてるだけやって持ってってないから。置いてるだけやから。
人に最初に置いてるんだ。
大事だからタレット。
使われるよりは使った方がいいっていう。
応援団みたいにいる。
いるね。
絶対大声みたいな。
すごくない？びっくり。
ロシきつそうだね、このパーティーは。さあ、上海グランドいるのはマリミカと同じ HD ぐらい。現在1位です。
若いね。
すごいとこにいる。
あ、これです。これクラッシュバットの使い方です。覚えておきましょう。クラッシュバットが最強だということを。現在1位のマリムカ選手使っています。マジでね、冗談抜きでクラッシュバット強いと思うから。特にこういう重い時なんか、空中に上がった瞬間、動き速すぎて瞬間移動するから絶対。まともに打ってらんないから、強いと思うんだけどね、本当に。じゃあ、ロテポ落ちたって。しゃあない。まあ1試合目だからまだ。
まだ巻き返せる。
Not have an early day of competition tomorrow.
But here's a little early glimpse into the leaderboard so far in match number 1, and Thomas Malabuka, they seem to be leading the charge. And with Ping and Kyrie having just been freshly eliminated there, this is a moment. We saw Malabuka and Thomas looking to see as though they might try to work their way up through that secondary high layer. But as far as West African is concerned, they know they've got teams surrounding them every which way. Right now, it's about picking the right direction to go. And a lot of these teams trying to avoid some of the water that's just inside of the zone.
NA just has a few teams alive. Acorn and Cold being one of them. Baka and Pars.
これクラッシュパッドかな。
そうだね。
クラッシュパッド使って。
うまい。
こ
の移動強いね。
クイージー、メノ、ハイグランド、トリック。なんとこの2人、FNCS の時や他の世界大会でも毎回ハイグランド取ってます。どんなに誰があがいても絶対ハイグランドにいます、この2人。
いや、うまい取り方だったね。
半端じゃない。半端じゃない。こいつらのハイグランドの切れ方半端じゃない。本当に。
しかもあれだね、つなげたね。
そうね。
から、これ結構壊しづらいね。
さあキングです。ブラジル代表。こいつは13歳、14歳ぐらいから世界大会出てますからね。昔の人なら絶対知ってる、誰だ初期スキンみたいな顔してるやついたじゃん。あ、そう、ティーフィー倒した人ですよね。
そうなんだ。
ティーフィー倒した人です。世界大会で一番最初の。フィルムウェーブしてましたからね。キングだけ。
They are doing it again. They did it at the Invitational. They're doing it at the Championship so far. Remember, this is going to be arguably the most difficult bracket to fight your way out of.
エージェントって多分、あれだよな、エピックファイルかなんかが大金入ったからリートかなんか誰かわかんないけど。
throughout this entire year. But
look up, it's crazy. ベロが若干落とされる。
ね、
そろそろ資材ナイスだそうな気がするけどね。もう狙いに行く、ああ、狙いに一瞬階段出したから行ったと思った。馬が落ちた、マジか。いやでも、ジャイモンさん残ってるなら、まだいけそうだけどね。あと、いい場所にいたステインさんたちはどうなってるか見たい。とてつもなく見たい。
場所良かったもんね。
だいぶ良かった。もう、この辺にいたもんね。わあ、いっぱい死んでいく。テイソン。テイソンもずっと強いよね。ソロの FNC 勝ってからもずっと。クイージが落としてるテイソンも。しかし、ベノの体力もやばい。でも、なんでこの人たちはこの資材でずっと残ってるのかよくわかんない。
すごいね、キープ力が。
なんでって感じ。リクレッシュしてないでしょ。もう日本勢は全員死んじゃってるから今のみたいな感じ。
いや、そうだったね。
さあ、リート残ってるぞ。大舞台でやってくれる人たち。ファイグラ取り返しね。ベノ、モララジ、ローガラ、いってんな。クイージ死んでるし。
すごいね。
さあ、このゴミアンチを見てください。
これ、超戦いづらいね。
登れません。
これ、
登れません。やるしかないぞ。ダウンが入っているぞ。これで狙いにやるぞ。やっていく。ベノクイージ、ベノ嘘だろ。ベノ一人で勝った今。
なんかね、
えぐ。
こんな感じだったね。いやー、かっこいいぞ。
えぐいな。ベノクイージって前のシーズングラバー行ってないんですよ確か。あ、じゃあ行ったかな。行ったけどなんかもう上位じゃなかったんだよね。終わったってみんなに言われてたけどね。やりました。やはり大舞台はこの2人がいますね。前の世界大会のパニセッティと確か争ってた人たちだね。
To win the first victory royale of the global championship, because I know that Major 3 was a bit of a tough time for you.
It's standard for us. It's standard. You know, every year we always got to win first game. We always got to have some victory royales, and you know, we just got to do what we got to do.
ちょっと気になったんだけどさ、もしかして名前入ってる？
In the same space on land together, does that help?
これ後ろモニターの仕切りの後ろにさ名前入ってる。
入ってる。
これじゃあムキパパとかも入ってるのか。
How are you making season 4 work for you?
I think we're well
選手一回みんな離れてるね。いないでしょ。
So tell me about that final fight then.
やられたら一回離れる
It
の
was
ね。
an EU
わかん
number.
ないけ
You
ど
know your opponents quite
全員ほ
well.
ら席外
Why
し
do
て
you
る
think
よ。
you're able to get the
外
upper
してる
hand?
ね。スタッフだけしてんのかな。
We had Thomas and
トラブルあったんじゃ
Malibu
ない
come up on high and we put them down.
は
Thanks to Kuizi and
あ、
myself.
チーミングとかそういうのないように確認してるか。
I clashed out. So you know, it's just standard.
ディスコードとかの
I
やり
can't
取
really
りと
say
か。
anything more, you know.
Well, you don't want to tell everyone in Copenhagen that you took down the Danish boy Thomas. So you're not scared that you're going to become a villain here?
You know, well, I think we came in on our villain arc.
この人の
Because we came second, you know.
インタビュー終わったらリプレイになった。
But it's not, is
ちょ
it?
っとあれ気になるね。
We'll see. I'm looking at them now.
Well, you guys fix your eyes on each other and get ready to board the battle bus again as we head back to the desk.
だってこれからあと5時間ぐらいあるんでしょ。
はい。
5時間後に私復帰してきていい？
Here we go. 多分その時キズナだけになってるかもしれない。
いや、ヨモさんに入ってきてって言うんですよ。
ヨモさん遅延あるからあっちの方は進んじゃってるからもう5分ぐらいのタイムラグあるから喜んでるもん。
うわーって。
ネタバレなんで。
ネタバレになっちゃう。
we're on our villain arc. I agree. I think these guys
まあ
want
一
and
旦この
have
子は
so
横
much
に
to
置い
prove.
とい
In the
て
year they've had, right? That second place to us
私は
is amazing.
また
Wow,
朝ごお会いし
second
ましょ
place,
う。
life-changing amount of money to them.
お疲れ様。
Now they're stronger than ever, and they want the W.
Yeah, these guys are winners, right?
They
see second from the safest team. It doesn't
Right.
matter
Right.
to them whether anyone else is taking that crown because they want it to be them. They want to make sure they can do it. And I really, really like the way they played that end game. Beautiful stuff from them. Just typical Queasy Veno stuff. They're on high ground. They got to that front side of zone, cranked up, actually fell down at the beginning of that end game, which kind of threw them off a little bit, but no, they're used to that sort of situation, and that's exactly what they do best.
I do think that the zone pulled a little bit in their favor, but by zone 3, Queasy not only had a gold Twin Mag AR, a gold Sharptooth as well, 6 crash pads, but also had 2 Mythic Slurps. They were set for success from the get-go.
We see them, of course, get shot right there. That was the moment that kind of set them a little bit away, but no. Taking out Malabuka right there, that breach of shotgun, as you mentioned, Kelly, so good on height, just putting the pressure down and actually using those crash pads. Of course, we saw Queasy going down a little bit earlier here, but I think if I'm Queasy, I'm going to be so confident having Benno on my side because, I mean, just look at that. That's what he can do. Massive shots. If there's anyone you want clutching up to solo, it's Benno. He's got the aim. He's got the game sense. He has the mechanics. And of course, he's such a smart player. Just look at what it means to them. Getting off to a great start. What a start for them. They couldn't have wanted anything different.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we have seen so much about this duo is it really doesn't matter what situation they get put in. A lot of times we do kind of see this happen, one or the other's left alive, but what both do together is they're setting the other up. So it's like, even if one of us falls, it doesn't matter. I've set you up, you have everything you need, go make something happen. Now, of course, in this situation, Final 3, Venom's like, got you right where I want you.
Yeah, the players that they were going up against too were incredible players, and so still to be able to do that as a solo player like Veno just did just shows how confident and calm he can be, but also very excited too. But I mean, if we're talking about Queasy and Veno, we gotta talk about the other side of the coin, right? Seti and Cammy going down early, just like Levin showed us.
Yeah, really rough start for those guys. A start they definitely wouldn't have wanted. I was saying at the beginning of the show they were catching their drops, they were looking good, but unfortunately things can change, bus paths can change, the environments can change, you never know what can happen. And of course, when you're fighting against a team that isn't on your home region, usually things can be different. Teams have different playstyles that you cannot possibly prepare for. So if there's anything we know about Cammy and Seti, when they do make it off spawn, I'm sure in the next games in the future they'll be absolutely fine. It's just getting to that end game for them might be a problem.
Yeah, and this is just the first game, right? Obviously with only 5, which is usually the typical 6, we don't want to be making mistakes like this, but they still have 4 more to make something happen. Now, of course, a couple other duels went down for you guys, Thomas HD and Malabuka. Again, like, as we talk about names, you're just going to be like, yeah, nah, I forgot about them. I mean, I know they're here, the top hit is great, but looking to perform here as well, and a pretty good showing in game number 1.
Yeah, not a bad showing at all. I mean, we saw it in game in the first little on-spawn battle right there. What a time to, what a way to kick off the weekend, right? Thomas HD managing to win out off spawn. It wasn't even Thomas actually that clutched it up. It was of course Malabuka who managed to pick up this assault rifle off spawn. Really, really great for him actually, because he just found that little bit of high ground there at the end. I really like the way he used the reboot van to block as much shots as possible. And then this little hut managing to find that high ground.
奥側だから手前側の方が早いんだよ降りるのが。
Although it did go down to a 1v1, and I think a lot of people may have been expecting Malabuka and Thomas HD kind of just take it so soundedly, and I think that they might be taking it a little bit easier in these next few games just because of how close it was. You saw Kanata trying to grab height right there, and you were right that Malabuka was able to use that reboot van to his advantage, but if Kanata just got a little bit closer, a little bit sooner, it could have been a bit of a disaster for Malabuka.
Can't forget, of course, they had that Rift Island as well. Of course, it was a south lane zone. They know where the spawns are, just outside of that racetrack area. There's not actually too many spawns down in that sort of southeast area, so they were actually able to sort of predict where it was going to be, and they managed to get on there uncontested completely. Nobody wanted to go for it. First game of an in-person event. Who has the guts to go for the island? It's these guys.
Yeah, and of course the crowd did lose it when we saw that happen, but here we go. A look look at our standings. Now, please remember, we
他に
have
当たる場所
another
ない
4
よ
games
な
to go. But right now, as it stands, Queasy and Veno, after that victory out and the 7 eliminations, they hold down that number 1 spot. But look at a couple of names here, right? Re and Ritual. I mean, 76 points off of the back of 5 eliminations as well. There's no double digits yet in this top 10, but to just kind of see this list of names, man, this is wild.
Yeah, another team there as
一
well.
人なら
Tiny
バレてる
Fox
し
Brokey
ね
in the place. They actually land sort of towards the area in that sort of steamy strings
まあ
area.
で
So
も無
the
理やり
zone
やっぱ
was definitely in
詰
their
めてこな
favor.
い
But in a 5-game format, if you can get that first zone under your
ど
belt,
このタイ
get
ミングで
those
詰めら
points
れ
on
た
the
かわかん
board
ないけ
early,
ど割られたんか
really,
な
really great stuff for those guys. Because remember, they qualified to the last chance majors, so they want to try and put on a
そうなんだよね、もう、
major number 3.
ここのレベルまで来ると、補正したところでチャージ間に合いませんとかザラだから、時間ギリギリまでずっとチャージ稼ぐからね。じゃないと間に合わないんだよね。
From the last 2 years, he used to
そろ
be
そ
the
ろ C が迫ってきてます
WP
けど、
king to the point where you couldn't really contain him.
いや
But around zone 3 or 4, you
だから
saw
まあ
him
普通に
playing
手冷えてた
patiently.
説はあ
They
るな。
towered up pretty
カイ
early
ルとか持
on,
ってったんか
able
な。
to get those storm surge tags, and it wasn't
あっち
until
結構
towards the
寒いら
end
しい
game
か
that
ら、
he really
12 分ぐらい
and grabbed a few
待ってたから、
eliminations.
スタ
They're
ートま
not
で。
really a placement player, and to see him get that
大
second
問
place
題
spot
では
or
あるから、
third
それ
place
はもう。
and eliminations
お、なん
as
か上
well.
にいる。
I mean, I'm just proud to see him
こ
evolve
こ折り
as
じ
a
ゃないで
player.
しょかな。
Very difficult down those lower layers. Remember that end zone? It was all over water. It was an absolute mess. I saw King there swimming
Like a
through
shark.
like a shark down below, trying to scoop up some loot. Of course, he ended up getting taken out. But those are the difficult
まあ
times.
割とサージとか当てつつって感じではあったけ
When you have
ど、
the fragging power
でもやっ
of Reach,
ぱ初動
that's where
は
those fragging power,
な、
that's
ま
where
あ
those
でも
free
しょうがない。
crashes
勝
come
ったら
into
勝て
play.
たらサージも
Because
稼げる
you
し、
need those builds that will
ね、some would say those
まあ今みたいに落とされないで痛み分けしても割と美味しい物資でいけるから、まあ
another
次以
duo
降
we
で
kind of highlighted at the start of the show in 6th place. You could see Cold and Acorn, right? They did manage to find themselves the 5 eliminations, but they're maybe lacking a little bit on those placements. Now, I feel like for me, rather than kind of like go through all these duos and kind of talk about everybody, I kind of want to talk about what we saw in that game. Mad congested, right? There was toward the end game, almost no one had materials, right? Everyone's doing the same thing. We are trying to go on the defensive. We don't want to make a mistake here in game number 1.
Well, that's due to the fact that this is a low mobility meta. Besides the rocket ramps of these players, instead of being able to kind of use mobility items,
どんだけ大人数で来てんだよこいつら。みんな来てるって。
俺らも来て。
全員身内だろ。
So it does kind of benefit the teams that are closer there, or the teams we did see a few players using rocket rams in there, or at least having them in their loadout just in case. But this is going to be a difficult meta. It did start in Major 3, so a lot of these players are already used to it, but still, utilizing your mats when you can is definitely going to be a big part.
And you mentioned them there, Acorn and Cold in 6th place. They made it to that end game because of their off spawn. And initially, we were thinking, right, these guys have been contesting Pink and Vico. That's been the storyline the whole time. But it seems like they actually switched drop here, and they actually ended up going towards iDrop and Mappy in that sort of central area where all those caravans are. They actually switched their drop last minute. They thought, yeah, let's try and land the seam. And it worked out for us. That just shows how those little decisions like that, switching the drop spot at the last moment, can make a big difference.
And it did make a big difference. We saw earlier on in the game that Acorn Cold had 12 splashes on just one player. And again, using those rotations, that's pretty much one of the only mobility items in the game besides the launch pads and then of course the mini crash pads as well. It's, I mean, they definitely seem to have used that change in drop spot, which isn't something we typically see on this caliber really well. And another team that I want to talk about just by the leaderboard that we saw is Thomas HD and Malabuka. You can see through their placement points that they didn't get that many placement points, but the 15 points from the Rift Island made up the difference.
Those mid-match objectives.
はい、ということで、アーカイブ、この配信、最初の頃に巻き戻してもらうと、現地の映像が見れるのでよかったら。
そうだね。
めきめきパパ、ファイト、現地でも日本でもみんなが応援してるよ、今に言うたということで。さっき言ったんです。NCS 世界大会出場おめでとうございます。日本から応援します。だいぶ大で緊張するかもしれませんが、フェイドのパラダイに頑張ってください。
after game 2, what can we see them adapt or change that might
世界での
make
活躍
this
楽しみにしてます。
game
共
2
催協
crazier
共催
for
業
them?
I mean, we saw them go for height there. We saw them pre-popping those
最強
slurs.
で
You
す。
see it at this moment right
2
here.
試合目から
Mercer
頑張
to
って
try
く
and
れれ
look
ばいい
up
か
at
な。
Queasy and Venno to go for that high ground. Tayson, unfortunately getting
ショ
taken
ポン
out
世
so
界
far.
世
This
界
was
大
a
会1位
difficult
取ってきて応
situation
援
for
して
them.
る。
Didn't
1位取っ
quite
たら
have
半
the
端じゃない。
bills to
1
make
万、
it happen.
1
And
億
that could be
5000
the
万円
problem.
で
If you're cranking up on that
す。はい。
backside of zone, you're expending
で、私、
so
悔
many
いのないように
materials.
楽しん
And
で
if you're going
以上
against
で
a
す。
great height team like
皆
Queasy
さん、
and
世界
Venno,
大会頑張って
that's
くだ
where
さい。
things
こ
can
う
get
俺と
difficult.
俺
But
と
a
オムラ
really
イ
great
スと
start from
同
Stuart.
じ
Of
空
course,
気を
landing
感
the
じる
north
な、
side
こ
of
の
Slappy Shores. We saw them
適
getting
当
those
感
surge
が
stacks
すごい
really,
な。こ
really
の
early.
別に適
Massive
当
base
では
that
ない
they
んだけど
seemingly
ね。
build every single game
こ
they
の
go
適当
there.
感がす
All
ごい。
those
そ
extra
りね
kills,
ま
they
とめ
got
たよ
them
ね。
to that end
う
game.
そう。
And they just need to keep that consistency because if they keep it up, they're going to
世
do
界
good.
大会ファイ
I
ト
think
を
what
楽しん
helped
で
them
頑張って
too
ね。
is that they were holding second high or in that
トミ
mid
さん、世
ground
界で一番
really
うまい
well,
夢
where
や
a
って
lot
き
of
てくだ
people,
さ
a
い。
lot of
出
the
てくれ
top
楽しみま
teams
す
were
よう
kind
に。
of fighting for that high
そう
ground,
です。
or they were in the
世
depths
界
of
大
the
会1位取っ
water
たら、
below. So by being
現世界
aware,
一番フォートナイトが
situationally
うまいか
aware
やんね、皆
of
さ
where all
んね。
the other teams
確かに。
are and taking that
どうせ世
advantageous
界
position in the mid
大
ground
会タイ
definitely
トル
helped
の
them.
分かってるから頑張って、テイラーさん、2個あります。1個目はミスって
But
ま
we
すね、こ
have
れ。
the ability to listen in on the players.
聞い
So
てるの知っ
let's
てるから、マジで
relive
頑張
this
って一番応援
moment,
してる。
but from Vino's perspective.
テイ
テイラ
ラーさんね。
君も今日あれだよね。
はい、現地行ってます。
I got it, I got it, I got it. I'm coming up, coming up, coming up. I'm siphon. I'm rocky, okay? I'm dead probably. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm
頑
dead.
張ってください。お願いします、ハー君。
Top 4, all duos.
世界大会ファイトを。お願いします、アルノさん。
Corner.
現地に行ってるスーさん。
Contact. Yeah.
でさん、いつも通りのパパで最高のあれ姿見せてください。
Top 3, top 3.
ありがとう。
Play madness, top 2. Play
世界
madness,
大
top 2.
会たく
Trust.
さん見せてください。お願いします。
I'll let you know if he gets knocked.
そ
I'll
う
let
です
you know if he
爪
gets
痕
knocked.
を残してください。見せるプレーをしてください。頼
I
み
got
ま
him,
す。
I knocked him. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
登場シーンでもうやらかしてますからね。何もしてないんだ。爪痕を残してください。怪物従業員一同。最高のプレーを期待しています。どんな時も冷静に落ち着いていつも通りのプレーを応援席より応援していますということで。
キーズナさん。
はい。映ってます。
なんと、
はい。
の方に雪屋さんが来てくれてますよ。今ね、やってる1試合目終わったところだよ。
どんな感じですか？
ムスパパは0ポイントで終わってしまいましたね。けど、正直、もう戦う術がなかったような死に方なので、次以降はでも結構もうしょうがないような倒され方をしましたね。
And part of the reason he cooked there was that rocket ram, using it to go straight up into the air, see where the rest of the remaining lobby is, land down immediately and get that incredible shot. That's why we're seeing them in first place
そうです。
right
世
now.
界大会でも2
93
日目
points to
は
start off the day. A
敗者復
pretty
活みたいなも
decent
んで
lead relative to the rest of the lobby here.
つい最近直近で行われた FNCS っていう1ヶ月くらい前ですね。ムキパパが世界大会行くよってなった時の大会からもう一つあって、そこで世界大会出場決まってない人たちだけで大会やって上位日本から3チーム行けるっていう感じだったんですよ。そこで行った人たちはみんな敗者復活みたいな感じで1日目25位以下で終わった人たちだったとまたバトルしてそこの上位25チームが3日目の決勝進めますよってやつになるんですよ。
2日目の25枠と今日1日目の25枠で最後やるのね。今日は多分5試合だよね。
今日は5試合のはずです。
最終が6試合だよね。
I mean, I was looking at the top of that page 2 right there, and Alex and Worthy
試合始まるまで2試合目長いロード画面なんでもうそろですね。あと10分くらいで始ま
And I
る
know
と
that a
思うん
lot
で
of
すけど。
people tend to think that these competitions are going to be, you know, oh, EU and then maybe NA, but a lot of these, you know, smaller regions showing up right from the get-go.
いや全然全然。ありがとうございます。
チラチラで配信見ながら。はい。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。こちらこそ頑張っていきましょう。頑張
頑
っていき
張っていきましょう。
ましょう。
頑張っていきましょう。頑張っていきましょう。よいしょ。
Yeah, and I think you saw that in the reaction
ちょうど
of
雪屋
Queasy
さん
and
でした
Venno,
か
right? They were hyped, like they were happy. You got to be happy at winning first game of day one of the global championships, but they weren't too happy. They didn't let their emotions get the better of them. They were very, very cool, calm, collected in that interview, and I think that's absolutely vital.
いやー、非常に眠くなってきましたね。
Yeah, and speaking of a marathon, we saw Baka kind of going on a marathon throughout that game right there, having so many eliminations.
本当ね、危ないのよ。
Definitely has to be to that mythic MK7 that he had there. He was
俺のマイク音とかカメラ消して配信だけつけっぱなしにしてる可能性まであります。
It's definitely going to be, you know, a bit more of a confidence boost leading into the end game.
We talked about what we like.
土日なんで
we
今
maybe not like out of this first game.
寝ます。私はこれが終わってもう夜まで寝ます。じゃないと無理だ。今日朝から起きてたからさすがにね。
Yeah, I think I want to see less water in the end zone next game. How about that?
I
want to see low ground teams starting to do good. I want to see Omza rise. I want to see them starting to play their way through the mid and low ground layers. So, yeah, a little bit less water.
I always
just prefer to see the zone change in different spots. I think that really makes or breaks these teams. Because although, yes, pleasing, you know, incredible duo, they did have an advantage by the zone pulling in southeast. So by showcasing, if they can get another VR, if it pulls all the way to the northwest, well, that's what makes them champions.
次のマッチが始まるのね、遅くなるんだわ。
we do an injustice one could say. We don't talk about the X factor that wasn't part of the game.
大変なんだろうね、多分ね、ワンチャン火打ち込んでるのかもね、あっちの人たちが。
Who knows?
Total今これ93
Queasy and Venom are a fantastic duo. They won on a high ground, but Cammy and Seti can disrupt
キルパが
lobbies like
クソ
that.
デ
They
カだから
can play their way through those mid-ground layers. And of course, sometimes we've seen them. I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the show how they're able to go for high ground. Now we saw that sort of developing throughout Champions where we saw them trying to go for that height, adding another dynamic, another element to their game. So of course, as you mentioned, they're not necessarily
なかなかきついです。私に役になんてありません、1週間。
So if it's anyone can sort of contest those guys, maybe it's them.
I mean, showcasing though that they did have that rough start. I don't know exactly how their positions would have been towards the mid and late game there. And I think by having that rough start, if they did make it survive into the end game, they probably would have stuck to the low ground. And we saw how chaotic that low ground was.
この1週間はね、もうほぼ仕事しかやることなかった。なんて言ったって、遊び相手の松田さんとスーさんがいないんだもん。
松田ってのはハイビスさんの方のね。
そうです。ハイビスさんの統括みたいな人がいるんですけど、その人と僕遊んでるんですよ。最近はエーペックスしました。する相手がいませんね。
Yeah, I mean, Queasy Venom, they won 6 games out of 12 in Major 2 from high. So it's just, if that's anything to go by,
大体ふざけて ALGS しようぜって集まるんだけどね。
I'll say something. I want to see Buga again in game number 2. He held out so long as a solo player, which is something you would expect with someone as much experience as him, being able to understand when to leave a fight, how to rotate away from everyone else through the dead side rotation, and I think he could do even better with threats.
Yeah, that was a kind of a difficult situation we put in, right? So many people landing there at Mega City, losing threats very, very early on, and then there's so much pressure. You can't go for the reboot. You can't try and make something happen. He did still manage to find eliminations, right? That's still points. We still are working towards something, but I think you're right, Kelly.
さすがにされないし、色だって真緑じゃないよ。
Definitely, and we saw Booga actually going down to surge there. He was trying to be a little bit too aggressive because he needed that storm surge damage. And when you're only one of 2, it's so difficult to do double the damage that you need because only on his own. He tried his best, but only 174 below at that point. It's a credit to how much damage aggression he was showing in that mid game because he needed to do it. But I mean, it's Booga. He can make anything happen.
Yeah, and this is still just game 1 of day 1. There's so many more opportunities for these duos to change up their play style and potentially pull out something we haven't seen before.
Let's hear from Frankie. He's actually standing by because we want to hear what's going down.
Well, I think Copenhagen thoroughly enjoyed game number 1. Did you love it, Copenhagen?
でもおそらくスーさんたちは上にいるから。
Were you happy that it was a European victory? Let me hear you.
ムキムキパパさん出てるの出てます。
出てます。
I don't know if there are many North American fans in the audience. Can we hear it? Do you love North America?
頑張ってほしいですね。
That's not bad. And don't forget, this is the Friday, so the audience is still arriving because people are coming from work. Maybe someone's plane was delayed. What about Brazilian fans?
ここで頑張ってていい感じのポイントで25位以内だったらあれだもんね、明日は落ち着けるんだもんね、ちょっと。
そうですね、明日は休みが入るはずで。
まあね、本当はちょっとそこで調整したいよね。
そう、だからできれば今日は高望みしないから25位以内。
そうだね。すごい男の子がこぼしたポップコーンが気になるわ。
今のさ、アキさんじゃね？
なんか今一瞬そう見えた俺も。
アキさんっぽいのいたよね。マジ応援だよ、これ日体大コールとほぼ一緒だからね。
すごいね。
This is what it's all about. It's
サッカー野球と変わんないですからね。
すごい試合
集中切れるよね。
絶対入ってるでしょ、
音入るよね。でもこんぐらい逆にさ応援されてるとさ、いる選手ちょっと青い感なくていいよ。
It's just something else, man.
So good. I mean, we see it online. We see some stuff on social media. People having a little bit of banter between themselves, a little bit of rivalry, some love as well between different regions. But to see it all here, right now, is absolutely amazing. I like the fact that Frankie went around the whole arena there to see who was where we expect to see some people, and we have some very, very loud fans.
Oh, just a bit.
T シャツの中にさ、
I mean, we actually, I mean, yes, there is a little bit of banter going on online.
ちなみに俺パツパツじゃないから。
But I want to talk about Reet and Ritual. I already talked a little bit about them, but I just want to showcase how they were able to make it into the end game there. And as we can see, 5 eliminations.
違うんで、あれ俺 L しかなかったんだよ。俺は XL が良かったのに、あれスーさんのお下がりだから、うちのオーナーのお下がりを俺もらったんですよ。
なんなら俺が L 着た方が良かったまであったけど、俺
下手したら交換してもらった方が良かった説すらある。
俺5番だからね、しっかり。
いや、やってめっちゃ断られた。いや、
俺 XL がいい。
パスパスだから変えてあげてって言われてんのに、いやマジで普通に断られた。いや、いいっす。XL なんで僕は。試合結構展開的にもさ、さっきラストやっぱこう人残るじゃん。円外から円内に入るっていう部分結構あったけど、やっぱさ、キズナ言ってた通りさ、ラストとかもそうだけど、健在ないから登れないってあるんだね。やっぱこのレベルまで来ると。
どんなにリフレッシュかかんでもみんながみんな持ってないからリフレッシュできないんだよね。
That's what it takes to be a top player. It's not just having good aim. It's not just having game sense. It's having it all.
Yeah, and I think what that gameplay showed me, and actually something we've kind of seen a lot of, but more players have kind of shined a light on, is these sneaky tactics, right? It's not about let me just run at you. Remember, these players put indicators. There's so many ways to kind of know there's a threat incoming, but for so many players, they're kind of utilizing the strategy where we're just going to crouch around, we're come around this corner, we're not going to build, we're not going to make any sounds, and then suddenly, bang, we're here, and now you're in a fight for Reed. This took him up to 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, we saw him there with the exotic shotgun just doing so much damage, jumping right in the box. I think that shotgun and him are like a match made in heaven. I mean, it's the perfect shotgun just to jump in the box and go crazy with. So I'm expecting more of that from them. I'm expecting them to maybe try and keep consistent whilst also going for those eliminations. But it's one of those situations for them where do they have what it takes? I think so. It's all about how can they feel after game number 2. What's going through their head right now? How do you even pick up from a game where I'm sure they would have hoped to have won, but they couldn't have got off to a much better start than that. Only 1 place.
My only concern is that they can be a bit of emotional players, and is, you know, it's a double-edged sword. It does give you that passion, that excitement, but then it also can be a big detriment where once you're down, you are down for the rest of the competition. Now, again, I keep talking about the evolution of these two as players, so hopefully they've been able to kind of break past that wall. I mean, my goodness. Game number 1, just so many big names going down early, so many new teams also coming through and kind of showcasing their region. And I already talked about them, Baka and Pars. Baka and Pars getting 8 eliminations in that game.
I mean, they just seemed to have a game where they were so far away from the zone, almost seemingly every single time, yet they managed that so really well. We saw them taking that fight all the way up on the north side of the map, which did drag out a little bit. Of course, a 2v1 situation, you want to be getting that done as soon as possible. cleaning that fight up ASAP. So for them, they had to expend a little bit of heals, of course, but that did give them the Storm Surge damage. I know Taco mentioned it on the cast. They had so much Storm Surge damage at this point. It's a testament to their fighting ability. And you can see it again, needing those refreshes, hopping in the box. And recently, these guys have really been impressing me. They've been really good.
A sliver of health, literally 1 HP. But what he did is incredible. The confidence that he has. He didn't run away and turn tail, which a lot of these players would do. Instead, he kept going for that refresh. And clearly, it worked out for them. Pars, unfortunately, getting 1v2'd there, but still, after that fight, they have to be feeling good.
Remember, both these guys actually played with different teammates at the Invitational, so I think those land jitters, they're not going to be affecting those guys quite as much. And I think that's why they got off to a very, very good start there. Despite the zone pulling all the way down to the south, they had all the answers to all of those questions. And I think in this stage, in this environment that we're in, that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting word that game 2 of the day is ready. So let's send it back on up to the casters to get things started. Thank you so very much, Zeke, and that's right. We're really beginning the reset right now. Game 2 is just moments away, and as we already know, we will have to see what will happen with Kanata on the drop here alongside Aegis. Aegis put up the numbers, but here it is. Game number 2 is ready.
And just like that, we are right back in it with match number 2 of day 1 here of the upper bracket of the Global Championship. And again, Monster, you were just starting to touch on it, but some of these initial 50-50s, particularly that one down at Drift Ridge, not going the way that maybe some of these players might have expected.
And crazy, look at this, the 50-50 Stain and Data landing directly on top of Seti and Cammy.
神セッティを2連続で落とすか。オリオ早い、オリオ早い、オリオ早いぞ。神が落としてる。神が1人落としてる。ワンベツデイダス。デイダス。ワンベツ。白はバレてます。白はバレてます。いやでも、おお、削ってる削ってる。頑張れ。一旦引けるか。一旦引けたら強い。いやーけどこれ、おあと1点まで削ってる。セッティやってるぞ。セッティやってる。ワン目は体力が同じぐらいか。
そうだね、
若干神が若干体力多い。うわー今ダッシュしてたからか。ショットガン出し切れなかったな、惜しい。
今ショットガン出てたらワンチャンあったね。
うん、ダッシュしてたのと、多分初動特有にちょっと重さがあるから、ラグったね。惜しい。これ2パカかぶってるの？
かぶってるね。
ここかぶるのマジか。
結構
こっち詰まってんのかもね。もしかしたら
詰まってるわかなり。そんな美味しくないんだよな。このバックラチさっきムキパパやられたんだよね。
当てんの？ね。この距離で当てんの？
スペインたち初動性ちょっときついけど、でも1試合目神セッティ落としてるから。おおやってる。ここもあれかな、もしかして1対1か。マリブカラチがさっき1試合目は勝ってた。
タンカーのでかいな。
さあトーマス。
こういくぞ。
落とせ切れるか。
結構削ってるぞ。
落としたー。今1対1ですね、ここも。バックラチ引いてますね。このバックラチがさっきアンチに飲まれながらミキパパのところまで来てしまったので、ミキパパはそれをちゃんと見てるはずだから、まあ、イモルとしてもまた違うとこ行くと思うんだけど、どうなってるかな。
ちょっと気になるね。
ミキパパさんたちは死んでないはず。ミキパパたちは死んでないと思う。でブーからちょうどますね。ブーがね、さっき割と一人で頑張ってたんだけど、終盤入りそうなところで死んじゃったんだよね。じゃあ、テキーラちゃんは戦ってます。これはフレンジの下側かな。
They might have dealt with Stain and Datus at the
長引い
beginning,
てたから戦
but
う
they still
の
have plenty
先に
of
詰め
work
て
cut
来ら
out
れ
for
ちゃったのか
them.
もね
For Strokey, just slightly above Cammy for the time being. Cammy though doing a
で
good
みん
job.
な
He
さ
wants to
海外の
these
人お
builds.
腹
Some
つける
brick
タイプ多いね
gonna be going
多
out.
いね。結構あれだね。
Not
机に
enough
近い
yet
という
for
か。
そ
Strokey
う
to feel
俺
comfortable.
ダメ
But
な
Cammy
タイプなんだよ
with
ね
that
お腹
left
つ
side
けてや
keep
る
bit
の
tough
俺もダメ
to
なん
try
だよ。
and work with.
Steady
俺
watching the
太
side
ってる
angle
から
here,
とか
seeing
多
if he
分
can
そう
take
いう
advantage of any
違うよ。
理由ではないと思うけど
そういう理由じゃないんだけど。
そういう理由じゃないけどやりづらいんだよね
putting the pressure
てか
on.
さ、
We're low on ammunition here, so he will
モ
have
ニ
to
タ
be
ー
careful.
に
Make a
顔を
decision
近
here,
づ
full
ける
commit.
っていう意味
Steady
で
gets
つけて
punished
るのかも
first.
しれないね。
Cutting
近くま
right
で。
through the Yoga shields
あ
and the
ーもしかしたらか
additional shield pop there, so he's gonna have to dig into
多
it.
分マウスは多分
Meanwhile,
肘
Kylie
が
with
当た
the
る
side
から
angle suppressed pistol.
回しづらいはず
Work
です
here.
ね。
We like the angles, but Steady clapping back.
お
Oh,
これやったらさんこ
great
んばん
angle.
は
Cammy really hitting the tag when it matters right now.
That's tough for Kylie as
Yeah.
well. He's really got to get up close and personal. That's
Ne,
Suppressed Pistol going to be
思った。
difficult to work with in
多田さんだね。
comparison to that sharp tooth. But Cammy, Seti, they are not willing to
多田
budge.
さんゴリ
They
ラっ
are
て呼んでく
staying
ださい
as
とか言
close
う
to each
か
other
ら
as
さ
possible because they also want to
呼
make
び
sure
づら
they
いよ
stay
ね。
in
呼びづらいのよ
contention of this capture point, not trying to let it go for free towards Kylie and for Strokey. It seems for the time being they have successfully managed to push them off entirely. So it
パパ
does
残ってく
look
れてるとい
as
い
though Cammy
ね。
and Seti are going to
え
find
残っ
themselves
てる
just
と思う
enough
けど
time, but
な
the capture point will be in their favor.
いやマジで
待ってたのが気になるもんね。
They're contesting half of the
テイソ
split
ンが
off
一
of
気に
Acorn
削
and
られた
Cold.
スナイパー
Now, on the other side, Slappy Shores, Tayson, and Verstaff. Here's a team that can truly
やるか
take home the grand finals if they can
こう
make
当て合
it.
いしたいけどね
45。
そうマジテイソンさ手打ちやばいんだよねなんか前のさ FNC とかもそうだった気がする
For Tayson, I mean, you got a
こ
couple
の
of
ポジションで
あるんだ。
ample
そう
amounts
この
of
ポジ
shield
ションで
potions.
そうやばくないこれ見えてんのかよこれ
え、45って決勝だよね。
His sole
決勝
responsibility
だよ
for
ね
the time being
いや、
is
右
to
に当たるん
establish
だっ
as
たら
much
まだわかるけど
surge damage
ね。
control as possible, and it looks
決
as
勝は
though
なかなか
the
狙えない
Olympic
ぞ、この
tells
距
a
離で。
different story, or actually a
は
same
いね
story if you're Pars and Baka. Because for the time being, Teeny at least, no
う
longer in the
わ
running.
ーティニ
Yeah,
ー
Pars and Baka turn online now and get the
Teeny.
finish onto Tini. There
で
it
も
is.
さ
So
バ
the
ッコたち
full
これ
finish
引い
on
てるけ
Tamisha
ど
and
対
Tini.
面で武士
Sent
よくしてる
back
ね
to the lobby. Meanwhile, there is another duo lurking from above, Chubbs and Bryce.
自
Looking
分
on
たち今
down,
映
trying to
っ
see
てる
what they can
解
do to
説されてる
influence
ぞみ
this
たいなさわか
exchange
んの
here.
ね
Can they
多
find
分わ
tags
か
to go ahead
で
and put
も、
themselves
セット
in
フォ
a
ン
話してると思う
So far,
か
so
ら、
good, but these
なん
are
か会場に響いてる
あ、でも会場
声
に響いてるか。
changes here. And listen,
聞こえてんじゃねえ、やっぱ。
man,
聞
you
こえ
gotta
てん
give
のか
them
な
some
一応ヘッ
respect
ド
here
ホ
when
ン
it comes
と
down
中
to
にイ
performing.
ヤホンつけて音聞いてるから
You would have thought at the
ヘッドホン
invitational,
から
hey,
ホワイ
look,
トノイズ流れてるらしいんだけど
nope, they are here showing that they didn't need it.
そ
And
れ
they're
でも聞こえ
even
んの
better
か
than
な
the last time we saw them.
Don't really need LAN experience if you can just
Quite
trust your
enjoyable.
instincts as a player, and that seems to be exactly the mentality here for Pars. Just breaking through Teeny's builds. Teeny absolutely no help to work with
やばいよ
in
ね
that
だって
circumstance.
ラグあるでしょ。
But it's a
い
nice
や若干はラグあると思うよ遅延ゼロってことは
point
ない
there, because
ない
now
よ
that
ね
is two games back to
こんだ
back.
け同
That's
じと
going
ころ
to
で
start
さ繋いでたら
pose
どんなに業務
a
用
real issue
で
here, because again,
としても
海外だ
only
としても
5 games, and for Musa and
さ
Teeny
すがになるよ
to
ね。
not so
悪い
early
と思うけど
on,
なさすが
they've
に
got some ground to really make up
ま
for
あ
it.
一応さ日本だと回線速度ってさ法律で決まってんじゃんこれぐらいまでしか出せないってさ
Cover to be made here, but Acorn
決まってるんだけど
looking good
海外だ
so far.
ともうちょっと上限あるはずだから
Spybin out here trying to see if he can farm some
もっと回線
surge
早
in
いと思うん
distance.
だけど
Meanwhile, Ritual will find a knock onto Edgy.
全然映らんでも映らんってことは安心していいってことだと思う
確かに
戦ってないってことだから
接敵してないってことだもんね。
game one, and then
映ってないイコールだから
better start to their game two so far.
ジャエモン
今ジャエモンさんいたね。
うん
Jamon and Yuma.
います今言われてたジャエモンユーマ
Interesting duo right here.
Just kind of floating around for the time being.
まあ周り りもやっぱいるね、結構。
いるね。うわ、めっちゃ削られた。まあでもこの辺は、一応地球グミ。なんだ、チャゲスプあるからいっぱい。
そうね、時間経てば回復はずっとできるもんね。
時間は食われるけど、回復はどうにかなるから。
手持ちの回復消費しちゃうよりか全然いいよね。
そうだね。そう、違うチームでも日本は応援だよ。アジアの人たちには今後のアジアのフォートナイトのために頑張ってもらわないといけないから。
Trying to secure what they can. Brick needed, metal needed, so Very important for them to get their rotation loop route down snappy here.
頑張れ。
As the zone will be pushing in pretty
でも
quickly.
意外となんか遅いのの人もいるな。やっぱビッグはいいとこ取ってるわ。風吹いてるし、いつでも逃げれます。えぐいえぐい、頭見えてんのか、本当に。本当に見えてんすか、頭。でもほぼ決め打ちだよな。
そうだよね。
今この辺出るんじゃねって打ってるでしょ。
Thank you very much, Taco. Look, we just saw Pink and Vika there on the screen. We've seen Acorn and Code in this game as well. Coming into this game, both these teams in the top 10. If you know anything about me, I like to see action. I like to see fighting. And I thought these two were going to be fighting. And even Pink himself said, look, we might have to fight them. There's not enough loot in this area for both of us to share. But they're somehow making it work. So far, game one, both of them, they're making things so scrappy. Every single bit of loot they can get, they're going for. And somehow they're in the top 10. If they can continue, I expect both of these teams to qual. But when it comes time to grand finals, I don't expect them to be friendly anymore. I'm thinking if they can both qualify, that's when we're going to start to see some action for them.
そんなこと言ってんだろうなみたいな。
That's an excellent point. It's one thing to make your way through a top 25 being the the hurdle to overcome. That's a pretty low barrier for some of these top tier competitors. But when you get to finals, you know it's gonna be a lot harder now. As number one is all that matters for the best of the best.
It's gotta be every duo for themselves at that point, and Pink especially. I mean, you have to consider what you even mentioned in one of the pre-show videos that we saw.
もうね、おじさんたちには見えてない世界見えてんだろうね。なんか言うでしょ、ハトとかってさ、人間より FPS 高く見えてるから、おザゴだし。うわ、やってるザゴ。これ回復しながら一発殴って一生ダメージ稼いでる。ずるやってんな。やってんな。やってんな。
キープしてダメージ稼いでる。
キープしてダメージ稼いでる。
頭良くない？
やってんな。
そうか、うわもう
これは最悪だ。
笑っちゃってるよ、解説の人。
最悪だよ。終わってる。終わってる。あれで300ダメージです。
いや、これするとさ、無理して頭出ししなくてよくなれるじゃん。
そう。自分たちでかいよ分かってるからね。仲間どんなかと思ってんだろうね。もう雰囲気最悪なんじゃん。
とはいえね、作戦のうちだからね。
そう。これはでも本当そうよ。あとはスナイパーとかがあれば決勝は入れて500ダメージです。うわ、やっば。なんだ今の映像。
excited to give up this positioning that he's established just yet, and
この辺雪山なんでね、メキパパラって言ってもおかしくないんですけど、落ちちゃってるのかな。全然周りに見えない。ネームタグも出ない。どんな移動をしてるんだろう。
A very much different terrain than what we just saw in the last game. That's going to be probably a warm welcome for these Western teams that don't seem to get very lucky often.
ブシでかいね、これ結構いいね。
As we know it, anything
ちゃ
can
ん
of
と
course
取っといて。
happen
あ、ムキムキパパいるぞ。
いるぞいるぞ。
雪山にまだいたぞ。
しかも2人いるね。
さっきの不正にならないね。あれも
ならないね。あれもだって作戦の一つだから。多分あれ落とした後落としきらずにやったんだろうね。
そう、ダウンずっと抱えたままやって。本当は多分スナイパーとかあったらあれの後にスナイパーヘッショ入れて多分600、500ダメージ集めれるからめっちゃいいんだろうけど。
That last game was, especially with the way that zone was pulling so viciously over the water. So much of these teams were just getting trapped inside of that mid-layer territory.
Meanwhile, the Rift Island is going to start to formulate here, jumping just outside of Re and Ritual's perspective there. They can be the first to take a stab at it, and if they secure this, I mean, surely top 25 is locked in the bag.
悩むよね、でも周りの様子見てだよね。でもこれ多分上がった瞬間全員上がってくんだろうな、周り。日本チ
ーム結構精度そうだね。終盤入る前まではね結構みんな残ってるんだけど、終盤入った時とか入る直前とか結構リクラッシュで狙われたりして巻き込まれてる説あるから、リードを取りきました。
able to
リ
juke
ー
out
トは
some
こ
of
れ
those
1試合
different
目
shots in
0
the
ポイントだ
air.
から無理やり取り
Being
に行っ
the
たのか
first ones to actually touch down
負けしか
on
ねえ
Rift
って言って
Island
た
does mean that they'll be the first to
勇
try
気の
and make
鳥だっ
use
た
of
ね。
those bonus objective points with the capture island point. But
もしく
again,
は
in Ritual,
あ
I
リ
mean,
ート2位だ
who
っ
did
た
we
ん
see
か
last game?
マ
On
ジ
the
で
Rift
2位
Island,
で
it was Thomas
1位追いつ
Malabuka.
く
Well,
ため
guess
か
what?
な
They got eliminated super early by Kanata and
まあでも
Aegis.
ここ取れたら
Now it
結
doesn't
構
seem
上が
as
る
though
よ
there's
ね。
anyone posing
う
too much of a
ん
threat.
だ
But
から
Baka and
15ポイン
Mars,
トで
they've
今
been fighting
70何ポイントだったから今の
as
15
long
ポイン
as
ト
the
取れ
game
ば
has started.
あと10ポイントぐらいだからさ
Yeah, it's still Chubb's team too. Chubbs was
割と
looking at them before. It seems like he's giving them a problem on the rotate into the zone. And look at the cost of Bryce, because Bryce was fallen at some point or another as
めっ
they
ちゃ見
made
て
their
る
way to
な。
this position here.
But at this point, it almost seems as though Chubbs is just trying to waste Baka and Pars' time, trying to force them into expending some of their resources, some of their splashes and heals that they might not have wanted to let go of otherwise.
あ、ムキパパ
And
奥移動
again,
してでも後移動かムキパパらしくない感じではある
This is
まあ
what
でもやっぱ
happens.
こうちょっと圧があったりとかしていけないんだろう
Might
ね
get。stung.
うんやっぱスクリームで見て
Luckily
きて
for
るか
him,
ら
he will escape somehow,
まあでも
some
そ
way.
れでも
Barely
4位と
sliding
か
his way out the
高
side
順位
there.
取ってるはずだ
Baka
から
has a different goal in mind though. He's gonna go around the outskirts here. No stranger to the zone.
うわ
Continues to play with it,
ー、円
but
外もしっか
ouch.
り見てるね。
That surely wasn't a part of the strategy here as Chubbs 2 stood
今
behind.
一人落とされてるなリブートカードは取ってるのかなもしかしてリブートしたかったけどアンチ外に敵がいてどうしようみたいになったのかなムキパパ移動します
移動してるね、しっかり。
移動します
しっかり入れてるね、しかも。
ある山ジャイモンもいる
うん、ジャイモンさんといるね。
Still has to make his way in through the
みんないい
zone
感
as a
じですね
solo. Not sure if he'll find a reboot ban opportunity either this late in.
What a spot to be in now if you're Kanata and Agers. Even more pressure as they only scored 0 points in game number 1. The first team to be fully eliminated, but not humiliated. They do have a true chance now. Finding tags here now into Thork and Bolts.
SMG 持ってんのか
Of course, some of NA's
珍しいね。
best
しかも
there
コンバット
too.
でしょ
Very few
うん
can say they've wielded
AR じゃない
AR だと思ったわ。一人 AR 持ってる感じかな、もしかしたら。
まあ一人は持ってるだろうけど大体2人 AR 持って点稼ぐみたいな
そうだよ
Now Seti
ね
is。by himself.
世
My
界
oh
大会
my!
そのまま
What a
押し
tough
はす
spot
ご
to
い
be
勇
in for
気がい
Cammy
る
and Seti. Of course,
結構
didn't pull the luck of the draw
距離
game
お
1
神
and
落とさ
now
れてん
game
じゃん
2. Not going in their favor
まあ予
necessarily
選だから
here.
ねここどうしようもなくてもとりあえず25以内入ればいいから
It's the fact that
けど
Seti and Cammy
テッ
already
ティさ
had
んた
to
ち
deal
1試合目落とさ
one
れてますから
nuance
ね
at the start of match
初動
number
で
2.
Wait, wait,
ロ
no
ケットラ
way he
ム
gets the save, right?
ほぼ見なかったね、最初ね、ロケットラム。
Might make
い
it
なかっ
to
た
Cammy
ね
in time, but
なんかク
unfortunately
ラッシ
the
ュパッド持っ
rocket
てる人
ramp
多かった
speed
ね
just not enough.
や
Having
っ
the
ぱクラッシュパ
reboot
ッドな
card
んだよ
though,
な
talked about how difficult it can be
俺
to
は
look
も
for
う
that
この
reboot
シーズン
ban
始まってか
opportunity,
ら
but
最
it
初から
might
目つけて
actually
ましたからね
be
クラッシ
the
ュパッドに
intention
た
from
ね。
ずっ
Seti
と
at
言って
this
た本当
point.
に絶
Because
対
it's
ク
a
ラッシュパッ
lot
ドなんだ
easier
っ
to
て
make it into that end game
マジ
if
で
you have your duo with you.
That is right. Well, last game we saw Booga make it work as a solo with no threats. This time Seti says no.
言うても
I'm not
中
going
学
to end
で
game by
使
myself.
う
He's
も
going
んな
into
移
the
動
storm
系
for
なんか
reboot. See if it ends
そう
up
だ
working
ね。
out.
てか
Meanwhile,
使え
Vino
るとさ、多
continue
分
to
結
farm
構
their
ヘイト向くじゃん。
surge tags
そう
here.
ロケッ
Desperately
トラ
in
ムと
need
か
though.
も3回になっ
145
ちゃった
damage
し
above
う
that.
ん。
Protection
使うタイミング
is
難
not
しいよ
going to be
ね。
enough.
だ
Not
ったら
for
一
long
枠
at
に
least.
住む
They're
俺はクラッシュ
recognizing
パッド派なんだけど
potential
な
threat looming.
ちょうどラ
味
ゲージ
方と合わせたら
Another
ね、
sniper in hand here, so
そう
Vino
ロケ
really
ットラムだと
pressing and
タワー使っ
exercising
ちゃ
his
うもんね、
sniper
全体で見ると。
play here.
そうなんだよ
It's Kanata who's in front of them. They gotta be careful.
人の減りが遅いな77人だから
though.
結構いるな。
Taking his time with the approach, as you would expect. Have to keep him fine for as much of a fragger as he is. Oh no, trouble though for threats here. He's got a nice knock, it
というか
seems.
死んどるんか
Might
ワン
be
バイツー
able
ワンバイワン
to
ワンバイ
find
ツ
the double finish.
結構食らいながら戦ってるね。
Anon doing
あ、一人いた
everything in his power to delay
いや
as
相
long
手
as
体
he
力
can,
き
but
ついん
this
ちゃうん
storm is so
かなり
problematic.
探してやられてる今。
Threats trying to see if he can finish the job now onto Anon. He
可能性ある
wants
ね。
this refresh of materials from both Suns and Anon. Bound to get something for his troubles at this
いや、
point.
ここ張り替え勝ちたい
ことれ張り
ころだけど。
替えがしたいね。
うん。
Prime ready to go.
いやー、エイムがナイス。
Really a miss there for Threats, but he will be
落ち着いて最後
able
は
to capitalize. Close out. Another elimination secured
これブ
here.
ーガさん起こすんですかね。
That's going to be Oshi taken down by NA.
If it wasn't for that
バレ
overshield,
てる
he
音が
was
した。
done.
どこからか。
したね。パレーン
Two
って。
eliminations worth there. That's 100 HP in
2 試合目結構ラム使う人多いな。
health, by the way.
結構出てる人
Surely
も
the
いるか
map
も。
doesn't quite add up, so he needed a
3回
little
し
more that
か
we
使え
could
ない
see
で
if
し
it
ょ。
was that
こ
overshadowing
の
lob there by
時
Josh
点
how
で。
close that
これ
was.
さ、1回の状態でもっと来たくないよね、なるべ
For
く。
Q&D, rapid here, Middle
回復
East.
枠とかにも回したいと思う。
Two of their finest
あ、
here.
大再展開。
It's time to get on into this new zone here. Long rotate to make, and it's going to be a tough one for them. Meanwhile, out of the top 5 here, only 3 duos remaining here in game 2 for Stroky and Kylie down, and Shari, Vision View down there. See on the right.
ベノクエイジがまだ残ってるからね、またハイグラ取りに来そうだけど。
On the bright side though, for Q&D and Rapid, did see them with that Storm Chaser augment, so that's definitely gonna benefit them a decent amount. They continue to look for those rotations. Klonsky and Grolls, on the other hand, Surplants doing the job as far as getting some health and shield regen is concerned, but definitely still need to wait around, see if they can get more. But unfortunately, when you are this far below the damage threshold, 320, and then some to work with as far as damage is concerned, and that number only growing bigger.
Yeah, that's not enough.
かなり物資
They
きつい
need a
な。
they need a lot more.
330以下でしょ。これじゃ耐えられなくないか。
Hey, I like this strategy. Of course, it's going to continue to replenish. They can bounce back and forth, but at
人
what
減るの
speed
祈ってんだろう
can
け
they stay
ど。
alive here
い
now?
や、そうだね、多分。これ多分減らないよね、そんな簡単に。
にしてもだね。
Here it is, really starting to run thin on time now. Eventually, the math will
これ
catch
耐え
up.
れんのかな、ギリ。
いやー、ちょっと厳しそうな感じするけどね。
It seems as though they're really hoping that some of these other teams might just get elimed all of a sudden, because we have seen circumstances where teams might be relatively far behind on surge, but the team gets elimed and then the gap isn't as big as it initially
1
seemed.
試合
But
目
for
は
Vico and
振るわ
Pink,
ずって感じだったから。
they've got a whole nother mess to cover. Only 18
でも
below
サージは
damage
かなり
threshold,
稼げ
so
て
the
ると
pressure
思う
is
からね。
definitely on right now. But it's on
す
Pink.
んごいすんごい。うわぁ。
is the one who's going to clutch up here when it
セッティが
matters.
一人で。と、セ
And
ッ
although he
テ
may have
ィだしはね、一人になってもす
It
ごい
does
順位
seem like he has to
伸ばすん
continue
だ
to
わ。
ride this one out. It was definitely worth it though
ど
because
んだけ
at the end of the day,
FNCS 見て
he
ても
picked
一
up
人でね、
eliminations
伸
and
ば
he
してる
picked
シーン
up
は
two
結構あ
more
る。
now, putting up at 4
終
here.
盤入
So
る前から
this
一
is
人
still
で
a
もね、意
game
外と
that's
一桁順位い
worthy
ったりするんだよ
of
ね。
earning
マジか。
at least some points, right? Remember, at a
マジで
very,
とんで
very
もないんだ。
early finish in game number 1.
If there's anybody that knows how to play the low ground, it's definitely going to be Seti as well. So Tark being through as a solo, while difficult, isn't necessarily impossible. But man, with some of these teams that are looming just outside of where he's currently situated, it is going to be tough. And Taysom Merstash, they're going to be crossing just next to Seti. And Seti, he's going to have to continue trying to play from that far backside of the zone.
And meanwhile, Alex still has
ムキパパたち映んないね。
just for Hod Hero next door.
いる？
Big shots going out teams in the
映ん
distance
ない
here.
ね。まあでも雪山寄りだけどね。死んでなければいそうだけど。
Hero put in the shots
伸
here.
ばせそうな
Man, Gears
感
and
じではあ
Shari
る。
4 elim.
Gears and Shari definitely with the 4 eliminations so far. And they're just continuing to see if they can add even more to that number, because even with 4 eliminations, being only 13 above on that surge damage threshold just goes to show you
名
how
前ごっちゃ
aggressive
すぎ
this
誰
line
が誰
is.
かわからんで。
ね
Definitely a close one there.
さっきから同じ人ば
Meanwhile,
っか
Reed
りする
finds
な。
another elimination there. Worthy, who had the high ground, gets knocked by Hero. Okay, so they must have overpeaked from their position, and now they've been taken down. That could be a potential huge swing. Could Middle East be winning? Game number 2 so far. They are setting themselves up. Shortly to do so. Seti rotates across. Vino and Kuzi already trying to do this.
これさ、でもこんだけ早く取っちゃってさ、
Number here.
キープできんのか
And
な？
look, Hero is
さっきしてるか
trying
ら
to
ね
make their way up, but
こいつらなんか
the
ねめっちゃうまいんだ
resistance
よな、ハイ
up
グラの
top
キープの仕
is
方。
Vino and Queasy.
If there's one thing that Queasy and Veno love to do, it is take fight by that 8th zone. And it's something that they've done excellently throughout 2 games so far. But again, they still have to maintain it. Can't count your chicks before they hatch sort of mentality. As Kanata in the elimination feed seems to have found POTUS Eye,
あ
Snazy
この一瞬で見つけろ。ザゴーは残ってる。
seemingly
ムキパパたちは残ってない。
NA
残ってなさそうだね。
Haka Par
なん
still
かいない
alive.
ような感じしたな。
Ritual still alive. Even Okis is up right now. Saw him mixed in the feed. Those are a few of the NA competitors that are up. I do wonder, where is the Amzo? As he was also inside the top 10. If teams can continue to keep up that pacing there.
But meanwhile,
the story right now is how far can Seti push this here? That's it. Rocket Ram usage out. 45. That 49 damage above the surge now. Halfway through material. This is a tough spot to be in. Here's the Yamzo's look. Mid to high ground here. Moving all the way across. Beautifully done and clean execution on the rotate here. He actually takes down Middle Eastern's hero there. So that was that second to high ground team, and now they just have to deal with Queasy and Vino. If they can do just that, they will be the kings of the top.
It's almost like dealing with a final boss at this point, as far as Queasy and Veno are concerned. But so long as they're in the match, teams are gonna have to look out. Cold though,
長いからね、こ
Acorn
こみんなから見たら
doing
軽
an
く見
excellent
るかもしれないけど、
taking out
やってる
Sphinx
本人
and
たち
Poyo.
えぐい重いか
That's
ら
gonna clear things up for
反応
them
できないような
as
こういう
far
の
as these
入り込み
immediate
とか
players are
瞬間
concerned.
移動してきて
Seti though, again, the fact
させ
that
て
he's still kicking
まだ一人で伸ばします
なかなかだね。
何なんだこの人
One a
伸ばしすぎだろ
fantastic display of his experience.
I just can't wait till we get another listen in later because you know Cammy and Seti are putting down the comms needed here to navigate through this game so effortlessly, making it look easy. Meanwhile, on the low ground, here's Middle East. Fahad here, representing 4 elims right now. What a big spot
沼
to
さん
be
たち
in,
も残ってるっぽい
showing us
今じゃ
just
ね
how good they really are. And let's again not forget,
本当
this
だ
is the
残ってる2人で
Globals
残ってる残ってる
best tier,
ドラゴン
joining
回
us
し
for
が
the
4
upper
人で残って
bracket
ま
that
す
you had to perform in the upper tier of the 50 to be here today. Kanata falls inside the top 16 there. Very far push for him, but not good enough.
Yamzo and Rise just doing such a great job leading the charge on the low ground at the front side of the zone. Just doing their best to cut off everybody that keeps trying to traverse into their territory. And now Yamzo will meet the same fate as so many others so far. Seti, though, still managing to tuck his way through, but running so incredibly low, only has 8 builds to make that 6 left to his name, hoping that he can find a
ザゴーさんが
straggling
着るのが
refresh
まだ見えてない
anywhere.
かもしかして
The one who's gonna find that refresh is Fahad. He finds Okus there straggling in the distance, but hold up. Here's Reed. No ritual in sight by himself. We already seen him do it once. He clutches up, goes in and takes down Pars. Once friends, now enemies here on the stage.
セ
Meanwhile,
ッティングがまだ残ってる
says, hold up.
化け物すぎるだろ一人やりきってうわ惜しい今ここやりきってからもしかしてリグルにあったんじゃねえの
あったね
The new king of hype
え
for a
ぐす
second,
ぎ
but
だろ
Acorn Cold representing for NA. Not known for the big Elans, but so far the placement points exactly where you expect it to be. Here's Yamzo. Yamzo clap from the side here. Rise left to do it by himself. He cannot flirt with the storm here. Acorn's clutching at the moment.
Acorn's trying to do what he can. He's got that auto Maven primed and ready, but at the same time, even with the Maven auto, he's not going to be able to miss a singular shot. He has hardly any AP to work with, and you consider the shield that he's missing. He's doing a great job so far. He's doing by time with one build left though. This next moment has to be his best. Quixie doesn't see it coming as Acorn finds the elimination. He needs just enough builds to keep going up.
Absolutely clean elimination there. Sorry now looking for it. They have not eliminated Acorn. Needs to come on down. Knows where his opponent is and he's looking for him. But the zone is ticking. Gets right into it. He knows he's got a couple opportunities here. It's all or nothing now. One shot will be in, but no. Still though, 4 eliminations in a second place there. And Shari take home the second game now alongside Giras.
Seti nearly playing smartly there for Sherry and Giras, but even with Seti having eliminated Giras, Sherry doing a phenomenal job to clutch things up. And we've got Frankie standing by to get into their minds.
That was quite the performance. How did you feel in those final moments of that game?
Great.
And what was going through your mind? Because you had an American flying up into the air, getting the information of you, but you had the better health in the situation. How do you feel clutching in front of all of these people?
Amazing.
Amazing, that's a perfect word. Let me come over to you, Gareth. What was it like watching Cherry in that situation?
It was great. I mean, anyway, like in this final situation, so already we have so many points. We are already like basically.
俺これワンチャンビッグライアルイントで考えなきゃとか思ってんのかい
やーワンチャンあるねそれ
I love this vote of
いや
confidence.
なんてことでわかんねえよ
Two games in. So are you already thinking about Sunday?
あランさんねはお疲れ
Not
様
yet, but yeah, I mean, I think we are qual, so let's like maybe keep focus on Sunday, right?
absolutely, but also focus on the next 3 games because obviously you want all of these duos to fear you. What sets you apart from the competition?
I think just good strategy, good communication in duo. Yeah, I think that's all.
Well, we definitely saw the strategy pay off. But congratulations on the victory, Roy. Our Giras and Chari, everyone!
Man, oh man, to compete on this stage in and of itself is an honor. But to get a victory royale in a circumstance like this, with a crowd this electric, that is something else.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, these guys landed that very much a home zone for them, but they made it count. We've seen teams that haven't had that. But these guys, they made it count.
Yeah, and not only did they grab that victory royale, but they did it with double-digit eliminations. I did not expect to see that so early on in the competition. They pretty much were grabbing eliminations as soon as the game started, and by Zone 8 they had 4 eliminations, but they were able to kind of hold that low ground for so long and clean up the rest of the lobby. They deserve their VR.
It was a battle of solos there in the end as well. I think I saw 5 solos right there at the end, all battling it out. And that's what we love to see from this. It's solos clutching up on the big stage, and that's really, really not easy. So great job from Chari to make it happen.
Well, if we're going to talk about solos clutching up, then we got to talk about SETI.
Yeah,
my goodness. From the start, I mean, we saw them go down early in game 1. We knew that they needed something a little different in game 2. We got to watch their drop where they went for the window of that barn in Frenzy Field. And it looked like they had a pretty easy 50-50 there. Miami did end up going down in that fight. And they were able to make it come back against Datus and Stain. But then, not too much later, we saw Fastroki and Kylie trying to go for them as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Pink also was starting to try and make their way down, but then said, oh wait, no, that's SETI and Cammy. I'm gonna turn around.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we saw SETI in that end game. This was crazy. He tried to go for height. And he was solo. This guy's crazy.
He was like, you know, he's like an autopilot, high ground. I mean, oh no.
I think that,
接敵してるっぽいな、これ。サージアブスで戦ってるか。
that they weren't expecting anyone to try and take high ground. SETI positioned himself just on the side. You can see that they weren't aware of that SETI was going to be coming in onto them and grabbing that one elimination. It did eventually lead to his, you know, demise, but he was still able to grab more points as well as kind of weaken the other players in the lobby.
Yeah, I did want to highlight a couple things for us first, and then
展開ようですか、今の。メキパバラジ、初動に関しては1試合目は、正直しょうがないかなってところあるんですけど、2試合目、初動、割と完璧に近いような形で周りも取り切ってるんですけど、まだ最後まで見てないからあれだけど、多分、サージかなんかできつけて死んじゃってるのかなとは思ってる。か、サージきついやつらに詰められてるか。
Games are so hectic. They're not anything like the games we're used to seeing, right? A lot of other regions, NAE, which we broadcast, you can see like, even though there's chaos, there's a lot of control, right? It's like, okay, well, I know we're going to do this, and we'll position ourselves. In these last 2 games, it's just chaos, right? Either no build or everyone's on mad low HP where everyone is one shot to the other. In this case, coming down to the 1v1, it is so hectic on this stage.
I mean, in this situation, we've talked about it almost seemingly all year. When Queasy and Veno aren't on height in that end game, it's anybody's game. We saw Seth trying to score the party of them, Chari Giras on height. He didn't quite do that, but he did take out one of them. And of course, that was Chari, that was Giras, so Chari had to solo from high ground. Of course, that's what's going to win them this game. We're seeing it time and time again. High ground is going to win these teams the games. And because Queasy and Veno weren't there, the high ground was a lot more important.
It was indeed. But I do want to talk about the duo that we were looking at with their Freak and Ritual.
Yeah, so here we go, Kelly. All right.
Listen, all right. They're doing a very good job right now. That might be why they're in first place. And they're utilizing everything that competitive Fortnite has to offer, such as Rift Island, getting those 15 points. And that is actually what's going to be pushing them into that first place spot. But also, look at the placements. They are currently tied with Cold and Acorn, who are some of the most consistent players in the world.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, there was always a moment there where they were boxing up below that Rift Island. They were like, I mean, nobody's going up for it. Is anyone here? I guess that's our island. We'll take it. So that's what we like to see. I mean, yeah, that's what Reese all about.
空島から撃たれて死ぬかな、青い人たちに。
So much. Even in the second game, there are so many
これ
moments.
レーザーされて死んでんのかな、このビックリマーク。一瞬で核入れられてるんだけど。
Crazy plays hopping in the box. You can feel the energy. You can feel the crowd just go, wow. How has he gone about that? And that's what he's all about.
But we can't take Ritual. I mean, he's doing a great job as well. He actually had more eliminations than Reet there. He did go down, but you know Reet is not going to go down without a fight, even as a solo here, grabbing some much needed refreshes and being able to kind of bully the low ground here.
ここね、テーラとかラビットもそうだったんだけど、ここの位置マジ進めないんだよね。スケートのとこ。何も障害物ないから、もう作っていくしかないんだけど、だいぶきつい。あそこで止められるとサージ稼げないんだよね。もうやりに行ってるわ。サージ以下で。やっぱそうだね、もうサージです。そうなんだよ。雪山降りてこれがあるから辛いんだよ。
That I have what it takes to compete. I mean, what a better place to do it, right? He's making the crowd happy, he's making us happy, making the team happy in first place spot as well. Right there at the end, we saw the player actually going for the med miss. Said, no, you're not having that med miss. I'm coming straight in there. And the reaction from the crowd was so cool at that moment.
Well, I already mentioned it, but Acorn and Cold also had a great performance as well. And I mean, I love to see NA on top. Many, what's going on?
I mean, NA on top here, this is a difficult one for them, but you know, I like the way they've adapted their play style, and of course they're doing very, very well at the moment. We can see this going through in this later stage of the game. I think there was a moment in this end game where they were trying to look up for that high ground, didn't quite happen for them, but these mid to low ground layers is what they're known for. It's what they did so great in Major number 1. And as I said earlier, they've actually adapted their drops. She adapted their drops. What Levin said it so well in that mid-game segment. We saw them actually going further away from Pink and Vico, which is something that I didn't expect to happen. I thought they'd just go for a full-on 50-50. It's day one. Why not? And of course, it's working out for them. And Acorn doing such a great job solo clutching. We've seen him do it before, and he's done it again.
Such a clean elimination there, and you know that they're feeling good going into game number 3 and 3rd spot. And at some point, I mean, looking at the points and kind of calculating it, maybe our top 3 have kind of already solidified themselves into grand finals. Obviously, crazy things can happen, right? I mean, we've seen our top teams be eliminated on draw, so that might not be solidified just yet, but still, they have to be feeling even more confident going into the next 3 games.
Absolutely. And, you know, we have thoughts and perspectives. We actually have Vivid standing by with community favorite Reddish. Viv, what's she have to say?
I told you guys I was going to be coming from the lounge throughout the weekend. This time around, we have Reddish joining us, a fantastic creator in the Fortnite space. And she told me that this is actually her first time experiencing an event as a fan. So tell us all, how has it been experiencing the Global Championship so far?
I've honestly been watching, I think, SPCS for the last 3 years. But as you said, first time watching from an audience. It feels
Sorry guys, sorry. We actually have to go back to the desk, so we're going to toss it back to Zeke and the crew.
皆さん土日はでもね、2日目3日目はぜひ夜中まで見ましょう。
そうだね、みんなで見たいね。
日曜日はきついか。2日目は見れるな。日曜日夜更かしはやばいね。月曜日学校とか仕事。
Kelly, you said something that interested me.
俺も言ってること言えないけど。
top 3 and how they potentially might have already qualified, right? What we
月
saw
曜日
kind of
大
at
丈
the
夫かな
event
俺
was
3
they
時
had
間
this
睡眠とか
strong
だけ。
start.
やばい
And
な。
it's like,
ど
okay,
うしよ
well,
う。
remember top 25, what does points look like?
どうしよ
After
う。
one good game, a duo could very well just
まあでも
qualify, right? They
こ
might
んな
just be a
ね
good game with a couple VR or a
何
couple
回もないで
eliminations
すから
rather,
こう
and
い
it
う舞
might
台
be
に立
just
つこと
enough.
は。
まあなかなかこの舞台に立てるっていうだけでもすごいからね、本当に。
in this sort of top 5, top 3. Realistically, you have to think that they have got it in the bag. But as you mentioned, Z, anything can happen. They've got to keep their foot on the gas because not only is it really, really good to, of course, be at the top of the leaderboard, it's also really, really good practice. Really good to be in this environment. What are these other teams going to do? Because who knows? Come Sunday, it could be a good game.
Well, we're talking about foot on the gas. We got to talk about Cammy and Seti. They're going up 21 placements, obviously. Going down early in game number 1. That's going to put them in the second page of our lobby list. But we gotta talk about SETI using the rocket ram once again. That seems to be where the utilization of this rocket ram is going. Launching high into the sky, seeing where the rest of the lobby is. I love this. And yes, by having the rocket ram, you see that a lot of these teams are forgoing that third heal, which can be incredibly beneficial. But it just has so much more utilization than I think I initially thought.
And it just shows how good this duo are individually. We talk about the sort of Cammy and SETI as a collective, but we have to remember these guys are both incredibly talented players. As solos, we've seen them in Dreamhack come first and second, and they're just like a duo that have just decided to play in that solo event. So that's what we love to see from this duo, and I like to see the fact that we can have trust in SETI, trust in Cammy to punch up in the big moments, because they're not going to be nervous.
And you know what else we have trust in? Queasy and Vino going for height.
Of course. If it's not them, it's the others. There's so much more. Now, I promised you an interview with Reddish. In the creator lounge.
And we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally did too far of a mic drop earlier. I ended up breaking the microphone. But I'll introduce her again. It's going to be Reddish, a fantastic creator in the Fortnite scene. And like I was saying, this is actually her first time out at an event being a fan. So let us all know how it has been experiencing the Global Championship.
It's been phenomenal. I was saying earlier, but you didn't hear that I've been watching every single FNCS for like the last 3 years, I think. But this is my first time watching from an audience. I couldn't make it to the US last time. And it's been crazy. I'm sitting right next to Gentlemates, the French people, and they go crazy every 2 minutes. The audience goes crazy. And also, I have to mention the first game as a GXR supporter was pretty wild. We had Malibuka win off spawn and claim the island, and then Queasy won. So it's been just amazing to watch as a fan and supporter and Fortnite lover. So, yep.
Yeah, awesome. I love the fact that you're kind of bringing up who's been doing well throughout today. Of course, this is the upper bracket. We have 25 teams going directly into the finals after today. Give us a couple names that you think are going to be, towards the top of that leaderboard after the end of the day.
We still have a few games left, so I have a feeling almost everyone kind of still has a chance. But yeah, Jinx are on top. I hope Queasy and Malibuka will do it. Hopefully, I didn't just jinx them. And I don't know, so many teams are doing amazing. We have Cold and Acorn, Pink and Vico. SETI and Kami, they're making a real comeback, so it's super exciting to see who's gonna make it in the end. But all of them are amazing and super talented at this video game.
Yeah, awesome. And for anybody that would love to check out your content, Reddish, let them know where they can find you.
Reddish on Twitch, or I'm Reddish on Twitter.
There it is. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Reddish, for the insight. We're going to be tossing it back to the desk with Zeke and the crew.
Thank you so much. Reddish, you're fantastic as always. Now, as we kind of draw closer to the next game, I kind of wanted to highlight a couple of things. Really quickly, Minimari, you kind of called this out for us, and I wanted to take an opportunity to talk about it. Zago and Pepperclip, they had a very interesting storm surge strategy in that last game.
Yeah, they did, and I think this just encapsulates what LAN events and global events are all about. We never know what these other smaller regions could be pulling out when it comes to strategy. And what I saw there in that end game was actually, or that mid game actually, I should say, Zago and Peppo actually got a knock. They were able to carry the body towards some of the slurp mushrooms, keep healing the player on those slurp mushrooms, which of course that benefits them because they can keep tagging up the player to get some more Storm Surge damage. We've seen Storm Surge have such a big impact so far in these first 2 games, and if you don't have enough damage, it's going to result in your elimination. That's what I really like to see from this. Those guys pulling out strategies I haven't seen before. Just keep on healing up the player. I love it.
Leave it to Peppo and Zago to do that, and also leave it to Queasy and Vino, who had a pretty good strategy as well early on to get those Storm Surge tags. We actually saw a sniper on their loadout, which is not something that we typically see. People tend to go for the twin mag, and then they also had 2 different spots for their splashes there. So by having more, I think it was around 10 splashes, being able to not just heal, but also rotate quickly, which is part of the reason why we saw them be able to set themselves up for success towards the end game. And I say that as Queasy goes down, but still, being able to make it all the way there is going to get them those much needed placement points.
Yeah, trying to get Venom to clutch twice in a row, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? You can't do it again, surely. But no, I like to see that.
He's waiting till Sunday.
Yeah, he's waiting all of the time. He brought it out in game 1, but no, not a bad game at all from this duo. We saw them trying to set up for what we're expected to see from them. Let's see if they can continue.
That's right. I'm excited to see game number 3, so let's kick it on over to our casters to take us in.
Thanks so much, Zeke, and that's right. Game number 3, nearly ready for these players to hop off the battle bus, but Monster, we've been seeing some pretty interesting things so far throughout the first 2 games, and
光みたいな髪の色してる。
確かに。
半分だけ金髪だ。よっちゃんさんこんばんは。
こんばんは。
そうだよね。バロラントとか結構あるけど、エーペックスも人気あるって言ってもそんなに強くないんだよね。まあここで一発ね、東大で話してほしいけどね。さあ、待って、効果負けてね、ケインデイラス。
結構やばい。
でも行くね、行くね。下から入るね。いや、ブッシュ取れてないぞ。終わってる、これは。おそらくブッシュ全然ない。
これ結構きついんじゃないか。
やばい、まずい。さすがにまずい。あーわー。まあ、効果負けてる人に一旦メンタルはすごい。ね。目に見えて自分らの方が下だったけど。
あからさまに結構あれだったもんね。
まあでもやっぱインタビューというか、アルマの公式ツイートでも見たメンタルは負けないは実行してたもん。そこまで強気に出れる人は絶対いないし、えぐい場所に待ってる。いやこれクロス組んでんのえぐすぎるな。
himself that he does not believe King has what it takes. He thinks King is a bit overrated, but I beg to differ. We have seen what he can do in person. We have seen what he can do in just clean heads to heads in a box fight type environment. It's
literally what King established his name on, was his prowess when it comes to box fight match opportunities. Here again, King
いやー厳しいね。この初動の勝負をいかに勝てるからかな、サージとかも。めっちゃ頑張るって聞こえる。これな。子供の声やった。
Yeah, upgrade would be important and massive there, especially since he's running out of material there. The shotgun. Meanwhile, Zagu, Peppo, they had the knock, but they didn't get the finish. That's going to be a big miss. Big mistake, big opportunity lost, but Zagu finds another tag here. Meanwhile, looking for the big opener. Another one there. Okay, chipping away, but nothing significant this time.
That is massive, though, for Skits and Sora. That Skits was actually able to find that revive in the heat of it all. As now, Peppo, Zagu. Shieldbreaker EMPs. Curious to see what Zagu actually chooses to do with these. He's gonna opt to try and maybe apply some more pressure onto Skits and Sora with them, or if he's just gonna hold them for the time being. But Skits now
やりきんのかな。
やりきんのかな。すごい気になった今。結構圧のかけ方してるよね。あ、やばいやばいやばい。カウンターやばすぎ。これきついぞでも。
EMP 入んないよな。入ったらいい感じだけど。いや回復ないけどな。
Backing themselves up into an indestructible corner.
そう、ムキパパラちゃん、この3試合目でどれだけポイント稼げるか。
Big augment though, that was just picked up. That rarity check could go crazy.
なんでこんな困ったような顔してるんだ。
I believe it was Skits that might have opted for it. Saw him, one of those common weapons. Zagu back to full shield though, but did have to expand both those big pots. This battle's taken quite some time. Business turret quickly taken out. Zagu tried to place there. His pressure on Skits.
Oh, I think he's going to be feeling really confident after that one, but Zagu now completely out of material here. He does have to be careful. His teammate finds a little bit of Peppo boxes up.
やりきった。
いやーすごいね。やりきったね。
拍手しない。
Coming directly out of the region of Asia, representing all the way for Japan. My oh my. Take a look now with Kylie and Fastroki. Man, they're just mixing things up.
Constant trades for the most part, but Fastroki and Kylie here at Stevie Springs.
なんとか今の攻防耐え切ったね。
Seems to be working out relatively well for them so far. That elimination already, and now that's going to alleviate a decent amount of pressure here for Fastroki and Kylie. They don't necessarily need to fully push in just yet. They can really
wait to see how they want to actually choose to try and reapproach here, but they're not the only team to mix things up a bit, as now Misha and Teeny just above Bryson Chubbs. And they might be looking for an opportunity to find an elim or two here.
This is pretty interesting because Teeny and Misha definitely have been having a tough time against Bak and Pars, but Bryson Chubbs have been jumping in that battle. Three-way engagement here at the Shady Stilton around. So Teeny and Misha trying to mix it up. How can we adapt here? Clearly, they made it to the upper bracket, right? But having a tough time so far. Might be looking like a Saturday appearance if they can't turn up and turn up soon.
Meanwhile, Miro might be stuck in an engagement up against Shari is, well, a forced retreat actually. Cooper, very accurate. Some of those Twin Max shots. Miro leading the charge up against the solo. And it seems like it's only a matter of seconds before Shari is completely collapsed upon, doing everything in his power to try and stay alive just one moment longer to see if there's somewhere that he can build off to actually scurry away and escape, but Cooper and Miro refuse to let this opportunity go, and it's going to be another 4 points by the way of Elim as they finally close out on Shari.
You got to respect that right there. Cooper all the way with the initial opener, and then the call out, setting up Miro for successes. He said, hey, look, they're one. Trust me. Miro would know hesitation jumps directly in there.
Bush いいね。ここ2つ取れるからね、ミシック。ミシックの武器に関してはランダムだからなんだけど。ね。でもスティーがちょっと今のとこ見えてないよね。つってないと思う。
Play a pretty big part there for threats whenever they do decide to engage. And a few more battles later on. Clownsky and Grolls, though, a team that we really saw in quite the position last game. It was really their surge strategy that seemed to be a little bit lacking in game number 2. So now the mentality here for Grolls and Clownsky, if they want to find some points, want to work their way up and further on that leaderboard, just try and cement themselves into that top 25. But they've got to work through some other teams before they can find themselves there.
Yeah, and work through those crash pads as well. Having them work against them for a second there, so Clownsky couldn't unfortunately join Grolls on the push to the top, so cost them a fair bit there, but all in all, they have things under control.
A good height positioning at least, that can definitely help a lot as far as establishing some surge damage is concerned. Meanwhile, inside of Rumble Ruins, you got Rumba Axe Force hiding inside of a bush, and a pretty common strategy as well for players to look for those tag opportunities with some of that safety inside of the bush.
Yeah, now that single elim right there is onto Cooper. I know we're just hyping up Miro and Cooper's big eliminations they picked up, but look, Miro's now by himself in the distance there, so Cooper caught off guard out in the open there and away from his teammate. Here we get to see Heroics Thomas and Malabuka. They are up, they are standing, which means they have survived the drop clearly, and they are working their way towards the grand finals here now.
Massive stuff though from Malabuka and Thomas, given that they had to sit out for game number 2 because of Kanata and Ager.
Right.
So for them to be able to play makeup time now, just adding to their total point count for the day. Because again, we are in game 3 of 5. So this is, I think, technicality of a halfway mark for a lot of these teams, and this is where you can really start to see the consistency that needs to be maintained come into play.
Yeah, one might say this is the most important game of the tournament here. Between game 1 and game 3, I mean, either you set yourself up for success or you turn things around now and come out a victor. And by that I just mean top 25, right? That is the goal today. And then of course, Sunday, get as high as possible, make as much money. Be the winner of that $1 million first place prize. We got Pink and Vico, I know we're hyping them up. Definitely a team that has had
これはモニターは少し上目だな。レジデスクだからめっちゃ広々使ってるわ。右側と左側に分けてるわ。キーボードとマウス。
マジ？
うん。
やべえじゃん。めっちゃ腕広げてる。
めっちゃ腕広げてる。さっきの選手と同じぐらい後ろの背もたれに寄っかかってる。
Seems as though they had a successful battle because Flexi with one elimination looked as if he just got the opportunity to revive your base there as well. But now from this aerial point of view, opportunities to use these grind rails if necessary.
場所は強いサージのための取る場所として。
Mega City seems to be relatively safe for the time being. And the way Flexi keeps looking down leads me to believe that he's got some form of idea that Suns and Anon are the team directly below him.
みんな立ててるんだけどでかいの。
Just outside of the Mega City, King and Phaser came here. Very interesting. They've had a very long track for the relentless retreat.
ジャグジャグ持ってるんですけど。
Just yet, but it's a perfect time to go and get 11. So let's hear the word.
ジャグジャグ1個しか湧いてないかな。
Thank you, Monster. Like you see, no elims. We obviously saw at the start of the day, Cal Gamer had a lot to say about Phaser and King's ability. He thought he weren't too good. And King said the same. He thinks they're not as good as they say they are. But these two teams have been going head to head.
なくなることはないけど、長いからな、でも回復することも。
20秒ぐらいかかるから、15秒だから。
Pinching and peeking towards each other at times.
もう選ぶよね、時と場合。
Neither team currently sit in that top 25. So one of these two teams is going to have to start to step it up if either of them are going to be making out of relentless retreat and making that vote useful.
Thanks so much, Levin, for that breakdown on whether or not it's going to be Gal Gamer 7-man or King and Phaser. It's going to be the team that finally breaks through from that initial drop spot engagement. But again, with teams just actively choosing to disengage, have to believe that part of that reason is because they don't want to risk being early eliminated in match 3.
移動してくれてるといいんだけどね。
Acorn cold though. They've got some eliminations on the mind because they want Pink and Vico if they can find it. Cold now applying some pressure onto the backside here. Pink and Vico certain to have to keep an eye out for it. Cold though just continuing to move around some of these top tier builds. And Acorn, Cold, slight lull in the action as they try to make sure that their approach is as methodical as possible here.
And of this duo here, the highlight player was definitely Acorn in match number 2, where he really went the distance in the end when it mattered. But I'm sure if he can do it one more time, it should be all but solidified inside that top 25. This has been a great showing so far. And again, contested. Half the loot he would expect, half of what he would really want. So to take out Pink and Vico, to send them back to the lobby, to not see them on Sunday would be excellent.
あ、そうじゃん。明日タベジさん出るじゃん。
But what's interesting is that Frenzy, keep in mind, Cal Gamer and 7-man were there as well, but they weren't when we last checked in just now. So have to imagine that Cal Gamer 7-man recognizing, hey, this isn't the type of game we want to take right now, just like iDrop as a solo, trying to see if he can gather anything from Rift Island. If he's able to get this capture point uncontested as a solo, that will be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and you know, it's worth 15 points, so it's definitely the position you want to jockey for. Not a single other team has decided that they want to come up here. This could be his lucky, graceful moment here, but no, there is a duo just above them. Could iDrop build a big enough base here to buy him some of a flex? Potentially. Oh no, it seems like the team's actually underneath. Okay, but we jump in with Queasy. Queasy's hurt here. Vino, pretty healthy. They have to double down alongside one another. It's Kylie and Fastroki. Kylie and Fastroki went south this game, had success down there, and now, because of that, inevitably, it puts them on the pathway, the war path of Vino and Queasy.
That was a big shot, though, that Kylie just landed onto Vino, took down his shields almost entirely, so Vino's gonna have to pause for a moment, utilize one of those legendary slurp juices to make sure that he is at ample HP to actually take this engagement. Kylie now looking for where he wants to try and make this finalized approach, but doesn't realize Veno's managed to sneak up behind him. And Veno making sure to return the favor of damage done. Queasy as well, starting to create a little bit of a separation here. Starting to see whether or not he can try and pressure on the other side of these builds from Melo. It's a nice pressure application from this duo. All they've got to do now is finish it.
You know, making Monaco very proud here so far for the upper bracket. This fight now approaching that time where you start to think, how worth it is it? Can we get out of here safe and sound? Is there an exit plan for us? You have to assume they're feeling the same way. Yup, the demeanor says so, and we call it just right. They want to get out of there as much as we want to see them rotate, so on they go. Meanwhile, the same can be said about Pink and Beak. I'm sure they're thinking, okay, what's the game plan here? Acorn and Code know better, but at the same time, Acorn and Code are in such a better position. It's in their best interest to actually say here, hold them out. And not only that, team they want to take out.
Exactly. Plus, now in comparison to Cole, it is a night and day difference. I mean, Cole,
本当その僅差の酔いでやられることあるもんね。
Meanwhile, Pink, I believe last checked in, he had around like 16, 18. That's practically nothing. They've invested so much time here now that they don't really have another option other than to close this fight out because they need the materials, they need the refresh off of Cold and Acorn.
Acorn, Cold, but Cold gets him in the box and puts down the other as well. Pink and Vico shut down and sent back to the lobby. And that is the best team for them to eliminate. They already have pretty much top 25 now sealed in the bag. They were in third place coming into this, picking up these elims here. It was so good. We got to run it back one more time. Boxes him up, finishes him off. This is how excellent Cold is in the pocket. Well played.
It just did not seem as though Pink and Vico are ready to tackle Cold from that position, but being towards that Frenzy field side, they're going to have a great opportunity now for Acorn and Cold to make an approach towards the zone from the dead side rotation. So curious to see how that actually pans out for them later on. But as for Rise and Iamzo, solid as ever in terms of applying damage.
They're also the only team that finished top 5 in every major of the 3 majors. That is an exceptional position to put yourself in, really showing how flexible they are season to season. And also shows you they might just be the team. This weekend, they might just be that team. But let's jump into the action here. Malabuka, her 3 HP, forced down, and the pressure unrelentless. Coming in from the Middle Eastern team, Rapid here, really pushing back. They've already claimed Thomas. And Malabuka wants nothing of that. The ME boy says, hey, listen, sit down, we got this.
Absolutely insane, though, just how quickly Malabuka was able to escape from that position, because it really looked as if Kiyomi and Rapid were about to finish off this duo. But with Thomas being out of the picture, Malabuka, granted, we know that he's capable of making those solo clutch circumstances happen, but with so many power hitters left in this lobby as a team, that solo spot not looking the best.
Danyat, Karmi, absolutely scary, scary duo right here. Some of EU's greatest. Very hard-working duo here. Takes the Tina and Misha just haven't caught a break here. Rotated all the way down to the north side. Coming up short here now. Fragmented apart. Misha can replenish himself here, but the Storm Surge is active. And Banyak just says, hey, you know what? I want nothing to do with this. It's already looking pretty tough. I'm going to just go ahead and rotate on out of here. They're going to crash pad their way across. And
to be fair,
effective rotate.
It's a lot of map to cover, though, for some of those north side teams. The way that things have been breaking down, but still, Banyak and Karmi, again, doing a great job utilizing those crash pads. Cammy and Seti, as a duo, that's something that we haven't really seen too much of at this point in the game. Curious to see how their end game goes now that they're both up and running.
They're checking bushes, they're looking around, they're trying to see who is lingering about. They already have themselves their 3rd elimination, and they're sitting on top of the loot. So this is a full-on refresh for someone who was up on high ground here. So this is an excellent find for them. Meanwhile, looking at the top 5 here, Ritual and Reet are leading the charge by a fair margin. The only team on their heels now, Cold and Acorn, as Geras and Shari have been sent back to the lobby. But again, if you take a win right now, I mean, you have just about done enough. It'd be hard pressed for you not to get out of the upper bracket and go straight to finals with a victory.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see a pretty big point disparity from our top 10 to even our top 20 competitors. Group A and Flixe though, one more time. Another revive. It's going to have to go through, but this time it's going to be Group A turning the favor on his teammate Flixe. But that med mist as well.
いやマジ1日目でどうにか決勝につなげてくれ。シェロン残ってます。1人かな。ムキムキパパの名前がない気がする。
Two revives into the match already, Monster. You can tell that they're definitely having some tough times with making these rotations.
And I know we're jumping in with Monaco's Mustache and Falcon Tayson here, but I want to give a lot of credit to Baka and Pars, who have a great position over the lobby right now. A bird's eye view, they are one of the few teams poised up for potential high ground, and they have just continued to show us what they are made of. They are now officially slipped their way into top 5, really working their way up. But hold up, Tayson's got a lot of problems knocking on his door. Ping has gotten knocked in the mix there, so while he was focused on Tayson, other teams started to look inwards, and I'm not sure Tayson understands that there was a down body there.
Well, maybe he did and might be interested in trying to pursue it.
Think about it. あ、行くね。ああ、間に合った。どこ行ったどこ行った。
It's Tayson and Mustache seeing if they can finish what somebody else had started. They managed to get the material refresh, the item refresh as well if they wanted. They're taking, and Tayson will swap out for that double legendary slurp juices. But Mustache and Tayson still powering through some of these builds that have already been pre-established here, and that's just a freebie for them.
Yeah, it's all in all a net positive. You get the damage that you need. You start inching your way towards this end game, then looks like it is going to be a Slappy Shores finish here. It's going just outside the mountain there. Vino's already marked up the position they want to be in. It's that natural high ground on the backside here, the ice capsule. But again, Baka Pars looking downwards on them, putting that infinite upwards pressure here, not making it look easy at all here. He's going to have to concede for a bit. It's cost him a lot. He's going to have to take some of Vino's inventory as well. So Vino trusting in Queasy to lead the rotate here.
It's all about that middle, though, at this point for Queasy, especially when you know that you're having some pressure being applied to you from the high ground. More durable your builds, the better. As far as understanding those,
めちゃくちゃ応援団のように。めっちゃビビっちゃうでしょ、子供が。
And again, with it being metal, it's so difficult for teams to really take a second to try and chop them out just yet. Queasy going for the connect onto some of these other builds, but coming down ever so slightly, still maintaining the height overall.
That's what they do best. Limited builds that just get there, connects it to a structure of the distance, but Cammy and Seti are looking backwards and they're saying, no, not today, not in this lobby. I want to fight for it as well. We need a big game here. We need it now. And all of a sudden now they are the most resistance on the front side of the zone here. But if they don't put pressure back, we know what's going to happen. Vino, Queasy will run with this.
Keep in mind where their builds were.
悩むよね。でもここまで来たらあっち落とされたの見たらキープしたいよね。
They might headbutt each other on the high ground. The moment here, but it's Acorn. It's sneaky crash pad. But he's going to hang around. He wants that front side of the zone, but hanging just on the edge of it.
I just love how we're seeing, again, NA's best and EU's best, right? Back to back here, two different perspectives, two totally different layers. Acorn and Cold, again, just excellent low ground teams playing to what they play best, and they're doing it well here. Meanwhile, you do, of course, have your other teams fighting for height, so an excellent play to watch unfold here, but jump on the Pars and the end game for Pars here too, no Baka. The least amount of aliens we've seen so far, but it is a single one, so far of the three, they put up numbers every time. Now we jump in with Muzz and Paper. Jumping on Monik right now, 6 eliminations. Could this be their game? One big pop-up will put you up in that top 25, surely.
It's been a relatively quiet day for Muzz and Paper so far, so this could be a massive moment if they're able to seize it. Sitting on the low ground though, Acorn and Cold. They can tell there's players trying to make their way around the edges next to them. 2 crash pads remain here at Acorn's disposal. Cold following closely behind. Cammy and Seti though,
わかんね
they
え。
seem to be making
わかんねえ、
an
もう
idea.
ボビーたちが残ってる。ボ
Oh,
ビー
this
たち
is
が。
crazy from the backside here. They find the tags and Vino's hurt. And this might be the new high ground. Cammy, Seti coming in out of nowhere. And they swing things around. Queasy's hurt.
クイージーきつい。
Vino's fully
壁
up, but
伸ば
no.
した。
Big
クイージー
team
が
so
残ってる。
quickly. Acorn and Cole finish him.
うわ
And
ー、
now
取材
Queasy
が
by
ないよ
himself, but
ー。
still,
あ
excellent end game for them. They're going to be happy with a top 10. Meanwhile, Paper and Muzz continue to force their way in here. 8 elims now, probably the most that are alive at the moment. Trailing behind another team, and Paper's going to fall
ー。
there.
おー、これ。
And
ボビ
unfortunately,
ーたちが倒
Muzz
してる
to
ぞ。
follow suit.
かなりいい順位まで残ってんじゃん。
すごいね。
Still up and kicking.
神待て
Seti
待て、
though
ま
with
た
a
セッティが一人で
massive
頑張ったる。
hit, and that's
え
the
ぐすぎ。
back-to-backs now onto Robot. But the materials refresh, it might not do
セッティ
any
さ、
good.
過労死しちゃうよ。
Zone in time, Acorn instead will be here to play cutoff as now Mustache forced underneath it all.
残ってるぞ、一人で。一人で残ってる。資材めっちゃあるよ、ほら。
And Acorn's doing an excellent job pressuring with the
頑
reach
張
of
っ
shot
て
to
く
make
れ。
sure no one's got a chance to breathe, but Larpax is still
行くね。行くね。行くね。惜しい、2位じゃん。
いやー、今、
惜しい。
すごかったぞ。
ね、2位。ナイス。だいぶいってたぞ。ガスが最後キルポめっちゃ取れたし。
相当取れてたんじゃない？
いいじゃない。だいぶ上がったんじゃない。
前の決め顔とさ、後ろの方のさ、冷静な顔がすごい。違いが。
just how the day is actually going to wind up. And we've got our very own Frankie down on the floor to see what they have to say.
I do. I'm so excited to talk to these guys because they're known for one of the
残り2
most
試合か。
consistent placements in all of the games that they play, and you haven't disappointed us so far. What's it like, Cole, taking a victory royale on day one here in Copenhagen?
I don't know. It's an insane feeling. I mean, this guy's just, I don't know. This guy's on something else. Like, this guy's the best player, I think. I'm serious.
Yeah, doing it for Canada. We saw you in the air, nearly clutching the victory royale in the previous game, and now you've taken it one step further. For you, is it a bit of a dream to perform so well so early in the competition?
Of course. I mean, like, getting ahead early is always the best, and no pressure now, you know?
Yeah, you're not feeling the pressure. You're pretty set on Sunday already. Why do you think you are able so frequently to take down the competition?
I mean, I'm just playing with the best player. It's not that hard.
You have been preparing for this all year long. You qualified way back in Major 1. How do you feel like the game and the way you've had to play it has changed over the past year?
I mean, everything's changed, you know, we kind of did good in the beginning, then we had a little downfall, and everything's changed, but we're adapting pretty well.
You say downfall, what do you mean by downfall? Because you did place top 10 in all 3 majors in North America this year that you played. So for you, what's a bad day?
Anything under first.
Anything under first? Well, it's looking like you're probably going to have a very good day. Now, I've got to send back to the desk very quickly, though, before I do. Akon said such nice things about you, Cole. Have you got a message for him?
This guy is actually the best IG on the game. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This guy is just...
こいつがマジで最高だぜ。こいつの IG で考えられねえぞみたいな。
Stop over there. So I will stop on your behalf and we'll head back to the desk.
木村さんからアドバイスをちょっと待ってください。
Big congratulations to Acorn and Cold finding themselves the victory royale. Now before we continue, quick shout outs to Vivid and Eleven who have been hanging out with us on the analyst desk here for the remainder of the day. My oh my. So I didn't expect any duo to win a game in this fashion, and that it looked so easy.
That game was a roller coaster, and for multiple reasons, really. And when we tune into the global championships, the one thing that obviously everybody is excited about is the clash of playstyles, the best at what they do. And throughout this game, we saw a couple of height changes between, arguably the best height team in the world, Queasy and Venom. And then I was like, oh, look at this, Acorn and Cold. They're on the low ground. That's exactly where they thrive. And then, they ended up on the high ground to win the game.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at, right? You're looking at teams and seeing the things that they do so well in their region. Can that translate here on the global stage?
アジアやっぱきついよな。やっぱ俺ね、雪山降りる人の宿命だと思うんだけど、大体こういう大舞台って雪山に寄ること少なくてさ、できるだけフェアメイドした方がいいと思うんだよね、俺は。
I genuinely think that peak that Cold had hit as a player individually, one of the best we've ever seen.
どんな感じ？今ちょっとムキパパラチはほぼ最下位のところを行ってて、残り2試合なんで、残り2試合で1桁順位2回連続くらい入んないといけないのかな、多分。
We're trying to end the day in the top 25, go straight through to Sunday. Acorn and Cold here in that number 1 spot, breaking 200 points. All right, this is day 1, guys. Save some for Sunday.
This is what I love to see, you know. I gave a little bit of a sneak peek as to who I was going to be rooting for earlier on in the day, and it was Acorn and Gold. It was the NA boys, and I'm very happy to see them up there. This honestly has big implications for all. Spawn that right, but I remember that they're contestants, so now they can play a little bit more aggressive in that sense.
Yeah, if you
確かにまあ前よりはいいとこまで走ってるような気がするな。
We are letting them run away with things. We need to maybe think about putting a bit more pressure on them.
俺はあと雪山降りるならもう右下っていうかもう雪山が寄らないって分かったらすぐ移動したいから第1、第2アンチぐらいで判断しないといけないんだけどもう第1アンチの時には早めに場所取るしかないと思うんだよな。特にこの雪山とかってこのミニバスティオンとかの方にさ最初に建てられてるから移動できなくなるし自分たちサージ取れないと思うんだよな。取れるポジに行けないと思うんだよな。まだ遅いかどうかはこの画面からじゃ分かんなくてメキパパラチがどう思ってるかなんだよね。メキパパラチがまだサージ多分いっぱい取れるポイントたどり着いてないんだよね。この場所で止まるってことはさ目の前にもうすでに立てられててサージ当てられる場所がないってことじゃん。当てるしかないんだろうけどこんな1点2点がもう誤差にしかならないから200ダメージぐらい取れるサージポイントを取らないといけなくてこの周りに立ててる人たちの先を行かないといけないんだよな。そしたら俺だったらどうするかなここ。なんかもうなんだろうな難しいけど最初に取りに行きたいけどここがダメなら
getting the victory royale, and now they're sitting there attacking them on high ground. This is the story we all came here to see. Right into the loving embrace, of course, of Acorn and Cold. Like, yes, bring me points. That's what we want today. You talk about this being a roller coaster. I feel like so many things happened in this game. I mean, we saw Hydra by himself take Rift Island uncontested. At one point he was getting shot. I was thinking, oh yeah, they're gonna jump, they can tell. Nope. 15 points.
And you might be thinking, Zeke, right? Like, oh, it's
おそらくここの上とか
he's up
時
there
間
as a
経過
solo.
す
Why
る
don't we
と
just go up there and contest?
ペ
I
ン
mean,
チしに
it's
来
gotta
る
be
の
the
よ。
nerves, right? There's so much information that these players are very good at hiding. iDrap somehow got that situation off where he's like, hey, I'm just gonna sneak up here, and I'm pretty sure later on actually, because as we know, Reboot Van on top of the island ended up using it to go ahead and reboot his teammate.
ここの人がもし仮にいい順位に取れてるな、ここでサージ取れてるってことだから、これ先に立てに行って回収しに行くか、さっき言ってたもん、この辺まで多分さっき走ってたと思うんだけど、もう先に取られてるところ無理やり取り返しに行くか、サージポイント。やっぱね、サージ取るならね、雪山からかなり遠いんだけど、この辺、この沼にいる人たちはね、多分基本的にみんな稼げると思うんだよね、真ん中だから。で、メキパパたちがさ、世界大会行った時もさ、かなり真ん中折りで、ほぼ動かない場所でサージ取れたから、真ん中折りってそういう利点があるからさ、大舞台だと相当強ポジになるんだけどさ、バスティオン取るならね、 どうにかもう無理やりサージ当てに行くしかないのかな。難しすぎるな。
So chill. You'd never think they're sitting at a LAN, you know, the biggest LAN that there is to play, you know, playing one of the most difficult lobbies. They're just there chilling.
とにかく言えることは、右上に降りる人たちはもう本当ね、チーミングまがいのことしないとね、サージは稼げない、ほぼ。っていうのが言えることだと思う。というのも、ラビットとテイラーが前のシーズングラファコ4降りてたんだよ。ここと、こうね。
降りてたね。
ここ降りたとき、マジでサージ稼げないんだよね。稼げなくて、でもいろんなね、試行錯誤したの。こっち側まで一気にもう、漁るの早くして一気にこっちまで行くとか、こっちの沼の方走りに行くとか、いろいろ考えたんだけど、沼の方行ってとか。どれもやっぱね、空回りなんだよね、ほとんど。というのも、このミニバスティオンとか、あと、このバスティオン降りてる人たちのこの辺とか、もう全部車線飛んだよね。この雪のここのスケートのところ。ここがマジでね、魔境すぎるから、こっち取りに行ったりとかの方がいいのかな、もしかしたら。このスラッピー上の、スラッピーとか、この辺にいる人たち、狙いに行ったりとか、ここの範囲。
狙える場所は結構多いんだ。
いやー、まあでもね、これも、メキパマたちの場所ってさ、上なんだよ。
そう、
下だったら自分で行く場所を選べるの。こいつらの見てる場所によって左に行くか右に行くかとか
選べる場所が限られちゃうんだけど。
で上もいるわけじゃん、もたもたしてると。だから必然的に左に抜けるしかないとかになってくる。だからもうこっちに追い込み量みたいにされてて、良くないと思うんだよな、あんまりこっちの方は。で俺は思ってる。これが正解かもわかんないし、実際世界大会経験してる人じゃないとわかんないことだと思うから。ただ、俺だったら、一か八かでスラッピー側の方を走るか。
And I think an interesting thing to note, and it's big props to read here, when you typically look at discussions around Storm Surge, the ability for people to be effective in tanks, you often go, look, controller players, it's a lot harder, right? Long distance, that aim assist ain't as strong. Really making it look easy, hitting every single shot, bang, 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 bang. You don't care. You don't care. He's hitting everything, right? And so, big props to read. That's not an easy thing to do, especially under the pressure as well. We're at the Global Championships once and for all. So, I think for him to be doing as well as he is right now says a lot about him as a player.
Good shout. Absolutely. You guys are killing it. You guys are great. I love y'all. All right. Actually, why don't we go ahead and check out the Creator Lounge? Kelly Link is standing by with a very special creator. Who are you with, Kelly?
Thank you so much, Zeke. And I am here with someone very special. It is Keep Up Radio. Thank you so much for joining me here.
Gosh, thank you for having me.
Okay, so we're 3 games down, 2 to go. What has been your experience so far?
Oh my gosh, I've been having the best time, I think, just coming to IRL events and seeing the players play and the crowd get so excited and crazy. It's the best experience, for sure.
And what has it been like interacting with all the creators here in the Creator Lounge?
It's been so fun. Shout out to Reddit, shout out to Peach, my people. I love getting to see the people that I interact with online IRL as well. It's really fun.
Oh, we're going to talk about your people, then we're going to talk about your favorite team as well. Who is it?
Okay, so I came in not really knowing who I wanted to root for, but Cold and Acorn have like stolen my heart. I'm rooting for them. Let's go.
Oh, then you must feel really good. Just them walking away in Game 3 with that victory royale.
I know, it was so exciting. I was like getting a touch up right before and I'm trying to look over like, oh my gosh, they finally won. So exciting. So I'm excited to see what they do for the rest of the games.
And I'm so excited to hear about what you do with all this Fortnite music. What is the process for creating these incredible songs?
Yeah, it's so fun. I really just try to take pop culture and music and like
ソ混んでんのここみんなね絶対ここみんな塔立ててるから絶対立てんのこここんなん通れるわけないでしょ。俺はこっち側行こうとしちゃうんだよな。いないかもしんないけどこことさ手打ちするために
もう食らうこと分かってるんだったらそこ通らない方がいいのかもしれないね。
食らうっていうか対等なところで当て合うことができないんだよねって俺は思ってる。
見解的にはそういう感じかってあれね。
そうどう考えても相手の方が有利で大きいダメージばっか与えてこっちは胴体一発とかセッション当たればいいなぐらいとか。結局さこいつらも自分たちとずっと打ち合ってくれるわけじゃなくて
そうだね
自分たちからも一方的に打てるポジションが欲しいんだよな。
Yeah, you know, I think the competition is delivering completely for
ワ
me
ン
right
チャン
now.
アンチガイムーブもまあ全然ありかもしれない。そうなってくると。
Especially when Thomas
やってるや
HD
つ
is
ら
on
もい
the
ないし
screen. I know the M8 audience
も
up
う
there every single
ブ
time
ル
they're
ータ
on
ル
the
の
screen. They've been going
こ
crazy.
こでもいい
So shout out
最
to
悪
everybody
みん
that's
な
here.
が固まってるとこの近くのこのキャンプ側が見えるところ高く立てれるのはそこ立ててアンチガイ食らいながらパージ狙ってみるとか。あとは本当にこの紫色のやつがいるところ縦に行ったりとか多分ここの紫色の人たちとか分かれてるんじゃない
分かれてるね。
そうだよね分かれてやってるから AR で警戒されない位置くらいで奇襲かけたりとかこっち側ポイント側に伝えてみますマジっすか。俺心配だよ俺の一言でさ世界変わっちゃうからそれ友達の
そうねやりたいようにやらせてあげた
そう
方がもしかしたらって
やりたい
いう
ようにやらした方がいいとは思う。
本人たちがやっぱりそれで練習してきてると思うんで。
そう
I am, and this is such an impressive duo
俺
because they came together
は
for
一
major
言なん
two
かペイペイだからさ
and qualified for
世界
globals
大
back
会
then
に
by
行く
coming
実力もない人
second.
のこと
So
だ
of
から
course they had to talk to them. Currently in 24th position on the leaderboard. And Cooper, this is your first LAN. Are you happy with how things are going so far?
I think we should be doing a lot better in terms of on the
見てほしいんだよね
leaderboard.
やっぱでもこのスケートのとことか左側はマジでやばいっていうのは確か本当にここねダメなんだよ後から入るとどうしてもこのオレンジのやつらと紫色のやつより早く立てないといけなくなるからそれはもう不可能なんだよね
難易度高いよね
これはマジなんだよねだからそこをどう打ち合ってもらうかとかな気がする。はだよ。
Well, I should talk to that best fragger now. Mira, I apologize for leaving you out in the cold as I've spoken to your teammate for so long. But you are regarded as a veteran. This is not your first rodeo. Why did you want to compete here with Cooper?
こっち側をもう取り
I think he's a good teammate. He's always grinding the game. You know, just that's really about it. Honestly, he's just fun to play with, good teammate. And I don't know, we kind of have like a lot in common in terms of like interests and stuff. So it's like easy to talk to about things and like music and all that. So it's just easy, you know.
Have you got a warm-up song that you listen to
クソ
before you
語
go
っ
on
てんで
stage?
シェイディとか
Ski by Sexy
シェイディのやつ
I
ら
do
を
not
狙
know
う
the
しかな
song,
い
but that is because I'm not as
か
cool
な
as you
って
two
思ったり
are.
はする
So what's
け
the
ど
strategy now? How are you going to
日本の
regroup to try and guarantee that
FNCS
spot
の
in
決勝とかグ
Sunday's
ラファラ
grand final
とこ
today?
こで戦ってる人たちは多いけどここのやつら打とうとするとこっちからもすげえ見られるから
Okay, well,
後々の
hopefully
移
the
動が
luck
き
will
つ
be
く
on
な
your
るよ
side.
ね
Thank you so
っていう
much for
話
talking to me, gentlemen.
こ
I'll
れは
let
も
you
う
go
毎
and
シー
get
ズンの
some
グランド
food.
ファイナル
And
の
I
話だ
am
か
going
ら
to bring in
今移動系があるから
a
さ
Londoner. In fact, our only
ま
Londoner
た変わっ
on
てくる
land,
とは
so
思う
therefore
か
I'm
ら
slightly biased because I'm from London too, if you hadn't noticed by the accent.
メキシコからじゃ
Pink
どう考え
currently
るかの気が
29th
す
on
る
the leaderboard. How are you finding things in Copenhagen so far?
I'm finding it good despite our placement. I think
第
we're
4
not
試合
playing
目
the
か
best,
も
but I'm finding it good. Yeah.
Why do you think you're not playing the best yet?
第4だ
Game 1
ね
we played
まだ
well.
2試合しか
Game
ないか
2,
ら
there was a minor error making
落とせない
the whole
ね
game go to waste. But then game 3, obviously, contested by Acorn. He was already qualified in 2 games, so he dedicated game 3 to grief us. So I think he'll
まあで
continue
も
to
2
do that
試合で
for
追い
game
つ
4
け
and game
る
5.
ポイント帯ではあると思うよ
That's what happened so far.
Are you thinking you can grief back then? How are you going to respond to this? Because you're not the kind of guy who's going to back down in a fight.
諦めてるかどうかで結構変わってくる精神的なね。25位以内。1桁でさえまで100ポイントだから。
They're not in your head.
結構なくはないというか。
And how are you finding things with Vico? Because you're a relatively new duo, you came together for major number 3 and you pulled off what you needed to do to make it global. But this was a surprising duo in some ways. So why do you think it's managed to come together so quickly?
頑張ってほしいな。
I've been very tough with Vico, and he's like, at the start he was a bit annoying, I'd say, but more so now he's more so making me proud. So I think we're a good duo. We complement each other well, and I like playing with him.
He's a really aggressive player. How did you manage to stop him pressing W in every situation?
I had to fake drop him. I've had to scream a lot. I've had to do a lot of things. I've kind of mentored him in a way, but yeah.
Pink, I'm looking for a coach, so I don't know if we can. Once you're done with globals, you've got the spare time in your hands. Are you taking new clients on?
あと何分くらいで始まるんだろう。
Well, it's a great excuse. It's a great excuse. Darn it, excuse. Darn it. But I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I'll just go solo. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink, and we will see you out on Battle Pass. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much for those interviews for the players. Pink is always one that's very honest, Levin. He's going to tell you what's on his mind, and there's nothing wrong with that, I don't think.
Yeah, this is the best policy. You know, I wouldn't have it any other way. You want people to lie you. Would I ever lie to you? That's not the way. I never lie. I never lie to you. The one thing I say about Pink, right, and Vico is they're in a very tough spot. Because, like he just said, Acorn and Cold, they're basically qualified now, right? They could, you know, not play the rest of the games, and they'll be good to move through to the finals. These guys aren't, right? And so if you're Acorn and Cold and these guys are contesting you, you're going to make their life as difficult as possible. You're going to make sure you can do whatever it takes to guarantee they don't have a chance to contest you come grand final time. So if I was Pink and Vico, I'd be not worried per se, because, you know, this is not a guy that's ever going to be worried, but I would start to be a bit concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely bring up some very valid points, but I think if anything has been proven by some of these performances so far, one good game, right? One victory route with a couple eliminations is worth enough points, 100%, to fly up that leaderboard. So they just got to win that spawn fight one more time.
Do you think they do that, though? Is that the play, trying to kind of keep rolling the dice? Is it just let's find somewhere else, or let's just disengage? What do you guys think?
So it's interesting, right? Because Pink is a player that's very experienced when it comes to being contested, right? You look back all the way to Chapter 3, Season 2, I believe it was contested by Stash and they were playing together. They, you know, were unbelievable, right? And I remember Pink saying to me, I've never experienced that off spawn, right? And they got demolished back then when he was playing with Anas, but he learned a lesson, right? He learned what it takes to be a good off spawn team, and he said to me he had a lot of those sort of similar strategies coming in.
5位以内2回入れれば結構濃厚になってくるけど、キルポンあるからな、まだ分からんのが。ペッポたちはいけそうな予感するな、この試合。1回でもちゃんと試合がいければ。
Top 25 will be the ones to move on to Sunday's finals. Now, if you find themselves at the bottom 25, they still have tomorrow. Obviously, not the best situation to find themselves in. You know, Vivid right now, Levin makes a great point. If they're kind of pulling out some of these strategies, they might have to. Yes, it very well could get them to Sunday, but if it doesn't, that means that they're going to go into tomorrow's lower bracket, and those 25 players will have watched this. They will have known, okay, well, this is what they're looking to do.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting situation. I don't think anybody wants to be in the situation that they're in right now. Listen, we're at the Global Championships, right? These teams are here for a reason. If 2 games is what it takes for them to actually go through the finals, I guarantee you that they are very, very well capable of it.
Yeah, 100%, right? Again, it is just a matter of doing what they were able to do in that first game, right? He said it himself, that first game, they looked good. They looked like a team that was going to compete throughout the day to have pop-offs, but unfortunately it hasn't panned out that way, right? You have to get back to what that was in game 1, and I think it's very possible for this team.
Yeah, so what you kind of just touched on, you guys are just hitting me with the razzle-dazzle right now.
That's what we do.
You know, this is the Global Championships, okay? We're looking for the best duo in the world. There cannot be any question. There has to be a duo that steps up and says, we are definitively better than everybody else. So I feel like at this point in time, we can be a bit more critical about some of these things, right? And we kind of have to be, you know? We can't just say, well, this is a major, you know, you've got weeks 2, week 3, you know, you'll go to, we'll see you in grand, it's fine. No, this is the end of the line.
まだ抜きパワラチのいいところが活かせてないからな。
Honesty is the best policy, right? So I'm going to talk about one of the favorites here, right? We took a look at a little bit of the bubble right there, and I saw 23rd place. Thomas, HD, and Malabuka. That is not a very comfortable spot to be.
Not at all. And then obviously, you know, when you are the favorite, there's pressure that comes with that. You've got this crowd here that's making all this noise for you. If you are Thomas HD and Malabuka, you have to start thinking about, okay, how do we get back into this, right? I think a lot of them, people saw them as a favorite coming into this competition because they are so good. But things haven't been easy, right? The Canada versus an Ages Osborne battle hasn't been the simplest of equations for them to solve. And even, you know, beyond that, right? Actually, when they are getting to play out games, the formula, it's not quite clicking, it's not quite working.
That's right. Well, I'm getting word. As much as I'd love to continue this conversation, games are ready to go. So let's get up. Get us prepped.
We are here. This is game 4 about to get underway. And I want to give a huge shout out to Sam. Let's go ahead and go to the battle bus because the game starts now.
頑張って起きようぜ。頑張れマジで。
What I was gonna say is a shout out to Cammy and Seti. They had a little bit of a rough start to start the day, but they have shown it just takes one big game to get yourself inside of that top 25. And this being game 4, with only one game left after this, there's only a few spots left for those bubble teams to grab.
And we're looking at a team that definitely needs a good matchup for things to start picking up for them. Podesai, Snazy, starting to get some shots from the sky, but here at the racetrack, we watched this for 3 games now. 2-1 in favor of Thomas and Malabuka. Kanata trying to see what he can do. It's a double fire, but Thomas, for the time being, he's gonna go down. Kanata and Agers looking like they could be in a decent position here, but it's Malabuka on the reboot band, trying to make sure that he can keep Thomas and his own hopes alive. Game number 4, Agers, Kanata, so incredibly low, but Malabuka down half HP. Now jumping on top of the building, the reboot band just barely keeping the hope alive for Kanata and Agers.
Oh, this is gonna be a big save. His chance to get his HP back, and it down onto Kanata. He has no ammo left. This could be huge if Agers could just find a way to just push up.
Malabuka!
One of the few times where a technical DMR is going to look like the saving grace here for Malabuka. Thomas as well with the immediate dap up onto his boy, and for good reason, because this score, it's already being telegraphed. 3-1 now in favor of Thomas and Kanata. And keep in mind, or excuse me, Thomas and Malabuka, but for Agers and Kanata, they're literally in 35th place. And that's bound to get pushed even further back now.
That's where you start to feel the nerves and you feel like you're in the danger zone. We got Cal Gamer, 7-man going up against King and Phaser Kami yet again. And this is where it's going to get heated up. He gets a little bit of a first strike, but doesn't really take advantage of it. And a quick reposition out of King and Phaser. This is exactly what you have to do, but the rift does go off. They're trying to reposition and try to have some claim towards that high ground, but they're not able to do too much. They have to concede relentless retreat in order to stay alive.
Right idea, though. Sometimes you just know when a fight isn't yours to make happen. And for 7-man, all his ammo's running relatively low with that disengage from Phaser. 7-man and Galgamer now gonna have ample time to try and loot out relentless retreat. Slappy Shores action has been relatively quiet. We've seen a couple of circumstances with Tayson. Really just nice surge strategy going for the most part at this location. But for Trulix and Chicho, they've also had a relatively quiet time so far.
Yeah, for them, they just got to start building up that confidence. Because even though they'd have the cushion that you could still fall into day 2, we were just talking about it, that's not something you even want to test. Anything can happen in that lower bracket. That's why it's paramount for these teams to qualify today, give themselves a break, a chance to readjust. And Bugha and Threats is one of those teams that's outside of that bubble. And I think that's something nobody would have expected coming into today.
One thing that we've definitely noticed from the past 3 games that have played out so far, Threats and Bugha, they've never been a duo. They've never gotten a chance to actually participate in that late game circumstance together. So maybe here in game number 4, it seems as though Threats is on a mission to write his own story. Some nice tags along the coastline, just south of St. Louis. A lot of pressure being applied to the duo a little bit south of them.
Yep, just like I was talking about with Cammy and Seti, just one big game. This could be the start that Bugha and Threats need to try to propel themselves, if not to the top of the leaderboard, at least inside of that top 25, and that'll give them that chance to readjust. PH Zin, Kitos, they've been doing well so far as well, and that's something that you want to see. Even if you're qualified already, you want to keep up the pace, continue to build that confidence, because even though you might have Saturday off, you have to be prepared for Championship Sunday. $4 million on the line, that's not something to take lightly.
And again, I think it doesn't necessarily have to be flashy, but for Thomas and Malabuka,
I'm going hard. I got spot. I'm dead, I think. 60 wide, I'm dead, they're both here. He's getting shot in the back though, One is running back to farm and one is plant B. They're gonna get siphoned for B. Farm the brick after. Toilet, here. Okay. He's alone. Nice! Get.
Nice!
Yeah, for Thomas and Malabuka, it's definitely looked pretty flashy. When you're going for that 50-50, when you're representing that there's a reason why this is your POI, at least that they're going to be choosing to drop at, or their established drop spot. First strike's almost feeling like a POI.
あと1回終盤成功させたらおそらく決勝は確定。やっぱそうだよね、ここ立ててるわ。雪山に立てるのは落としたねみたいな、この辺。マジでここなんだわ。
So they've had that preparation throughout the year, and they're putting all that preparation here to the test. Just like Duke and Edgy, trying to pick up the pace here. They are your FNCS Grand Finals champions of the NA region as well. They already started off with one elimination, so you know they at least have some surge in their back pocket. But as the lobby and the games have shown throughout the day, you need more than just some surge. You need an ample amount of surge in order to survive this game.
For Duke and Edgy, they need a lot of points as well, because you have to remember they entered Game 4 in that 46th position. So quite a lot of places to jump up in the leaderboard. They want to actually
みんなさ、こんな前髪長いけどさ、ゲーム中目にさ、髪の毛映って、視界に映ったら嫌なタイプなんだけど、髪。
俺も髪結んじゃうな。
邪魔だよね、ゲーム中。
邪魔、結構右目とかにこう触れたりするのがめっちゃ気になる。
めっちゃやだわ。So look for grabbing his teammate's reboot card if he hasn't already. Full disengage. It's still plenty early enough in the game where a reboot ban opportunity could definitely come up clutch.
Especially here where the zone is pulling forward. A lot of those teams are going to begin to rotate where they try to go to the slow side or directly straight towards the center. That is going to be one of the few safe opportunities you will have as the augments are already beginning to come out. Possible rarity check, and a lot of these teams, you might be saving some of those augments as well, but King and FaZe or Kame, you saw them disengage out of Relentless Retreat. They're outside of the top 25, so a game like this is necessary to come out on top, grab as many points as you can, and he's already getting challenged for that high ground, instantly gives up. FaZe and him are a little bit too separated for my liking, and probably theirs as well.
Striker, though, decent top-down overview. But it's going to be Exodus with the immediate trading of that big shield potion, making sure that his teammate is able to maintain as close to full shield as possible. Exodus, meanwhile, hey, you might be looking straight, but there's plenty of teams sure to be looking at you as well. Got to make sure that your backside is covered. And that's going to be an immediate drop down into the safety of their tower that they've managed to build up. Phaser and King, though, just outside of zone, just kind of landlocked for the time being as well on this beach outside of Relentless Retreat. It does not seem as though they're going to have a very easy time working their way in.
Nah, and you kind of saw them there on the leaderboard, 22 points overall. As it stands now, that bubble, that 25th spot is at 58 points. So it's not too far for any one of these teams to really climb up the pace, but the usual Misha and Teeny switching up their drop spot, not liking how their game's been going so far, so they're sticking to what even qualified them to the global championship themselves, and that is these sneak attacks. They're going ahead and trying to cut off somebody's loop path and take advantage while they can, and that's QNDX that they're going after, and they have a 2v1 for the time being, and they're wasting a lot of their resources to try to build for it, because that is the extra loop that they need. Instead of farming up at a drop spot, this is the strategy that they're going to use, but unfortunately enough, their opponent does get away. He finds a way to disengage, so they're going to have to figure out where else they're going to get their loot from.
I don't know if that was intuition, by the way, from QND, or if maybe some sort of audio key might have taken things away from Misha and Teeny, but they were certainly ready to pull the trigger a little bit too soon there and didn't let QND actually fully step into the building again. It did seem as though QND kind of recognized there. Maybe the loot's a little bit too free in this circumstance.
A huge beam from Ocus. Trying to go ahead and get as much surge as possible.
バスの一番最後の方の加速地降りるとか
そういうあれはあるんだ。
逆にめっちゃ早く降りて同じとこかぶせてピッピッピッピッピッとかいいとかなんかいろいろ考えてると思うけどさすがにランダム降りとかですとはいえね。
So this will be the congested side. You already see in the minimap there are so many teams going ahead and grabbing their spot all around him. That's going to make it that much harder, but Misha and Teeny keeping things on the run. Weapon Cache is going to come up, and that's 7-man and Cow Gamer that they're trying to contest for it. A little bit of a mistake there with the briefcase turret, trying to go ahead and use it to their advantage. Nice shot from the side, backs up towards his teammate, 7-man Cow Gamer. This could be their opportunity to try to advance, clean up this elimination, finish the damage you already put down. But for them, it's just grabbing the real estate, grabbing all that piece control. So when the cash does pop, it is all theirs.
Well, as far as 7-man and Cow Gamer are concerned, keep in mind, 7-man decent loadout to take this challenge up against Teeny and Misha. Left side peek, maybe not the most favorable, but they're certainly still making the magic happen.
俺だったらこのドッキリのためにロケットランチャーこのロケットランチャー
edited out for both sides and destroyed.
俺だったら壊しにこれ無理やり
でもやっぱ怖いだろうね。突っ込んでやられたら誰にならんよ。
怖いだろうなと思って。
7-man and Cow Gamer are bound to have some excellent resources and materials, but again, if you're Cal Gamer and 7-man, we saw their loadouts. They don't necessarily need to pressure this. They've got exactly what they were looking for. Can easily disengage at this point.
Yeah, and being another team that's outside of that top 25 bubble, they're just trying to play the safe game, straight by, trying to get some points, and that's Reed and Ritual are almost trying to do the opposite. They're trying to take the fight to Malibuca and Thomas. Thomas and Malibuca are one of those teams that talk about how good they're playing as a contested duo, but they're in 23rd place. Going down here, no placement points. They only get 8 points for the eliminations off spawn. This is not what position you want to be in. You can see they're not playing safe, even though they did get some damage. They're not going ahead advancing on it. They got their spot in the zone, and they're just trying to hold on to it.
これは何シーズンも前から知ってることだからなんだけどやってる人いいんだから実際に
でもどうだろう
今のフォートナイトじゃないダイレクト11でも重いしもうパフォーマンスモードじゃないと満足できないような感じなのでどんなスペックでも
どうなんだろうね
We'll have to tune back into them a little bit later on here because keep in mind what Pink said in that interview. We'll get more insight on that later on because right now we've got some great insight coming your way.
Mm.
そのためだけにっていうのはなかなかいなさそうだよね。ちなみに見るときだけ変えるとかやる人いるのかな。
それできない。再起動しないといけないから。
そっか。どうすんだろうね。最初からやるのかな、じゃあやっぱ。
マジでラグとかマジ気にしなくて FPS も100ぐらいしか出なくていいよっていうならダイレクト12やるしかない。 肖像感どうしても欲しいな。
欲しいなら絶対欲しいなら。
They talked about it going down, but as all that happened, Merstash is now in a 1v2 position.
みんな勘違いしないでほしいので、ここの人たちがやっぱこんなさ、クリエイティブみたいに建築編集してんじゃん。普通の人はできないからね、こんな公開マッチで、しかも思い込んだ環境で編集してさ。
まあそうだね、できないよね、多分。
相当マジでね、ラグ慣れしてる、本当に。対面の仕方とかもそうだし。一つ一つちゃんと丁寧にやってるから、できることで。これがパフォーマンスモードでやってるからこそできることなのかな。もしもダイレクト12とかになったら終わるからね、本当に。できない。FPS140 だからはやばすぎ。普段240ヘルツでやってる人たちは140ヘルツとかになった瞬間、マジラグ感じるから。相当きつい。
So the plan, clearly a success from their starting point. A great job getting that reboot ban so they can play the game out as a duo.
285 above the storm surge threshold. Alex and Worthy trying to take advantage of this opportunity that is right before their very eyes. Peeking around towards the backside of the zone.
対面しに行ってる頃なんじゃないかなって思ったりする。
A little spot, a little crevice, anything that they can hang on to, but as you saw on the mini map, not too many teams are there.
ここ改善できていれば終盤までいけるはず。
They already got their spot into Championship Sunday, but you know as well as I do. There's more than just money on the line. There's more than just the Axe of Champions. It's about calling yourself the best Fortnite duo in the world. And that's what Cold and Acorn came to do. Specifically Cold. He was at the Invitational along with Acorn, different duos, but he placed third. He fell just shy of both Queasy and Vino and Cammy and Seti. And he's out for redemption here as Merstash in another 1v1. He takes out Oak, is trying to keep the show alive.
So unfortunate for Oakis, but Merstash, he might have found one elimination. He's got a lot more work ahead of him, though, just from this position alone here at the Creaky compound. As a solo, Merstash is really gonna have to try and play things safe on the backside of zone. Probably gonna have to wait, recognizing the fact that there's 4 teams around him, but no, actually he can't afford to play safe because the surge damage threshold has just tapped in. And with that in mind, Merstash now is essentially now down. He's got to make a play. He's got to find some damage. He's just barely managing to put himself into that safety net threshold. But he's looking at it.
That's just a daring play. Very, very brave, but that's something you kind of known from Merstash. One of the more mechanically skilled players in the EU region overall. He's willing to take those chances. He's willing to make since he didn't land a shot, he didn't cover the distance. He's just trying to disengage. You said it yourself as well. He's just trying to find his way in towards the zone instead of waiting, letting time pass by, and having all those duos pass him and try to hold him out. I think that was a perfect play for him to try to find his spot inside of the zone. But a team that needs to not only find their spot in the zone, they need to find damage. They need to start to build that groove. 77 below, continuously falling. They're taking some time to try to get some resources, but that's the decision you gotta make. What's more important, Storm Surge or resources to try to survive?
でもそうね。
なんか幼いな顔って思ってた人たちがなんかもうゴリゴリになっていくんだよみんな。いいよな。
With that sound going off, seems as though teams on the hill have definitely taken a beautiful shot though from King. That suppressed sniper rifle might be the main reason why they weren't as concerned, but they're still below on surge damage. Another shot like that though, and they might just be ahead.
Luckily they're on the tail end. Couple shots go through, 65 above. They do get the knock, but chances for them to be able to take advantage might not necessarily be there, but that's not necessarily what they were looking for. They were looking to move through. They were looking to get themselves a spot in towards the zone, and this is a replay of that shot. Just amazing coming out from King. While the pressure is on as well, he is one of the teams outside of that bubble that needs to put in that work.
And let that be a reminder, I think, for some of these teams, even if you have that height positioning, if you peek just a little bit too far, get a little bit too comfortable, well, player like King, he'll make sure to take care of that for you.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, you know, they might lose sight of that suppressed sniper being in the game. They might forget, or they might be forced to peek to get the surge for themselves. And those are the opportunities we've been seeing all day, but danger happens. Duke goes down to paper from one team that has their spot for a team that's fighting for it. That leaves Edgy all by himself trying to clutch up.
ってことはムキパパ生きてるぞ。
First place on the leaderboard. They're
沼の
faring
方
well
まで行
with
って
that
る。
storm surge, even though they're just forced to continue to move north
あ、
in
めっちゃ日本語
this
聞こえた。
zone.
めっちゃ聞こえる、めっちゃ聞こえる。
Teams that are on that Rift Island,
ス
which
ーさんにさ、次の試合さ、ムキムキパパ頑張れーってさ、ちょっと叫んでもらわない。
やってほしい。
やってほしいよね。
That championship Sunday, like we just talked about, they could do essentially whatever
聞こえる
they
かもしれん
want,
ぞ配信で。
even if it means just completely running down some other teams. Yeah, again, Pink and Vico talked about it. They mentioned it. Edgy and Duke, though, still looking to work together here as all these teams continue to pile in to the Eclipse's state. The way the zone is pulling, mildly unforgiving, given some of the water surrounding the area, but still is something that this team can work with.
A little bounce pad.
ボビーラ頑張れーって聞こえた。
Front side of the zone. They don't want to be one of the last teams there.
今目の前にいます。
Fortunate enough, they will be in the back of the pack, but they instantly are trying to build for some
やっつけろまで
elevation.
聞
They
こえ
don't
てい
want
ま
to get
す。
stuck on that low ground, especially in this
相
zone.
当
That was what I was about to say. It could be a roller coaster of emotions. We're going up mountains.
ス
We're
ーパ
going
ーちょっと負
across
けじとやってほ
rivers.
しいけどな。
Anything can happen.
おっと、来た。
ラグすぎ、ラグすぎ。
いや、ラグすぎる。
かわいそう。これはかわいそう。
これはかわいそうだわ。
何が起こったか分かってない。
ニョキッつって出てきたもんね。
ラグすぎあれは。
これで他の人たちもプレイできてるのはすごいよね。
もう運なんだよな。なんか なんだろう、かもしれない運転ってあるじゃん。車には。かもしれない運転ずっとしめていけない状態、相当きついからね。
集中力
しないでしょ、車の運転でかもしれない運転
慣
ってさ。
れてくれば来るほどしなくなるね。
基本的に人が出てきたのと思って交差点ぐらいじゃん。じゃないところではさ、かもしれないやらないでしょ。人が来るかもしれないから。この辺になってくるともうラグすぎてかもしれない人の意味がないっていう。マジ？ノースコ当ててますけど。
何今の？
ポケモン。
えぐくない今の？どこで当たったの今の
？2連続決勝したって一発目ノースコで。
だよね。
やめて、大きい声出したら俺近所迷惑っつって来るからさ。
まだ言われてない。
まだ来てない。まだ来てない。でもたまに家で歌ってる時にね、上の階の人がドンドンドンドンってうるせえまでいかないからドンドンドンドンみたいな。怖くてね、歌うのやめてその時。長々歌うの変えたいわ。生きてるかな、みんな見て。今一瞬過ぎて言えなかった。生きてるか。
Another one of our teams that we've seen do great things throughout the year. 157 above the damage threshold, even though that might not seem like a lot. But from what we've seen from the lobby, there's a lot of teams that are around those similar numbers. But luckily for everybody, if it turns off for now, even though it wasn't a far rotation with Bouncepad Jr., it's just step by step. That's the way a lot of teams gotta take it just one foot in front of the other.
しようと思わないじゃん、その努力。
いるかな？
シロンいる。
あ、じゃあいるね。
ムキパパの名前がないからワンチャンまたムキパパだけ落ちちゃってるってあるから。
神さんやばいな。
神さん、本当に神さんになっちゃうよこれ。こんなとこに
これはゴッドだね。
これはやばいよ。
高すぎん。
神とかいうそのレベルじゃないよね。
さ、落とせんよね多分。
無理だね。落としてもロケットで耐えられるからね。これはやばい。
これはやばい。
これはやばい。
But 19th, 20th, 21st place down, 24th place down,
26th
place even down. So if you're outside of that bubble for now,
this
is your chance to shine. This is your chance to pick up those points. And you kind of saw it at the start of the day with Queasy and Vino. 90 plus points for that victory royale combined with 7 eliminations. So anything is definitely possible. And that's why Booga and Threats are putting themselves to the test now. They have 4 eliminations and barely any placement points just left. There's 24th place and 24 teams still left alive. So there's still so many possible points up for grabs.
But the best part is, Threats and Booga, they're at least still together as we enter this late game, which is something we have not really had a chance to see from this duo all day today. It's been repetitive as far as solo plus circle sense is concerned. They just haven't really been able to bring anything to fruition because of that. Pink and Vico, though, under a lot of pressure here from Malabuka and Thomas. So many other teams surrounding them. Sometimes it can be really difficult to tell just which direction your builds are actually getting targeted from.
They survived the off-spawn battle between Acorn and Cold. This is their chance to shine, even though they don't have much to work with. We've seen them do amazing things before.
高すぎじゃない？ゴッドですけども、これ。
ゴッドしてんです、これ。やばすぎる。これもう撃たないと壊せないレベル。ロケットランチャーとかまずが上に行ってるのにさ、全然叩いてないんだよ。面白すぎる。
Thomas Malabuka finding the stage to the front side. Looking back only when they have to. They have their eyes set on the prize.
I wonder if anybody realizes just how far up Cammy and Seti are. Vico, he needed a refresh instead to find himself waiting.
ロケットで打ち上がっていくよ、さらに上に。そろそろ担当濃度も薄くなってきます。
With the rocket grab, who he comes crashing down is another story undecided because Yamzo and Rise, they're under fire right now. Yamzo's gonna drop all the way to the water.
全然見えないんだよね。
全然見えない、早すぎて。
全然見えない。さっきシェロンさんが残ってたから頑張ってもらってるといいけど。あ、ラークさん残ってるね、さっきの。ってことはもうそろそろ今もうないな。そろそろもう19とかな。シェロンさん残ってる、シェロンさん残ってる。
頑張れ、頑張れ。
Just a test here, just like in the first game, they're looking to hold on to it, get that
victory
out. Another elimination by Malabuka. The total as a team does move up to 5. 12 teams remain. These are the points that they were looking for. They started this game in 23rd place. This game alone, if they come out on top, could qualify them to Championship Sunday. But the fight continues. Cold and Acorn just trying to take everybody down, even in their games. It's their NA counterpart as Pars and Baka fall.
There's one thing that Cold loves to do. It's play disruptor on the low ground layers. Now Seti, Cammy, they're actually at some point they winded up falling. Queasy himself potentially eliminated from this match. We're seeing everyone below Cammy and Seti just doing what they can to stay alive. But Thomas and Malabuka, they have been on rampage in these lower layers.
Yep. Cammy gets another one onto Muzz, finding him as a solo. Another player is going to drop. Sphinx and Poyo, who absolutely came out of nowhere on the NA region to claim their spot here in Major 2, but they don't want just the spot, they want to take over. Thomas finds another elimination, taking down Seti. Now the high ground has changed, and they're trying to keep it for themselves. Acorn gets stomped out of the air with the sharp tooth, and now we're into our final 4 teams left alive, but 2 of them are solos. One of them is Cammy. He's trying to do what he can to try to bypass with that He goes down. A 2v2 situation. Sphinx and Poyo drop them in.
やばい、えぐすぎ、えぐすぎ今の、えぐすぎ、おお、とんでもないって、とんでもないって、えぐすぎるだろ。あそこの状況で決勝やるんですよ。今のってヘビーショットがつって。確定でね、まっすぐ飛ばないんですよ。
あれめっちゃ綺麗にやってたね。やばすぎなんだけど。
Yeah, I just had to come in and ask everything you were saying in that final zone because your mouth was going off. How were the comms?
とんでもねえわ。
I don't know. Poyo just doesn't really talk. Kind of just, you know, gets kills, does his thing, and I'm just, you know, there for the ride.
めっちゃ頑張ってくれてたね。
And do you just
ね、シェロンさんめちゃくちゃ頑張ってくれてた。
I mean, if he gets the kills, I got no problem with it.
And Poyo, your ears burning now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a man of few words. He is a man of few words. He was so what? Sorry?
It was so loud.
He was incredibly loud. To be honest, I felt like I could hear him backstage. So for you, how has the day been so far? Now you've got your victory royale as well.
Yeah, it's been 2-1. I think we're at the bottom of the leaderboard, but I think we'll be near wall range now.
Hopefully, we will take a look at the leaderboard shortly. I love this. You're a man of so many words. I can hear you in the background going 2-1, 2-1. Is there anything you'd like to say to people watching right now and supporting you?
It's really laggy. It's really laggy. I mean, these servers are atrocious, but you know we're making it work.
Well, you know what? Everyone is in the same boat, and it's fantastic to see you guys doing so well. As you say, 2-1. Are you going to make it 3-1 now?
I mean, that's the only option.
It is the only option. Hopefully, you are closer to qualifying for Sunday. If not, you'll get to play again tomorrow, and you'll get to show why NA is potentially the best region. Or would you say it is already?
Obviously.
Obviously, of course. He's a little bit biased. Boyo, I know you're a man of few words, but give me one more. What's it like to play in Copenhagen?
It's different. It's not the same as at home.
That's the most words, and I loved it. Thank you so much. Congratulations, everyone. Sphinx and Boyo!
See you now.
Well, Evan. NA on top. What do you have to say now?
Look, I just want to sort of say, I love how like Boyo just won the game, hype moment, and all he's thinking is like, can Sphinx just stop talking? He's talking too much. Like, can you just pipe down a bit, mate. You know, like, that's his only concern about that game.
順位は多少上がってんじゃないかなって。
You know, Thomas HD and Malibu were popping off. It looked like they were going to win the game. The crowd was getting loud. When Sphinx win the game, everyone's just like, oh,
上がってんね、若干。いいね、いいね。よかった。やっと終盤1回いった。
From the low ground as well, and yeah, I mean, you got to give the positional advantage there 100% to Thomas, HD, and Malibu. High ground is usually what wins games in Fortnite, but the shots, like you mentioned, I mean, it's just too thin, and usually I give my respect to Acorn and Cole because usually they're so good on the low ground. Poyo and Sphinx, they're looking a little bit better, especially in this game, because they were just getting elimination after elimination. Boom! That's the winning shot right there. You make it a 2v1, clean it up easy.
Just disgusting. This one, I feel like I could say this about every game we've seen so far. They have been roller coasters from, you know, Seti and Cammy up on high ground, them going straight up, then suddenly it's Squeezy and Benno. Just kidding, it's back to Seti and Cammy. Now it's Thomas HD looking to contest. I mean, this is what I want to see, is people get more comfortable. People say, look, we're just not going to let people go for the high ground. We want this too.
Yeah, 100%. And look at this, right? They were talking about it. They were towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Look at that placement now, 15th, right? That question mark was there. I think we're in qual range. You are definitely in qual range if you are 15th right now. A couple more points might secure it for you, but it is looking good for them right now.
Yeah, if they can keep hitting shots like that, they'll be well on their way to being in that qual range and being secure, right? So I think the big thing from them is not to let this win almost get them too excited, right? Stick to what's been working for you and sort of go with that going into this last one. I mean, again, I'm just still mesmerized. That's no shot to hit. They were putting on a clinic in that angle.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that, you know, you
マジで
have one in
まあいい
Sphinx
感
that
じ
maybe
に
talks a lot by
初動は
what
取
they
れて
would
るか
consider each
な
other, and then Poyo doesn't talk apparently at all.
ま
But
あ
yet
あと
they're
原因
sitting
がある
here
とする
in
なら
bracket
ば
12
ちょっと流
elimination
れが悪
in
かった
game
かぐ
number
らいか
4 of the global
やっぱ
championship
1試合目っ
upper
て
bracket.
どんな大会でもどんなところでもさ重要だよねスタートだし
Went on and did it, Vivid.
1試合目で思うように動けないような展開になったのが悲しいところではあるよね。でもちょっと自分たちにはどうしようもないような倒され方だったんだけど。
That top three looks all too familiar, right? You look at, if you were to analyze this whole year and look at who have been the best teams all across the world, these guys, you know, that top three in particular has just been three of the biggest names you mentioned.
Yeah, but Levin, Zeke, I'm looking towards 10th place right now. Thomas, HD, and Malibu, right? I said 23rd place.
これもうサージがきつかったんかな。
Yeah, they were going crazy, right? You know, I think we all talked about how they needed to start to step it
まあ
up, and they
見
finally
切り
did
するのが
manage
一
to
番手っ取り早いからね、サ
And I
ージ。
think we know them as being incredible individual players.
どのチームもサージ余裕なところは絶対に
Who's there? He just knows he wants it, and they take it so
絶
well.
対にだからな。
Of course, it's Poyo and Sphinx win the game, and they
キレしてるもんな。
really, really big shot.
何回以上
But these guys throughout that end game were incredibly dominant, showing off why they were a bit.
ムキムキパパたちは
And I wonder what put them in a situation
こ
where
の
they
試
didn't
合
have
は
those
もう
matchups.
早めに
What
縦に
led up
積み
to
出した
that
ね。
ultimately where, because if they had
早めに
materials,
縦に
it
積ん
feels
で
like that's an easy closeout, right?
打て
But
る
they're
とこ
kind
打っ
of
た
put
って
in a
感じ
situation
か
where
な。
Poyo and Sphinx on the low ground of all things, they have materials, they have the angles. You're sitting there like a fish in a barrel, like, yep, we're gonna jump down. You've got your angles. We hope will hit ours.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you go up for high ground right, we saw them, they had to go ahead and contest the high ground right when they got the elimination. It takes a lot of materials to go ahead and actually build up there. You have to make sure that all of your builds kind of stay supported. So that's probably why they were out of materials. And then not to mention Toyo and Sphinx just picking up so many eliminations on the low ground.
まだタイミング的には貯蔵庫じゃないよね。
Those builds necessary.
あ、貯蔵庫出たわ。じゃあ OK。はい、あーでもしょうがないか。2つ目見つけたの貯蔵庫。これ見つけたのでかすぎだな。
And you know, I gotta mention it, right? That Thomas HD Malibuca clutch also on Malibuca with 1v2. Actually awesome stuff, and honestly, coming into this, they should have been expecting stuff like this because throughout this chapter, Malibuca and Thomas, they have done that 7 times where one of them has gone down early.
いやだけどやっぱそうだよね。ここ最初に立てられてるから無理に移動はできなさそうなんだよな。もうポジションがむずいよね。ここまで来ると。
You guys talk about Thomas HD, and I'm thinking
け
Thomas
ど
HD
ちゃんとね最初の序盤の方の試合からの失敗は生かせてる感じがするわ。
King with 2 of the back-to-back most disgusting snipes we've seen today.
Unbelievable. King is the kind of player that's always going to give you that special moment, right? You know, we all think back to the World Cup times, right? When he eliminated TFU, we all hyped. We all nervous about him taking out TFU, right? Here again today.
ここからちょっとサージきつすぎるから、まあ多分戦いに行くんだけど、戦ってるとこ見せてくれ。
Those shots were absolutely clutch for sure. But
シェロンさん 1v2 でしたかな。
That is necessary for teams that are in the bubble.
That's right. 25. The top 25 will go on to Sunday. Take a look right now. M. Sherry and Rue sitting on that bubble. 68 points is the minimum going into these next games. Just take a look at some of the names, even just down there in 30th, right? Cooper and Miro right there on the bubble. Kitos and PH as well. But as we've seen,
ジャエモンさんやってね。ジャエモンさんやってないか今。
everything. Now even look at 31st, Podesai and Snazy. M8, y'all out there? Yo, Snazy and Podesai?
They're asleep, man.
There they are. Y'all can hear them in the ground. They're going crazy. But even someone like Buga and Threats, right? They've kind of been relatively quiet. Currently sitting in 34th. They can make up the ground, but they really need to come online to win this game.
Yeah,
100%. We are
at the global championship.
Let's talk about regional representation in that top 5 or top 25 right now. EU, there are currently 13 duos. NA currently has 8 duos, and then 1 for each of the regions in OCE, Brazil, Middle East, and Asia. So that is currently what the regional breakdown is looking like so far for the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think for me personally, there's so much, right? I think you make up a big part of the lobby.
戦うところ毎回固まるのうまいな。一番見てえとこなの。でもよく耐えてる。このブッシュで終盤まで行って10何位まで伸ばせたのえぐいな。ナイスファイトだね。
Right, that's what it's all about for them, right? So, you know, the priorities and a lot of these NA players are clearly, you know, to come here and show the regions what they got.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this back in Major 2, right? At the end of it, I asked you the question, Levin, do you think NA hangs if we get to globals? At the time, it was no, right? And I think for a lot of players in NA, they're thinking, okay, 11-2K, we'll see you at LAN then. Because it feels like NA is playing with a chip on their shoulder, and I also kind of want to play a little bit of devil's advocate. What if we're revealing strategies a little too soon? What if EU is like, yeah, you guys are ahead. That's cool. The championship Sunday, they're like, okay, so we were just holding it on. You know, letting you play out there thinking you had something. It's all a show.
Maybe not an element of showing straps too early, but definitely let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? You know, it's just day one, it's just the upper bracket, right? You know, the final's coming, right? And that's when we've got to be looking at the leaderboard and really going, okay, how are the NA teams doing, how are the EU teams doing? I think once we get to that point, see, that's when we can really start to give that analysis of, you know, regionally around the world, who looks the strongest. I'm still going to say the EU boys, right? But there are some top NA teams out there that are showcasing that they can hang with anyone.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, NA teams are finding themselves out there. I'm very happy to see so far the performance out of some of the top ones.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the stats we're seeing here out of the competition so far. This is the upper bracket. Let's break it down by the numbers. Currently, as we look at this list,
もしかしたら会場 Wi-Fi がないかも。
that's not surprising, right? They're currently sitting in that number 1 spot. It makes sense. Weezy and Venno right behind, though. Do you guys feel like this is the level of aggression we would see coming into day number 1 of the competition?
For me, yeah, I'd say, right? I think, especially seeing those two teams there, it's great for me in terms of Akon and Cole. You know, I look at Vino, I look at Cole as individuals throughout the year.
サージがきついな、ずっと課題がサージすぎる。
And love to see it. Guess what? Fortnite fam, it is time. The last game of the day here in the upper bracket is about to kick off. So casters, on over to you.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and 11 for all the insight on the analyst desk. But our final game of today's upper bracket, match number 5, is just on the horizon. We see now
めっちゃ引っかかるやつやん。
そう、ずっと喋ってるからめちゃくちゃ痛いんだわ。
into the top 25 so that they don't have to worry about tomorrow's upper bracket matches. They want to make sure that they are
あったはずなんだけどな、だってコーナーに乗せる塗るやつ。ビタミン取るだけ治らないよ。
結構ね、違うよ。
そう。
治りが早い。
これさ、噛むんだよね、同じところコーナーになると。
わかる。
それが嫌なんだよね、さ、死体蹴りみたいなもんじゃん、それ。
そうだね。
めちゃくちゃ痛いんだよね、噛むと。この倒してるとこと死んじゃうシーンを見させてくれって思うんだけどね。毎回戦うところにもうさ、うわ見せてくれよ。
But again, when you keep in mind the fact that Kanata and Agers, I mean, coming out of the being recent FNC champions for really free, I'm sure they have it in them to make a comeback.
Yeah, and I think Foil and Sphinx from NA have really shown, and one thing I want to talk about is when the regions were separated, when we had NA East, when we had NA West, nobody gave NA West a single chance. Even myself said it might take a month, it might take a major for them to get in that groove, but there are a number of not only NA teams, but these NA players boosting to the top of the leaderboard that we could see on Championship Sunday, and obviously our regular NA residents towards the top side of that leaderboard as well, Cold and Acorn, and I want to talk about them just a little bit as well. You know, you saw Pink and Vico, but we're going to see them here again because the battle bus is ready. Let's get this last final game underway.
マジ。来たね。
デイ1マッチ5だって。
5マッチ目。
いやー、腰が痛い。
さすがにずっと座ってるもんね。
座ってるね。いやー、なんか折的にまた耐久されそうな予感しないでもない。
大丈夫。ない。
怖え。
いけるいける。
寒くなってきた、もうなんか夜中になってきて。
そうね。
for those teams just outside the top 25.
And I can count at the top of my head at least 3 of these off-spawn battles that would decide if a team goes towards the lower bracket or at least gives themselves a chance to get to that top 25 to earn that championship Sunday spot themselves, and this is going to be one of them. Malibuka and Thomas, Agers and Ganada, and judging by their elevation, it is on. It's
like
Agers might have the
そうだね。ここはもう譲らないね。
カナダの顔がえぐい、もう俺はちょっと集中してる。人生かけてる、もうこの文字通りだからね、マジで。ここの初動勝負はマジ自分の人生かかってるからね。
Agers taking full advantage of the siphon as well, and another benefit is the weapons that came with it.
Yeah, basically gave himself, you know, a full loadout minus the heals, and you see Malibuka now on the run, grabs that slurp truck, and now he has decisions to make. Do I try to fight the 2v1 while I have the underhand, Or do I go ahead and try to disengage and just already see it on the mini-map? He's just trying to survive. Even though they did lose the off-spawn battle, they know they have their spot secured, so now it's just for bragging rights.
Extremely unlikely that we see Malibuka try to lap back anytime soon here at the racetrack. He knows that it's going to take some time before Aegis and Kanata fully clear this area out. And if he wants to get Thomas's reboot card, he might force himself into waiting. But the wait is over as far as Threads and Booga are concerned. That's going to be a quick elimination to start things off for a team that desperately needs it.
Yeah, you see Threads taking advantage of what is usually a triple chest on the side of that mountain. Mixing goes down. That's not only important points for Booga and Threads, that's the storm surge to really give themselves a little bit of a cushion because we know that's not going to be enough. Another one of our off-spawn battles that are paramount for our team's success. King and Phaser, Cowgamer 7-man, shots are being fired. Phaser's going to quickly disengage. He doesn't want to give up too much. He wants a chance to heal. You see, he has big pots, and if King can get to him, that'll allow him to heal up as well.
But even with the vault card, Phaser, he can't charge into it just yet unless Cowgamer and 7-man have it in their best interest to just prioritize that. But King applying a little bit of pressure here from a distance. Keep in mind the resources though. Builds not looking the best as far as 7-man is concerned.
7-man だって。
Cowgamer again. Seems as though he has none at all. So this is definitely going to put Cowgamer and 7-man's push to a halt, and that is more than enough time for Phaser and King to get into the ball here.
Yeah, both of these teams need to have a solid performance if they want to see Sunday right here. Otherwise, they'll have to go to the lower bracket and earn it yet again. But you see a switch up of what we saw last game. King and Phaser this time around getting control of that ball over towards Relentless Retreat. But instead of just disengaging, 7-man and Cowgamer are still looting up. There's a lot of loot there to grab. What a huge battle going down yet again. Kenny and Seti, they're separated, but they're trying to pincer them in. They're trying to surround from multiple angles and trap them in that little barn.
One of the most common fights that we've seen so far today.
後ろの方まで追われてんじゃん。
Though, holding their own. Now, what a way to represent Asia, though. I mean, we talk all the time.
サージ稼ぐためにめちゃくちゃ詰められてる。
Some of the potential, I think, from Asia's fraggers, and so Data's insane, looking to try and follow that up as much as possible. They have been going toe to toe here.
てかあれだね、セッティだし、1試合目以降、セイン・デイダス倒せば、えぐい順位伸ばしてんな、そういえば。
They had to go nuclear basically the last two matches to play catch up.
ここでも。
いや、聞いて。聞いて聞いて。今、スーさんからのさ、緊急連絡なんだけど、シェロン最初の2試合、機材トラブルで動けてなかったらしい。えぐすぎる。
それはちょっとやばいね。
それはやばいね。
本人の問題じゃないからね。
ワンチャン、マウスとかかな。ユースゲンと無線のさ。
可能性あるね。
無線だとさ、同じ種類使ってると結構あるからさ、動かなくなること。
Beers and Kitos try their best. Kitos especially in that instance, but you got one below you, one above. Difficult for anybody to actually find themselves on the benefactory.
I like this. I like this. Pink may have called it griefing, but no, this is just using your brain, acorn and cold. Even though they've already qualified,
5試合中2試合ってクソ大事だからね。
大事だね。
on Sunday, so they want to make sure that team has as little loot, push them back as much as possible. As Anon and Suns, they need a big game here going against Queasy and Vino, who already got their spot secured. And I like the aggressive nature coming out of this. Start to build that confidence, get some points, and then you could probably take what they've been doing and put it to the test yourselves. But it all really comes down here if they want to actually fight it, because Anon looks like he's disengaging. He doesn't want to get trapped between both Vino and Queasy.
This is a very risky team to try and tango with when your position in that top 25 is on the line here. Suns and Anon, they cannot afford to get eliminated just yet. But Queasy and Veno, they're not the sort to let anything go. We've got some player listen-ins coming our way, starting with Kanata.
I got a Maven. 16 white. Going to you. I'm running. He's on my right. Yeah, run at him. Run at him. 20 white.
Kill him. 40 white. 40 white. 40 white. Nice.
Oh, the one's at the hut. He's at the hut.
Get the finish. Get the finish.
They're dead.
Nice. We need a cam, bro.
He's running. He's running back. He's just running to rise. He's trying to not give us the kill points.
He's at the hut right now. 9 damage. No, he ran, bro. We just camped the car. He's a great.
See a lot go down in that listen-in. The great teamwork, the great chemistry, but then the plan for the future. They're gonna camp that card so that way Malibuka can't come back and get it safely, which leaves him as a solo at the start of the game. So remember that, because if he does amazing things, he did it all by himself. As Vino just so much damage from the storm.
神設定もめっちゃ追い上げてるし、まあこの辺はまあ予選みたいなもんだからね。あとは楽しんでそうなような。
Suns and Anon got to figure out what they're going to do because they're just getting followed right now by Queasy and Venom.
And Ken, that's definitely not the team that you want trailing behind you, because just like that, Queasy's going to give some quick reminders of what he's capable of. But for Misha and Teeny, they've also got to deal with Baka and Pars, and again, such an impressive day so far from Baka and Pars. We've really been seeing them take an aggressive stance and come out on top in numerous situations. And I would expect to be all the same here. And Kanata and Agers, even though Racetrack might have gone their way, running into Yamzo and Rise is a different story altogether, as Agers now forced to bounce, has to leave Kanata to be eliminate collected, and they went from wanting to camp Thomas's reboot card to now Agers potentially having to worry about whether or not they do that. Yamzo and Raz will do the same to Kanata.
Yeah, this is very troublesome for Agers and Kanata, the duo that needs at minimum a top 10 performance here in this game if they're looking to skip Saturday and go directly to our championship. But a fight that we saw start as a 2v2 ends up in a 1v1. Baka gets the beast control away from Teeny. Not really letting him get any footing in this round. The real estate here, and that piece of control is going to be important. And another shot getting fired. Teeny getting back down a little bit.
キャラコンでめっちゃくちゃ避けてる。
Playing a game of peekaboo, it's working out for him, but everything good comes to an end eventually.
カード持ってんの
Baka
か。
takes a massive shot. The thing here
うわ
doesn't matter where he's
初ダメ出たここで。
the only place he's going to be is back to the lobby.
That
ベ
was
スパが
a
いるんだよ
huge shot
ね
here for。Teeny, but it's not over just yet. Bryce and Chubbs now deciding to join the fray. Teeny gonna look to see if he can find an escape route somehow, or at least an opportunity to get this revive going off onto Misha and Chubbs. Bryce, they don't seem like they're full aware just how far back Teeny and Misha actually are. So a successful revive
相
does
手が誰
come
なのか
through.
も分かってるはずだけ
A
ど。
2v2 potential situation here, but again,
詰
Misha
めな
and
かったね
Teeny
無理や
bound to
り。
be relatively low on resources after that last engagement.
Got to imagine it to be true. That's Teeny trying to hold the covers, give his teammates some time.
なんかこれあれだね。ティニーが倒したやつの武士とか
The forecast tower hasn't even been taken yet. That's what they were originally fighting over, and that's probably what drawed Bryce and Chubbs over to this direction. But they don't know that he was weak necessarily. So for them, they're just trying to play the game. They're outside of that top 25. They want to give themselves a fighting chance to get towards that championship Sunday and not really fight towards that Saturday. As we tune on to Agers, you can see him just trying to go ahead and bypass everything. But let's go ahead and go listen in to see what happened in the beginning of this game.
I mean, when he gets in, I'll be able to see him and just run. 30-60 on him.
Nice.
I got headshot sniped through the bush. This is so sad, man.
Oof. That is really all that can be said in some circumstances. Yamzo is actually just a monster for that one. I mean, and if you're in Kanata's position as well, sometimes it is what it is. But Yamzo, he's got a lot more to deal with for the time being. A little stage goal in the rotation, quickly reminded that there's still other players waiting around in this lobby.
マジで半端ないな。メータータレット150毎回みんな遂げてる。とんでもねえマジで。
south towards the east, where a lot of these teams are congested at. And just
いや、でっかい花みたいなものが立ってるんだけどね。やばすぎ。
あれは花じゃないです。
でかすぎなんだけど。
でかすぎるな。
And the headshot on the Mappy, that is a huge he is just on fire. He's feeling it. Look at the confidence.
Can't blame him at this point. It's just, what are you really meant to do in that sort of situation, other than just fall victim to Yamza there? But fortunately for Aegis and Kanata, they're still going to be able to play things out as a duo. Successful reboot ban there for Aegis. The health replenish as well. We've got a handful of slash splashes left to work through. So it's seeming as though the dream is still alive for Aegis and Kanata.
For now, at the very least, but sometimes those are the wake-up calls you need, especially when you know it's our 5th and final game of the day. And while they're facing all that madness on that side of the map, Bugha and Threats sticking to what they know works, which is those slow side rotations. They found themselves toward the top side of the zone and kind of just looking. There's not too many teams in their mini map. If you look even further, there's only about 3 teams directly in front of them. So they got themselves a safe spot as long as they continue to pull that zone. And my only question, Taco, is going to be how much surge do they have? Because if they're on the slow side, there's not going to be many opportunities to grab it.
That's exactly what I want to bring up, because with only one elimination, and what we've been seeing consistently throughout the day, there have been circumstances where teams have had several or more eliminations and still found themselves just barely above that surge damage threshold. So if Bugha and Threats making these dead side rotations, yeah, you might have the best positioning in the world, but it doesn't really mean a whole lot if you don't have any damage with it, because then you still have to compromise your positioning ultimately just to find some damage.
Whoa. That's
damage, something they do plenty here for Acorn and Cold.
I was gonna say that was big, but it comes to an end yet again. Pink and Vico outside of that top 25. So I think Cold and Acorn have defended their drop spot. They're actually in 24th place. They have 74 points. That's gonna be a tough one to watch.
Eyes on Cooper and Miro as well. One of our teams in that 28th position, but for the team on our screen right now, Vanyak and Karmi, they've also got to ensure that they're able to stay within this top 25, because again, just barely being above as far as the points are concerned, it does not leave you in a guaranteed position. There are that could look to leapfrog over you if you aren't careful. So we'll definitely keep that in mind and continue trying to be as methodical as possible with their movements.
Yeah, you can basically see the tail end of that top 25. Pink and Vinko down 74. Batman, Bugha, and Rapid 80. The points continue to climb the more you go up. A lot of these teams don't really need to do everything. They just need to do the bare minimum. As Snazy gets spotted out by himself, and Shari and Rue, they have a chance to sneak up. Snazy's all by himself. Podesai, we already saw him go down earlier on in the game. The sneak attack, and it's worked to perfection. And Shari and Rue, they get that elimination, and that's huge because they were the team in the 25th spot. They started the game with 68 points. Now you can kind of count them up, 72, but they still haven't passed up Pink and Vico at 74 points.
Snazy was just so focused on teams that weren't on that Rift Island. He had no clue that those two were sneaking up behind him. The ultimate crouch maneuver, essentially, all the way up until they had that precise moment to pounce onto Snazy. And that's big as well from Shari and Rue, because again, another team just barely managing to hang on to that top 25 threshold. They are currently 25th. And looking to go higher.
Yeah, and this is a team, you know, Major won. They became champions. They stayed towards the top of leaderboards in duo cash cups, in FNCSs. They're just trying to continue to mimic that, just like Cooper and Miro. We're almost not even duoing this season. It was left to a coin flip of all things. And what a coin flip it was. I hope Cooper kept that coin, maybe framed it on a wall.
One would think, but I guess it maybe depends on how this weekend goes, possibly for the duo. Regardless, they've done an excellent job as a team, but more importantly still, their placements, you saw it jump just a little bit. Part of that due to the fact that Cooper able to find a really nice elimination here, and this is a massive shutdown.
どんなエミッション
当てすぎだろ。すごいね、今の。
They have had some problems in their rotations dealing with some of these teams that are already guaranteed to be participants of our
相手が油断してたとはいえ、
So knowing that Cooper was able to find that elimination on hold, it just makes the rotation all that easier.
It probably builds a little bit of confidence too, because even though they went down and they got their spot on Sunday,
ムキムキパパがいないぞ。
they're going to finish first in this bracket more than likely with how they've been playing. And when you see Cole go down, when you see Acorn go down, it makes that much more better. It's like a sigh of relief. That's one less dangerous player in the lobby that I have to go through towards the very end.
I mean, 3 out of 5 teams in our top 5 are just not in the lobby any longer. They've all been eliminated. Only Cammy and Seti and Ritual and Reed, but again, the point difference so high. These guys
上位勢3位4
choose
位しか
exactly
残ってない
how
らしいじゃん
they
今。
want to wrap things up for today.
ブーガー。ブーガーもなんか全然顔変わってねえな。
Buga and Threats have to be on their A game.
Yeah, it's going to be a must. 44 points. We saw the threshold around 72 points. Thinking about 28 points to try to get inside of that bubble or within contention, which really isn't much as long as they continue to have an upward trajectory in a lot of their games, much like Kanata and Agers. A lot was holding them back was Thomas and Malibu in that off-spawn battle, but now they have a chance here to hold on to their own destiny. Fate is in their hands, and they just need to be able to find a little bit of a refresh. But where are they going to get their refresh? How long can they survive without it? If they stop just short of going deeper into the zone, they got themselves the edge for a team like this with 329 above the damage threshold. That's just going to be enough for now.
Considering that Agers had to get a reboot off onto Kanata, they were a little bit of shambles.
Yeah.
When you think about how this game started out for them, sure, that initial 50-50 might have been relatively successful. Granted, they were definitely low, but double elimination factor there, only getting one onto Thomas, Malibuka forcibly retreating, but it is an endeavor, to say the least.
てかなかなか視点にならないな。
そうなんだよ。
何試合やってもそこにならない。
でギリちょっと影映るかなみたいなとこばっかでさ。頼むよ見せてよ。なんか普段スポット当ててない人を映してあげるとかないの？2人で生き残ってんぞ今回。じゃあサージがちょっとどうかなって感じはするけど。サージ取れてるならめちゃくちゃいい感じ。
King and Phaser though, they're still in it,
75
and they're
以上
here
です。
to win it
こちら。
overall. You see the loot getting passed around. They have quite some distance to cover and a lot of players to run through if they want to make it there.
On the bright side though, they're not the only ones that have a decent amount of map coverage to go.
耐えてる。
Granted, when you are one of those
さ
last
あやっぱね
teams,
クラッシュパッド多い気がするわマジで。
多いね結構移動。
クラッシュパッドでしょ。 時代は。
they might be able to cut me off entirely, and that's exactly what King and Phaser are trying to avoid. They're trying to make their way to zone as quickly as possible so that they can be the ones controlling the way that the lobby actually
75以上
flows.
ちょっとショットが当てたいけどね。
圧はかけてるけどなかなかね当てられるタイミングもないよね。
頻繁だからねちょっと離れてたらダメージは出るからね。俺には壁を今すり抜けて入ってきてるんだから。
俺にも。
えぐいな。そう思うそう。
これで普通にプレイできてるのがすごいよな。
They might not have the damage threshold just yet, but they do have a few crash pads. Phaser gonna instantly use one. Jump a little bit further, a little bit more.
いやー痛い痛い。う
わー
えぐー。なんやそれ。えぐい。えぐい。
頑張れ。
でかすぎるスランプ。
でかすぎ。スランプでかすぎ。
from being eliminated from this international test off the storm surge, but still it is tough stuff right now for King.
Yeah, if it wasn't true that Kojijo on the other side, it's storm
いやー、見えてね。
ちょっと見えなかったね。
あ、いるいるいる、2人残ってる。
いるいるいるいる。
2人残ってる。
でかいでかいでかい。
でかい、超でかい。あれ、先端じゃね？
結構いい場所だったよね、見た感じ。
いい感じなことだったね。ローグラなんかめっちゃ壊してたから、ローグラ全部取れてるって言ったんだ。いや、あるぞこれ。あるぞ。マジあるぞ。いや、これで2試合5人みたいな機材トラブルで通ったらエグすぎるけどな。
いや、エグいね、それだとしたら。
みんなより2試合少ないから。
It's going to provide him more than the 4 builds he had initially to work with. Shot him up to 30, but still, Canada
カナダエグいってアグレッシブすぎる話し方が。
Breaking through the floors of some of these builds and just hoping
いっぱいすぎ。どこむきパパどこ。
You're looking at a 1v1 with a decent chance, but
見えないよ。
situations is tough for any player to deal with.
お前さっきからキング打ちすぎやって。
Left alive right now that are outside of the top 25 trying to earn their spot. Then there is inside of the top 25 and placement points haven't even begun to kick in yet. That puts a lot of pressure on the King. He's already survived Storm Surge once. He has the slurp juice. He has a couple minis, but he's still 123 below. He's not even peeking out going for shots. He's just trying to survive it. If he looks down low, there's a bit of loot. I thought I saw the tip of a big pot down there as well, which will be crucial for his survival. He finally looks down. There's a med mist as well. He found a treasure trove and a miracle to keep himself alive. But he knows he needs to go. He needs to continue moving forward, get towards the zone. You don't want to fall behind, but a nice shot from the backside. King forced to stabilize himself, stop the rotation. Plenty of other teams are going to be able to hop over him and get to zone first.
固定だね、もう。
Again, right now, it seems
カナ
like
ダ、
King
勝
is
った
trying
から
to
さ、
prioritize
キングと
positioning
カナ
and
ダ
just
の
hoping
さ、
that some other
なんか
team,
も
some
う
other solo gets
しか
eliminated
映ってない
first,
よ。
and that
さっきから。
potentially put him to where he actually
回
is
し
a
方の不平等さ。
ラグすぎているのが気づいてないんだ。
There won't be enough. Finally,
メキパパ探してメキパパ。
eliminated from the
こ
lobby.
こ。
いたいたいたいた、ムキパパ。
いる生きてる？
いたいたいたいたいた、まだいた。
ナイスナイスナイス。
ローグラだったね、見た感じ。
ナイスナイスナイス。ただね、頑張ってくれ。
His teammate have the high ground. They started this game on the bubble. You got to imagine they've been climbing up that ladder, just like Booga and Threats. You talked about it yourself. You've been casting throughout the day. They have yet to play a solid game as a duo. This is their chance.
いや、ないのきつ、この状況で。
Both Alex and Worthy as well. A lot of damage being done here by Storm Surge.
We're seeing so many teams though struggling with Storm Surge, but for Booga and Threats, they were over 800 damage above. They can focus entirely on how they choose to actually carve through some of these congested layers. And right now, Miro, forced into a solo position, won't have any sort of time to try and help out Cooper in the process. We are simply too deep into these moving zones at this point. Is now Miro finds himself in a decent amount of pressure, a couple of slap splashes, all of his slap splashes actually going to be expended here. Miro trying to see if he can find an opening from the backside of the zone.
もうね、みんなして早すぎてね、人のネームタグ見る暇がないんよね。
そうなんだよね。あれ？
Quick moving, quick reacting, but not quick enough. That's Cow Gamer and 7 Man. A big game is needed from them. They could boost themselves.
いなさそうな感じしたな。
Booga and Threats, 5 eliminations so far, peeking down low, trying to recycle some of these builds because they know they don't got much left. A refresh or a siphon mask, anything is what they're looking for. And they even split it between them two, so it's even less for an individual. They fall on top of Alex. Can they get that elimination? Can they get the siphon? Yes, they can. Off the back of Threats, who gets a double elimination and push themselves into the top 10.
Just barely there. No, Booga actually gonna find himself trapped just outside. He won't be able to make it in time. And the knock from that surge and so tough that the Storm is going to be his ultimate competitor. But Threats still up. Threats still trying to move forward. Doesn't have much left in the net though. Needs to find a refresh at this point.
Almost 100% necessary, but these points that he's grabbing here, staying alive, 7 eliminations as well. This could be enough, but it's definitely going to be a buzzer beater if I've ever seen one myself, and he's continuing to bypass everybody.
ハイグランド最強だ。
ハイグラ強すぎ。登ってこれないでしょ、かけられたら。
登ってこれない、これ最後。これ10分使うしかない、マジで。
やったね。
うわ、これギリ間に合うか？
ギリ間に合いそう。
うわ
ー、頑張った。
ナイス2位だったな、今のは。いやー、最終結果見ますか。
見ましょうか。
I call them one of the most dangerous teams coming into the global championship. It may have taken them some time to heat up, but they have finally won the game. And I want to go ahead and hear exactly what they have to say. So I'm going to throw it over to Frankie to let us know how they're feeling in this moment.
I'm between the danger duo and what a day it's been for the two of you. A spot in Sunday's grand final was inevitable, but how did you round things up for the victory royale at the end of today?
It was a rough first few
ワンチャンギリ
games.
通ってるな、
We had a
21
2-0 corners back to back, so said we went last, and he had, I think 3 headshot snipes this game, so
25までだ
set
っ
us
た
up
よ
in the
ね。
beginning of the game and got the
そ
win.
うだね、多分。
And you are currently in 4th place. So you say you've had a tough day, but you've had incredible performance. For you, right, what's it been like getting to compete with so many people here?
It's been awesome. It's my first win, and I'm just excited to be here.
It's your first one. That's incredible because you're taking to it like a duck to water. Let me ask you about this year and getting ready for LAN. You love to go for eliminations, but you've had to find consistency and stability to make it to the end games, and now you make it look successful. What do you think was the key to making that change?
To be honest, we've just been playing the whole year, and we just kept the same play style.
ちょっと機材トラブルもね。
そう。まあでもこれはね、まあ良くもあるけど、しょうがないからね。トラブルはだってもう複数機材を持ち込めないわけだから、替えとかも次の試合以降になっちゃうから、どうしようもないよね。
Yeah, I just have to get used to it. Once you get used to it, it's kind of easy.
You make it look easy, I'm not going to lie, but I know it's definitely not. Ionzo Rise, congratulations. We'll see you on Sunday, and we'll see the guys on the desk right now, I think.
Thank you so much. This is a unicorn duo. This is a rare type of duo, okay? I'm talking you're bringing together two people who are unique in gameplay, in skill set, in hair color. These guys have it all. The Victory Royale, especially here in championship first day, global championship first day, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll be honest, I feel like they were a little quiet throughout the day. I wasn't really keeping a close eye on Ionzo and Rise, but of course, last game of the day, they're gonna be like, hey, by the way, guys, like, we're one of the best teams here, by the way.
Yeah, 100%, man. The Ginger Giants. Hey, these guys, look, you said a bit quiet. I had seen them sort of doing almost every end game, right, towards the back end, right? You said, you know, he had the double 0-point games or whatnot, but then the rest of it was very consistent. Exactly what you expect to see from Ionzo and Rise. They're one of the teams I love the most from NA, right? Because tactically, they are sound, right? They are as good tactically as any other team in the world. And when they are feeling confident, when they are in their rhythm, they are so good, and they showed it there in that last game.
Ionzo's always been one of those guys, right, that is just ridiculously confident. And it's not in like a cocky way, it's just he knows what he can do.
He's good.
And now they're like, hey, look, kind of what he's saying. Once he figured it out, it's easy. It's not necessarily easy. They are just that good.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to point out the fact that, you know, they mentioned that, yeah, sure, the first game we were a little bit nervous, and a lot of the times we talk about experience being that, oh, they've been to these in-person events before, and that's why some of those players that have that experience come in and they're sort of ready. But the fact that they were able to adapt and get comfortable in just a short amount of time, right? We only played 5 games today, and they were talking like they were very comfortable towards the end of it. That is impressive in its own right.
But that comes with having a game plan, right? And that's the difference between them and a lot of other teams, just in compared to Fortnite in general, is these guys come ready. And when you have a game plan that you can trust, you just have to be confident, right? Because you know you follow that game plan, it's going to take you far, and that's exactly what these guys can do.
Absolutely. Let's do this. Let's take a look. at our standings. Remember, we want to end the day in top 25 to go straight on through to Sunday. Real quick, Vivid, I am not good at reading. What's that? What is that? What do you say? What's the name of your in the first place?
Hey, Levin, let's take the facts here, right? I'm a little short. Have a little trouble with the top shelf sometimes.
Okay.
You go ahead and read out first place from all the way up there.
Guys.
All the way up there.
All right,
Who's that?
so in first place, you have Agent Cold and Dig Acorn. They have been phenomenal. Yes, 325 points. First place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Now, what's crazy to me, let's talk about the overall of this top 10, right? I would have expected a lot more EU names in general, but that's not the case. Now, we have some high-profile ones in there, Queasy, Venos, Seti, and Cammy. But still, NA deciding to show up on day one.
Yeah, NA had a very good day. I'm very, very proud of everybody. I think Acorn will definitely prove that low ground is pretty much theirs, especially when it comes to finding the eliminations, when it comes to finding
このパーティーさ、ムキパパたちしっかり毎試合さ、貯蔵庫取りに行けてるよね。なかなか難しいと思うんだけどね。取れてるよ、しっかり。ああ、でも結構人数減ってるのか。首ポ必要なパーティー結構いたってことか。
Who's going through? We know the top 25 will be moving on to Sunday. Let's take a look at a list of the 25 players that have qualified. A couple of names, let's just call them out. Obviously, we saw some of the big ones. I wanted to quickly highlight Zagu right here and Peppo Clip. Obviously, we saw them back in the days of Invitational. For them, though, back then, day 2 didn't quite hit as hard. But now, making it through to Sunday, they have time to prepare. And hopefully, they'll bring some heat.
Yeah, very, very excited to actually see what they bring on day number 3. We also saw some very cool strategies from them throughout the day. You know, farming some of that surge. Very, very cool. But talking about some of the smaller regions, I mean, Alex and Worthy, very impressive.
Alex is one of my favorite players to watch. Such an electric player, so entertaining. At any given moment, this guy can turn it on and just absolutely storm and roll for anyone. When I spoke to them, they said they were struggling a bit, right? It's a 25-hour flight for them, right, to get it over here. And they said, yeah, we're feeling a bit tired, but, you know, give us some good sleep and we're able to get inside lobby and show them what to do. And that's what they're doing.
So now that we've kind of concluded the first 5 games, how are you guys feeling about the competition? Obviously, it's pretty evident there's a lot of duos that are still holding some things back, right? Whether that be they held them back and now they're going to the lower bracket, or if they're in the top 25, they can hold them till Sunday. Did day 1 meet your expectations, Vivid?
Yeah, I feel like so. And again, I want to kind of bring up the regional aspect of the global championship. Going actually into the finals of the upper bracket, we have 12 EU teams, 8 NA teams, 2 Asia teams, and then 1 each for Middle East, Asia, or not Asia, Brazil, and OCE.
いやー、しかしこの辺まで結構取材は残ってる方だと思うんだけどな。
Every single one of those
Yeah, someone from everywhere stepped up seemingly, and I think that's what you sort of would have expected. I think we always come into these competitions and
動画めっちゃ撮れてんだろうなって。これプレイリで決められたりしたんかな。21位とかそれで。で、リフレッシュ撮りたいけど撮れないな。あー、決められたね。なるほど、リフレッシュ撮りたいけど、これで、なんか。結構リフレッシュも積極的にやったんだけどね。惜しい。まあでも今日明日参加する人たちよりも先に世界大会のこの環境を経験して進んでると思うから経験を頑張ってほしいな。
But take a look at some of these names here down to 34th that are going to be we'll be seeing go tomorrow. Fahad actually for a moment, one moment, overtook the 25th spot, and it looked like it was going to be locked in, but just barely falling short. A single point making the difference.
How do we have 2 teams a single point behind 25th there. In that 33rd spot, I saw Pink and Vika. I want to talk about them very, very quickly. I'm expecting that they will have the opportunity to be uncontested in the lower bracket tomorrow. So I'm assuming it's going to be a little bit better of a day for them.
ということで、配信もね、長々とありがとうございました。だいぶ、もう最後の方とか、疲れすぎてね、黙ってること多かったかなと思うんですけど、また明日、明後日と、よかったら配信するので来てください。じゃあ、ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。